Oval, and probably for the first time in the 4 days of this match, we welcoming you to a slightly overcast Queen's Park Oval. In the first 3 days, we would greet you under brilliant sunshine, and but today it's a little bit of a difference. So maybe that might be a bit of an omen for today. We wait to see. 98 for 1 is the situation as we try to get started here, and this is the picture for the Leeward Islands in their second innings. Remember, they were falling on 254 behind, and they reached 98 for 1. It means they still have a further 156 runs to erase before they could set the Barbados Pride something by way of a victory target, so to speak. I'm Ruskin Mark, working along with Colin Murray. As I say, very good morning to you, Colin. 98 for 1, and certainly they batted well, but they just lost that wicket at a critical time. In fact, it was the last ball of the day's play.
Yeah, and good morning to Ruskin. Good morning to all our viewers. It was a very, a disaster for them to lose that wicket in the very final over of the day's play. So much so that you couldn't even get another batsman to come in. That's to tell you how late it was when Powell, not a very good shot. I think he's maybe got a little bit comfortable thinking it's the last over, and he just had to play it out, basically guiding the ball into McCaskey's hand, and getting out for 52. Half century, well played though, but you would have just wanted him to come back today. I think if he was coming back out today with Louis, you would have felt that, well, maybe the Leeward Islands, they've got a chance to hold on. And it's not just a matter of saving the day. They've got to accumulate enough runs.
Yep. Outside the off-stump goes Wickham again, the wicket taker.
And Wickham was really just, it was just a little warm-up, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And just like that delivery there. But outside the line of the off-stump, and Carty is doing some repairs to I've never seen a player really do that. He's ponging the stump in and fixing back the bails. And, well, the umpire said to him, thank you.
Yep.
So he got permission, I would expect.
Now, if the ball slips past the bail, that's a beauty. Yep. If the ball slips past the bail by a
by a what?
By a
okay. You would then say, well, maybe he put the bail in too deep.
He put the stump
he put his stump in too deep, and then the bail slipped in. But, well, we see with that delivery, they've put in now a second slip. Roston Chase was standing wide anyway. He was almost like a second slip. So he's remained there, and they've actually put a first slip in now. So a little bit more attack from Wickham. Another good delivery. So he's targeted just outside the line of the off stump. And he's just about military medium. He's the kind of a bowler, Ruskin, that you would want to go into the nets with and get things going. But give him credit. He's bowling a good line, he's bowling a good length, and he's getting that ball just to slightly drift away from Carty. Carty's got to be careful because he's got to try and put bat to ball, but in so doing, he's got to judge the line.
Yep. And he got runs here. And if they hurry, they might get a second. Yes, they will.
That's good running.
Yep. And again, you see Carty pushing for that second run. He's not afraid to challenge the fielders. And Wickham, by the way, the 100 is on the board, so which is one milestone.
I tell you what, if I was Craig Brathwaite, I would be calling out to Reefer. I thought he moved very slowly for that ball. From the time Carty played it, he was looking for two, and Reefer was very unconcerned.
Yeah, he's playing to the offside, but the ball coming off the inner portion of the bat and squirts out to middle. On the end of the over, a pretty good one, a successful one of that started yesterday evening, and it ended at just about 10:05 this morning. Not that he was bowling all night long. Well, he probably would have bowled that over in his mind over and over and over again.
But this is a good over, actually, and I would I would think Brathwaite may be tempted to give him a couple more overs, because it was an over where he kept the ball up to the batsman, to Carty, in particular. He didn't bowl to Louis. He kept it up to him, and what I liked about it, he was just drifting it slightly away from him. But it was a good line, good length, which was important.
Yeah, because he wasn't trying to bowl too quickly. And I don't know if you know Wickham, he's Mr. Everything, because if they ask him to bowl spin, he'll come and bowl spin as well. Both off break and leg break if you wanted him to. And if in an emergency situation you ask him to keep wicket, he will be more than happy to do that as well. We see him feeling under the bat, feeling on the boundary. It doesn't matter. He kind of is one of those everything men. And you were speaking about Reefer. Here he is, getting the ball. So maybe he was just saving his energy for when he comes on to bowl. See. But he really did look a bit stiff when he was running in there. So from around the wicket, and Louis picking up from where he left off yesterday, very correct.
Well, he's got over 500 runs now in this tournament, the leading run scorer with 514 runs. Sinclair, the Guyanese, Kevin Sinclair, he is next with 471. And would you believe, Amir Jangu, who's only played 4 games, as opposed to 6 from Louis and 6 from Sinclair. Jangu has only played 4 games, batted 7 times, and has already scored 449 runs, which is 6 more than Craig Brathwaite.
And what is his average? What is he averaging now?
Jangu is, you wouldn't believe it. He's averaging 112. Because remember he had that 94 not out.
200 to go in there.
200. So, pretty decent average, 112.
Decent,
Sinclair is 67.
Decent,
I said decent. And Louis is 46.
Well, if that is decent, what is an excellent average?
I would say about 200. I would say closer to 200, 180, 185, thereabouts.
Talk about, I'm sure about it. That's like an underappreciation. 112.
Decent at the moment. He needs to better that in the next game.
Well bowled again. They're really attacking Carty on the stumps. They're keeping him very quiet that way. And maybe it's the best way to bowl to a batsman when he's new to the crease. Don't give him anything loose at all.
Took in before I came this morning, Ruskin, took in a football game, English Premier League.
Spurs?
Newcastle Spurs. Newcastle winning 4-0.
They were 2-0 at the half.
Yeah, they got 2 more in the second half. Spurs look very flat.
Isak again?
Isak with 2.
I know he scored first.
He scored
the first
2.
goal.
Isak with 2. Gordon, he's been transferred from Everton and has been really good. He scored 1, and the young man coming from Southampton coming into the team as a wing back, Livermento, he added a 4th. So, and Spurs in 4th position, so they took a little bit of a beating.
Yeah, can't afford to lose at this time. It's well played. That's 4 runs. He's not going to get around to that. And you could see Warrican going across there, but he's really only running after that just to bring it back as early as possible.
That's a good shot to end the over. 105 now for 1, but a good shot. He stood tall and he played it, came off the middle of the bat. Went to there's that man at that deep point position, but he hit this just to the left of cover. It was a really good shot and went down to the boundary. 105 for 1, and Carty is on 6. Played a couple deliveries against and missed from Wickham. So it's going to be interesting as Wickham is going to get another over, I would expect.
Yeah,
and
I think it's...
I'm a little surprised that Reefer has started. I thought they may have started with a spinner. Start with maybe Roston Chase together with Wickham. Give Wickham a couple overs, and then maybe you bring Reefer from the Jerry Gomez media center or Willie Rodriguez end. Maybe bring him after 3 overs. And there is, what's the name again?
Ted.
No, we call him
sticking with
Ted. But we call him Ted. But
we sticking with Ted.
okay, we'll stick with Ted.
Yep.
Stick with Ted.
We don't want to confuse him.
Yes. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting today.
Becker.
It's,
They call him Becker in the.
yeah, Becker, yes, Becker. They're
yeah.
calling him Becker, but we'll stick with Ted. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting day here. Whether the Leeward Islands, they just can't afford to lose. Windwards, having won their game already, I'm not sure how many points they accumulated from their win. But it's a situation where they will, where Leewards, they just need to get a couple of points. They can't afford to lose here, so they need that draw. Just they get a couple extra points to stay in touch, and then they will have to come into that final game
and try to win
having
that.
to win outright. So that should be a very interesting game.
You know, this looks like the kind of surface that will suit a Wickham, because he's, you know, he doesn't have a long run up or anything like that. He's not over exerting himself. And he seemed to have a good line. He dropped on a really good line, and now it's just a question of him getting the ball to do a little off the surface. Well bowled again.
That's a very good delivery. Yorker leg. It sort of was angling into the right-hander as well.
He's just quick enough to, you know, to kind of deceive you.
He doesn't give you that impression though, Ruskin. He's a very leisurely run up to the stumps.
Good in movement.
Yeah, but he's getting a little bit of movement, and actually his pace is a little deceptive as well. He's a little quicker than he looks.
Yeah, he's not a big man, so you're not expecting, you know, you kind of like Mucky Dure.
Yeah.
And Keith used to get the ball to climb at you from a very short run up also.
He was a strong guy, was Keith Dure. Very strong and
very good batsman.
Excellent batsman.
I like this technique. Keith used to trap the ball, and it would drop right there at his feet. You know, when he's playing spin bowling in particular, he had this wonderful technique. The ball would just drop there. You know how many times I end up digging up sand trying to get under the ball? When he make a defensive to that, try to get it, but it goes from bat to ground quickly.
That's a bad line. That's a very, very bad line. He's lost it a little bit. I found in this over, he's drifted a little too much to the leg side. He's bowling that ball, cutting back at the right-hander. He's got to start it outside the line of the off stump. He's starting it maybe middle and leg. Let's have a look at this one. Well, this one, look, from the time it left his hand, it was heading wide of the leg stump, and that's easy pickings for Carty. So the end of the over, 110 for 1.
Yeah, not the best over. The look at the weather conditions. As I was saying, we don't have the brilliant sunshine that greeted us the first 3 mornings of this match, but hopefully the wind will blow it away, and we will have a bright and sunny afternoon probably for the rest of today. But plenty of cloud around, and as Johnny Nash said, I can see clearly now.
Well, Rifa is going to continue, and just one slip. He's got 2, 3, 4, 5 men on the onside. Now he's got a short,
straight mid-wicket and a
squarish mid-wicket, both in catching positions, which is interesting. So it tells me that Rifa is going to more or less try to angle the ball into Louis, maybe somewhere around middle and leg, and let him just play that onside shot. Well, there it is, but Louis not playing a shot, was more in defense, and the ball just rolls out towards mid-wicket.
So 5 wickets for Anderson Phillips. Trinidad and Tobago doing very well. They too are in a position where they need 9 wickets on the final day against CCC out there at the University of the West Indies. And also Sean Paul and Kess to sing the World Cup anthem.
Yeah, the World Cup anthem. That's interesting.
But they said something here. The video will have some little snippets from is it celebrities or household names, and I'm just wondering if Colin Murray is among those.
No. I'm not a household name, Ruskin. I'm not even a house. Forget the hold. It's.
But I don't know the name of the song just yet. Short ball.
That's well played. It's going to run down to the boundary.
No, there's a man.
No, there's a man down at. Yes, there's a man at fine leg. Yes, it was played all along the ground to him. I lost sight of the ball
That's Wickham
for a
down
minute.
there.
Yeah, lost sight of the ball, but
1-1-1 for one.
no pace at all from Reefer, is it?
Are you hopping?
1-1-1 for one. Yes, time to
Time to Nelson.
Time to hop. Umpire David Shepard. David Shepard.
Colin, I don't want to alarm you, but there's a slight drizzle.
Well, I see the ground staff is walking towards
Now,
the
when
covers.
I told you that 2 days ago, you berated me.
Well, I'm not seeing it again.
I tell you, you're blind. You think I'm joking.
They're going to get an easy single. So you're saying there's a slight drizzle.
There's a slight,
I'm going to lean
a
forward.
very slight drizzle.
Well, that's extremely slight. I am now seeing it. I've leaned forward.
I can tell you now.
I have leaned forward. I'm looking towards my left, and there is a drizzle. The ground staff there, they're looking to get to the covers, but I'm just wondering. You look to where the rain tends to come from, and it's very, very clear. Blue skies. Well, I'm wondering. That's heading to the back of us. And the rain tends not to come from the back of us. It tends to head towards the Maraval way. Rain that comes here tends to come from over that Caribbean stand roll bank
over
stand.
Over the Laventry Hills.
Yeah, that's
down.
right. So I am thinking that this is an
Just a passing cloud, yeah.
extremely slight drizzle.
Yep.
That I've seen. But I think it's
For
heading,
once.
Yeah, I think it's heading in the back of us. So the ground staff don't seem concerned at the moment.
It's good bowling from Reefer. Just keeping it on that stump and asking the batsman to play almost at every delivery. End of the over. It's 113 now for one.
Yes, so 113 for one. I think see the umpire Butler is looking around and thinking that hey, if this drizzle gets, but it's it's really it has to be in the back of us because it's just a quick. It's
probably just sitting overhead,
Yeah, because when I look to the left, Ruskin, there are blue skies all around.
Especially out in the Gulf of Paria. It's going up there. It's quite bright and seems to have brilliant sunshine out there.
Wickham is going to continue.
That's the better line from him. He starts just outside that off stump. If he gets movement from there, fine. But you don't want to push it towards leg stump and then get movement off the wicket there, because then by the time it gets to the batsman, it's badly lined because it's heading down leg. So you want to give yourself an opportunity to at least get an LBW, if not a bowl down. That one kept low. Whoa. Certainly didn't get up.
Just one more to get to his 50. If he does, it'll be his fourth half century of the tournament. He's
to go along with 200s.
Yep. He's hit 54 boundaries, 54 fours and 13 sixes so far.
He's a strong man.
He is. He's a big man, isn't he? And that's his 50.
Very well played again. He's going to get two.
So 52 in the first innings, 51 now in this innings. This young man is really having a wonderful season, and you have to think that
his name is going to feature somewhere.
The selectors must be looking at him for something.
50 from 133 balls, 6 fours and 2 sixes. Again, correct, very correct coming forward. And so he's going to pose a real problem for the Bajan attack if they can't remove him.
Still, I would have liked to have opened the bowling from the Branlar Pavilion end with Chase, maybe. Just to mix it up a little bit. A medium pace from one end, spin from the other.
So that's a good delivery. Just kind of curled away.
Yeah.
And
Started too wide though,
yep,
the off stump.
it's full.
Needed to get a little closer. Need to get him to play at it.
He thought about it, Louis, but he realized that it was too wide. Opted not to play. You have 6 matches. Is it 6 matches in the Premiership after the one from this morning?
Yeah, there's a few more.
Yeah, you have 5 at 3 o'clock, and then you have the late game, Man United. Another one outside the off stump. Asking him to come out there, but Louis telling Wickham, not today, son.
All the
115
games
for 1 at the end
games,
of the over.
yeah, 115 for 1. All the games are goalless at the moment, Ruskin, except Man City. Man City have already taken a 1-0 lead and an own goal against Luton. But Burnley, Brighton,
when you think
Brentford.
when you think of a team like Luton, where you need every point you could get to come and concede an
an
own
own
goal
goal, yeah,
against a Manchester City.
It doesn't, yeah, that's the last thing you want to
Yep.
do.
See, look at the cloud cover around the ground.
Yeah.
Some of them pretty heavy, pretty dark.
Yeah, but again, that's heading to the west.
Yep.
If it's not, when you look at that cloud cover, it's going down west. If you look at that where the Shell Scotiabank stand is, yeah.
Yeah, it's beyond us.
So
That's
it's beyond
heading St.
us.
James and
Yeah.
heading
But
down Carnage Way.
you can never tell, the breeze and very well.
Now they're going to get a couple here as well, and Carty is quickly off the mark. So comfortable so far for the Leeward Islands.
It's been pretty easy going, hasn't it, for them. The first over from Wickham, we saw he beat the bat of Carty a couple of times. But since then, the pitch is slow. There's nothing.
Colin, it's coming a little heavier,
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, it's probably doubling back. The ground staff still.
If anything, it's probably just sitting above us.
Yeah, I think so. The ground staff
Because we
needs to
don't have
get
much
going.
wind. Look at the flags. They're not
Well,
really.
they're calling
Yeah.
the ground. The ground staff has been asking,
Yeah.
and they're now calling them on
Yeah, I
into
think
action.
It's the cumulative effect I think the umpires are worried about. It just stays there. Yeah, just keeps getting wet.
Yeah, well, they're coming on with the covers.
Now, Colin, do you do drills with these guys, with these covers?
Yeah, they do. They do drills.
Practice drills?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and,
because I think they do very well. In fact, across the region, I have to admit that I've seen ground staff do some amazing work.
it's coming down far heavier now.
Yep.
Got to cover that strip as soon
I've
as
always
possible.
wondered because you know which tarpaulin goes where, and so there's no guessing. You don't want to wait till they get out there to now be looking to say put this one here, put that one there.
Yeah. My concern really is the pitch, the outfield. It's so hard that this certainly would have no effect. But as soon as it's come, Ruskin, it's more or less stopped again.
Yep.
So it's
So I think they would probably not put on the big blue one
that goes at the end.
at the end. Yeah. I'm just saying, since the rain has stopped significantly, whether they will still go ahead and put it on, we'll see. They are ready to do so, and the umpires have stayed out. 3 umpires under 1 umbrella. They might have wet shoes. So now they're putting on, and I think they're putting the big blue one on because of the other strips that they want to protect as well.
Well, like the rain has actually come back. It's I thought it was stopping for a minute, but it has certainly come back here. Got to get another cover down for the far end.
Should get one more strip. In fact, 2. One at this end for the run-ups, and one at that end. So there are some covers located to the left of us, to the eastern side of the ground, in front of the Trini Posse stand. They could always pull on one of those to protect the bowler's run-up.
Yeah, but the rain is almost again.
The sun is trying to
the sun is coming back out.
Yep.
So it's playing a little bit of a cat and mouse game, Ruskin. But I think this is not going to be a long delay. And as the sun is back with us, there's maybe still a slight drizzle. You know, you see these slight drizzles and I don't. But I think it's actually, I don't think it's raining at the moment. Is there a slight?
Yeah,
still a slight?
There's still a slight drizzle,
Okay.
but the sun is peeking out.
Yeah.
So the umpires are still under the umbrella. They are taking shelter there. They haven't gone in. They're just standing there, just off the square. Now they've removed the umbrella overhead, just slightly, to check and see what the weight of the downpour is. But there's still a slight drizzle going on. Now, the thing is, Colin, in England, we would have played in this. You wouldn't even consider coming off. You know. I'm sure you played in heavier downpour than this. And not just play like a little bit, like play.
Oh yeah,
You
yeah. Well, that's club cricket for you. You know, you tend to play and if it gets a little too heavy, then you suddenly start to look for covers. But the advent of first class cricket now, once there's the thing is, the umpires kept. They kept playing, and I think they felt that they
would just blow away.
Yeah. But the ground staff suddenly started to put their hands up, saying, "Hey, this thing is coming down heavier."
Home knowledge. Knowledge.
Well, that's what you've got a Guyanese and umpiring together with.
So Kaulesa could probably tell them,
but
he's the third umpire.
Yeah, but you have Butler and Gustad, both umpires who are not from Trinidad, so they wouldn't think about it. You know, umpires tend to ask before the play starts, you know, hey, where does the rain come from? What do we have to look for, and things of that nature. And but we've been having such a dry season that when you get any
Rain,
shower now,
it's
it's
not vexed at all. You
no,
can't be
you're
frowning
kinda,
at it.
yeah.
You know. But I can imagine an umpire asking you, Colin, where the rain coming from, and you probably tell them from up above.
Well, I wouldn't be far wrong.
It wouldn't be wrong at all.
Yeah. You know, it.
Now the umpires haven't gone back into there. They've gone to the Caribbean stand.
Yeah, they're going to. I think they're checking on the amount of spectators in the game, so they maybe wanting. Tell you what,
actually going inside.
I tell you what, if the stand was 3/4 full,
They're not going
they wouldn't go in there, because especially if they give up one or two bad decisions, they wouldn't even venture in close to going in that stand. Look at them; they're walking up the stand having a ball. You know, and tell you what, if they had made one or two decisions and they had fans there that weren't happy, not too sure what they're doing.
They're probably just going to have a chat with some of the spectators.
Actually,
I'm going to see.
I think I think they're going to have a look beyond to see. And that's interesting. I've never seen that before.
See what is coming.
Yeah, I've never seen that before with the umpires doing the ground staff. In the meantime, they're going to take off the covers. Because, again, if my eyes are not deceiving me, the rain has stopped.
I would
there's
think so.
absolutely no drizzle.
Yep.
Right. I'm correct for once?
Well,
Or are you going to say there's a drizzle now? I know you're tempted to say that, you know. I know you're tempted to say that. I think there's a drizzle.
No.
Oh, okay.
Your eyes are not deceiving you.
Okay, I'm happy to hear that. Because the last time...
Here comes the umpires, or two spectator umpires.
They've decided that no more rain is going to... They went to the back of the stand, they looked eastward, and they've decided, well, no more rain is going to fall. So they've asked the third umpire Kaulesa, to get the ground staff to take the covers off, and that's what they're doing. And while
two umpires emanating from the Caribbean stand. I tell you, you're really. I don't think you've ever seen that before.
No, I don't think so. I've never witnessed the two umpires going into the stand and going to the back and looking towards the east to see if there's any more rain. The sun is out with us now. Nice. It's a nice day now because the sun is out.
I think in their defense, because it was drizzling, they went off the field. They went into the, I suppose, the cover of the stand. And maybe while they were there, they recognized that, look, if we walk up these steps, it's open to the back of the stand in some parts, so we can easily peek over and see what is beyond. And that's exactly what they did. And now they're getting ready to resume play here, although you could see around the oval, we still have some heavy clouds. But for the moment, the sun is back with us, and hopefully we will get play back on the way before too long. Probably about a 10-minute delay, thereabouts.
Yeah, and but I think they can always make up for that later on. So I'm not too concerned about that.
Actually, at 10:30 as it is now, that would be about 7 minutes since they went off. Because I think they went off at about 10:23.
So it's not a big delay. As a matter of fact, it's annoying for the batsmen.
Because they now have to come and start over again. And it gives the Bajan team an opportunity to probably get some, maybe a little bit of reinforcement, some encouragement from their coaches. Just telling them, we need to rethink strategy here a little bit. Colin, is the stumps that they're drying off? Because I was not going to say, what is the problem with the wicket at that end? But they're actually just wiping off the little watermarks and whatever dirt might have been collected there when the covers were rolled over the stumps. So, all in all, it's a fine day. And the Queen's Park, you all are down at Fatima College ground today?
Yeah, they had to give up the home game here and at Fatima ground, playing against Prisal, I believe. Not too sure who it is.
A lot of interesting games as well.
Yeah, Queen's Park at the moment, the Queen's Park they've played 2-1-2. I think they lead the standings together with Central Sports.
Yeah, because both of you all have two wins each.
Yeah.
So it should be very interesting there as well, because we have QPCC against Prisal Sports at Fatima, Central Sports against Profilbo Victoria United, Invaders Ground, Mary Boys, Best Motors, Marching Patriots at Marching Recreation Ground, and Power Gen Penal against Clark Road in a penal derby. And then round 4 tomorrow, Prisal Central Sports, Best Motors, Marching Patriots, Queen's Park at Marching Recreation Ground, Clark Road against Mary Boys, and Victoria United against Power Gen. So a big weekend of matches here in the 50 over competition. But we're back here. So after about a 10-minute, just over 10-minute delay, play is back on.
And Rifa again bowling a line outside that leg stump or just on or around the leg stump. And easy pickings for Carty. Once you bowl it there, there's a fine leg, and then there's that man at the forward square leg, maybe about halfway back to the boundary. So he's giving up a single once he pitches there. Just needs to keep that ball away. He needs to bowl off stump, because when you look at the field, there's the slip, a man at the deep point position, and then there are two guys in a catching position, one at a short cover, the other one at a short extra cover. So you would think he would want to take the ball up to the bat on the off stump. And that's better. Slow delivery though. And well played by Louis, because you could see him looking for the drive and realizing that the ball wasn't there. He just came down on it and allowed it to run off the face of the bat and go towards Ruston Chase, who's at slip.
Good cricket all round. Good delivery from Reefer. Shows that he's thinking. He's trying to work out ways to get a wicket here. And now he's had a little discussion with one of the senior members of the team with him in Warrican. And I didn't see any noticeable change in the field. But it might just be an idea of where to pitch the ball. And solid again.
No alarm so far for the two batsmen. As I said, just the first over, one or two deliveries beat the outside edge of Casey Carty's bat. But since then, these two have looked totally in control against some medium pace bowling from Raymond Reefer and Kevin Wickham. And you have to think that at the end of the day, they go through for a single.
Yep, they did. They were a little bit hesitant. In fact, Carty was a little bit late in starting.
I think they were waiting for the ball just to go past McCaskey. And Carty in particular. Louis wanted the run from the time he played it. I think Carty was a little bit apprehensive because he
saw the fieldsman moving there quickly. He saw McCaskey
moving to his left, and he must have thought, hey, if he gets that ball, I'm going to be struggling. But it went past McCaskey, and then they eventually got the run comfortably.
McCaskey tried to backhand it with his right hand, when probably trying to block it with the left might have been a better option.
It's well played. So no real alarms. I tell you, Ruskin, it should be a matter where the end of the over, 119 for 1. He's got to start to think now of Ruston Chase or Warrican.
Yeah, I think he recognizes that whatever the original plan was, it hasn't worked so far this morning, and maybe it's time to go to plan B and or just change things up a little bit.
Well, he could possibly be giving Wickham one more over. He's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 9. I just thought in the previous over he had lost his line and was
actually
going too much to leg stump.
Yeah, it's the over before. He was when he got picked off for the 4, but he still allowed him to come back and bowl, and that other over was a much better aligned one. So hopefully now he is all warmed up and ready to go. Sun is back with us, and that's more like it, because even that one kind of pitched and hit the outer portion of the bat.
Yeah, he's
Are you warming up to bowl there, Colin?
well, no.
So you
I always do that, Ruskin. My right arm sometimes gives me a little bit of trouble. As you hit 40, these things happen to you. So my right arm, so sometimes I just have to stretch it out.
That's
a good ball.
Yep.
That's a really good ball. That may have just nipped back at him.
And it jumped at him too.
Yeah, and also a little bit of bounce. Where did that come from?
We did say Wickham is slippery.
Yeah.
That
I'm not sure, Ruskin, what is happening.
He wants to know the results.
I'm not sure what is happening at this point in time, because there's a lot of hand movement from that gentleman that's supposed to be operating the camera. And if he's moving his hand all over the place, I'm concerned about the camera getting the right down the pitch and
following the ball.
Yeah, following the ball. I'm really concerned about it. But
it's called multitasking.
Okay. That's short. That's not well lined. So Louis is just going to pick one off there because it was short. Intended short ball, but badly lined. A leg by. Louis was looking to turn it. Came off the pad. So he remains on 52. He got 52, as I said, in the first innings. So he's on 52 now.
But the umpire's on one leg there.
Yeah, yeah, he was waiting for the signal from the scorers. And
so they never see.
Yeah, I mean, come on, give the man a break. He was standing on one leg for about 2 minutes.
And it wasn't even 1-1-1. That went a long time ago.
Could you imagine if he had to signal a no ball, was a leg by with a no ball? So the leg would have been up, the hand would have been stretched out, and he would have been there for 2 minutes.
That would have been painful.
So just one delivery left in this over from Wickham. Just a leg by conceded so far. He's been pretty tidy. 1 for 9. He's going to complete his 4th over. That's a good shot. They're thinking of 2, but this time Reefer. That's much better. I remember a little earlier he was very slow coming off the well, he's about 3/4 way back to the boundary, but he was very slow and they were able to pick up 2. They were looking for 2 again, but this time he attacked the ball and limited the scoring just to the single. So Carty is 15, 52 is Mikhail Louis, and it's 121 now for 1.
Yeah, it's good going so far from both teams. I think Barbados are just they have to be patient. They can't expect to just blow away everybody. These two held them up in the first innings, so I'm sure they'll be mindful of that, but they will know that this is the partnership. They put on 175 for that second wicket.
Yeah, that's
in
right.
The first inning, so they know that this pair, they've seen this act before, so they quite naturally would love to separate them, but you still have to be patient. You can't just it's not going to happen like every over or so. Although it can, but the general thinking is that you're going to have to work for anything you're getting off of this wicket.
Well, Raymond Reefer is going to continue, and I must say I'm a little surprised. I would have thought
by
we've
now
been playing 45, nearly coming up to 45 minutes. Yes, I know we had maybe a 10-minute break for rain, but we've been playing at least 35 minutes, and I would have thought now you would have been looking at a Roston Chase, or who knows, maybe a Jamal Warrican.
Yep.
But he's opted to keep his medium paces going, Craig Brathwaite. The thing is, they haven't really looked troubled in the last couple of overs. Neither of Carty or Louis. That's a good shot, but well fielded. McCaskey got down quickly to his right.
Yeah, that was traveling off the bat, and he made a fine stop. Just put that right hand down and gobbled up the ball. Had it passed him, it would have been a comfortable single because there is a man on the point boundary, almost just over his right shoulder. This time they're gonna have to chase it. Chase is after it, but that might be just in front of the boundary. No, in fact, Chase was trotting behind the ball, and the ball just beat him by less than a meter. He must be very frustrated because he was trying to catch up with the ball, but once it hit that little slope and started to go down the hill, it was pressure for him. He probably needed a slide, but I don't think he was too keen on sliding, and instead the ball just ran into the ropes just ahead of him, much to his chagrin. 125 for 1 now. Chase giving chase, and I don't think he was happy.
No, he wasn't. He's at this almost like a gully position, isn't he?
Yep.
Or fourth slip.
Colin, I was talking about Richards. He's hardly put a foot round. I mean, 1 or 2 past him again because of the vagaries of the wicket with the ball keeping low. But he's been fairly tidy, behind the stumps. He's had a couple of difficult takes, and then like you remember the one that went for the 4 byes that beat everybody and went through. But other than that, he's been very, very good, and that's the hallmark of a good keeper when you don't even recognize them.
Yeah. Well, and he's on his debut as well, so it's good for him. Both himself and Leacock making their first-class debuts. Of course, him coming into the team, Dorridge, replacing Dorridge, Shane Dorridge.
And it was strange with Dorridge because Dorridge he had retired from international cricket,
and came back, and then retired again. He retired in the camp, didn't he? Went to a camp, and retired. Strange, but still playing for Barbados. I think played for the CCC. I think last year.
Yeah.
But
which I think kind of revived. I thought that had revived his appetite for the game. It seems as if he's lost it again. Just moving in, but again, it's not big movement, not big swing or seam off the wicket. The ball is just angling and going its merry way. Carty showing good patience. Already he's up to 19. And that's the thing with Carty. He doesn't look like he's scoring quickly, but he does have a way of accumulating runs without too much fuss. Plus his running between the wickets has been a feature. This time Chase is able to cut it off, else he would have had another chase. And we all saw how he didn't seem too happy doing the last one. 40 overs completed. It's 125 for 1 at the end of this one.
So Wickham is going to continue. I'm
That
really
is
a
a bit
little.
surprising. Colin, here we go.
We have a spectator.
Yep.
Very good. He's looking around. I wonder if he's what?
He's probably
thinking it may
lonely.
rain.
He's lonely. Huh?
Yeah.
He's looking for the crowd. Colin, it's a little bit overcast again. The sun has gone back in, but no, there is no drizzle.
Well, I was looking for that because I know that's the next thing you were coming with. That is a drizzle. So I was leaning forward, looking for the drizzle, but that's you look all around, and I mean there's blue skies all around. So
there is actually a drizzle, so you may want to.
There is.
You may want to lean forward and like it did just now.
I'm not seeing it.
You have to lean. You have to stand up.
I'm not seeing it, and the ground staff don't seem worried
because it's very that's a good delivery. But to his credit, he kept it down. You could see him dropping the wrist on it, and it went down after hitting the bat.
Yeah, he gave me
bounce as well.
Yeah, he gave me the impression. He gave me the impression he was going to leave it alone. Let's have a look. No, he was going to, and then at the last minute, he sort of the ball hit the bat rather than the bat hitting the ball. And luckily for him, in the end, you're right. He sort of kept it down, angled the bat down, to ensure that it was kept down.
This time it's going to run down the hill. That's going to be 4 runs, and not much McCaskey could do about that one. He's just running there for retrieval purposes. That's 4 runs for the easy way.
Yeah, it just came off the face. Yeah. Once there's no third man in place, that's going to run away. He's just angling the bat and allowing the ball to run off the face of the bat. 4 runs to Louis again, so he was what? He goes to 56, is it?
Yep.
So eyeing another 100. If he does get it, it'll be his 3rd 100 of this tournament. Already is the leading run scorer.
And you could see why, because when he has to exhibit patience, he's been patient. Because look at this. This is 56 runs from 146 deliveries. If you were to read or hear about him, most people would say he's a kind of a gunshot opener. He likes to hit the ball, hits the ball hard. And you would think if he faces 146 ball, he'd be close to 100 by now.
Yeah.
but he's really curbed that instinct and picking them off time and again. This could go close to the boundary as well. Reefer, though, is able to get around. Two more to Louis. 131 for one now. He goes to 58. So without taking, without attempting any big shots or anything extravagant, they've been able to accumulate a fair amount of runs. This partnership is 33 already. Cutting and missing.
Yeah, it was short and he just never really got across it. He stood there because it was short, but it was wide of that off stump. And you'd have thought if he got across, he would have put bat onto ball.
He saw it. He saw it early.
Yeah.
He was in position trying to reach, but he had to kind of reach it.
Yeah, that's right. He had to kind of reach for it. I was just thinking, had he just maybe just get across onto that back foot?
That's well bowled. That's the angle.
Wickham obviously is very upset about something.
Because he's reading the face of the bat all the time.
Yeah, he's has to be upset. He had an almighty throw and he missed everything. Thankfully, it went straight to the keeper. It's the end of the over. 131 for one, the Leeward Hurricanes. And these two building a nice foundation here. You have to think they only trail now by 123 runs. So you would want to think if these two can carry on.
The build-up is on. 131 for one, as it said. So 123 adrift right now. And Warrican is going to take up the attack from the southern end. So he replaces Reefer. And the Hurricanes doing very well. 131 for one. Now in the first innings, remember they lost their first wicket at 5. In the second inning, they lost the first wicket at 98. But this pair put on 175 in the first innings, and they're threatening another big one here today. So, in a lot of ways, the first innings, the second innings is mirroring the first. And I'm sure Barbados will want to change that, so they've gone to the most experienced bowler in Warrican, asking him to see if he can produce something to break this partnership. Now he has a long off immediately and a mid-on, but there's also a deep cover.
Would you have gone for Warrican, Ruskin?
Probably going away
or
from
Chase.
Either one, and you could probably interchange them, either way, because neither one of them actually spinning the ball a great deal. But I could understand Roston Chase, because Roston Chase seems probably a little more, a little more likely.
Yeah, I would have gone for Chase for a couple overs and see what happens. And if, I wanted to bowl Warwick, and I might have said, okay, let me come with an all spin attack. Now I'm not sure what
is going to happen at this
what
end.
Brathwaite is going to do. Brathwaite may very well bring Ross and Chase from the Jerry Gomez. They have to hustle here. Yeah, they got home comfortably in the end. Yeah, he may look to bring Chase or maybe Leacock and come with an all spin attack. Not that Wickham is bowling badly. I think Wickham is bowling good. And he may want to just give him another over. But of course he's been bowling now for close to 45 minutes, taking that rain delay into account.
Yeah, a little 10-minute break that they had. But it didn't seem to affect the batsmen too much. You would think after any kind of break in play, it kind of throws off the batsmen a little bit. But these two have taken that in stride and have pushed on. 133 for one at the end of the over.
Yeah, they've batted well, both Carty and Louis. Partnership so far with 35 runs. And they haven't really taken much chances. I think they've been solid. beat the bat once or twice. So I think Wickham is he going to be withdrawn out of the attack?
Yep.
Yes, and they're going to bring Cumberbatch. So they're going to keep with the medium pace from the media center end, the Jerry Gomez media center end, and they're going to continue with it. Now Cumberbatch,
it's a little quicker.
yeah, and he tends to angle the ball into the right-hander. Let's have a look at the field. Yes, and that's what the idea is going to be, because he's got a short mid-on, and then he's got a very short mid-wicket, both in catching positions. He's got the mid-on, he's got a deep square leg, and then he's got the man at fine leg. So 5 men on the onside. On the offside, he's got a slip, and he's got that deep point cover on a mid-off. See Chase just wanting to find out if he should stay at the slip. No. Asking the mid-on to go a little bit wider. I think Brathwaite is still on the field. I was wondering Chase
He's
was
right here at
yeah,
mid-on,
he's at
yeah.
mid-off.
Mhm.
Well, here's Cumberbatch. Badly lined first delivery.
Good take again from Richards going down leg.
Remember, he got Carty out with a delivery well, not as bad as that, but he got one just
Down the leg
down
side.
the leg side, and Carty tried to flick it. Probably the worst delivery he got, and nicked it, and catch was taken by Richards.
Which was a good catch too, down leg.
That's a good delivery. It seemed on pitching, seemed to have just straightened on Louis. He was looking for that in swing on, probably looking to play it more to leg, and then realized that it just straightened on him, and you could see him adjusting the bat and played it straight back up along the track.
Yeah,
It's
it
a
was
good delivery.
Yeah, very good delivery and very well played
Yeah.
as well by Louis. Because remember, Louis is a big man, so any kind of adjustment that would, will take a little bit of effort for him, but he handled it well.
Loud appeal goes up. Not out, says the umpire. Think it might have just been heading down.
Yep, shaping down the leg, which has been the norm with him. He tends to
Let's have a
angle
look.
the ball into the right-handers.
Yeah, definitely going on leg. But look how wide of the crease he went. Cumberbatch
Which
goes very,
exaggerates
very
it even
wide.
more.
Yeah.
Hence the reason why he bowls a couple balls down leg so much, because he misses his line because his angle is so wide sometimes. That's well bowled.
That's well played. A very crisp shot. Came off the bat quickly, and luckily it went straight to McCaskey. He couldn't stop it. And when I say couldn't stop it, couldn't feel it cleanly. It rebounded from his hand. It was such a shot that it was hit with. It was a lot of timing more than anything else, but it came off the bat quickly.
Yeah, I would imagine he has one of those modern day bats. It's like heavy and thick.
That's a good delivery again from Cumber. It's been a good over so far. 5. Well, he bowled maybe one delivery down the leg side. Outside of that, he's been pretty much on target.
And which is good for a first over, because he's now trying to, get his line, get some rhythm, make sure that he's feeling good. He's not a tall man; he's a short man to be exact, for the Edwards type. That's driven hard. It was in the air, and McCaskey had a dive at it, just trying to keep it in there. That's good work out there from the little spinner down there. Leacock. And tumbling over to make sure that he prevented it from going into the boundary. The batsman got 2.
But he hit that hard. You're right, it was in the air for a little while, and but it went so hard. Even McCaskey diving, I don't think he even got it close to it. It was past him before the dive was put in. But it was in the air, so once you hit the ball in the air, you give the fieldsmen a chance. But Louis is on to 60 now, 135 for 1.
Yeah, that effort he gave there remind me of the probably the only goal I ever scored against Earl Carter.
You scored a goal?
Yep.
What, a real goal in
goal
in a football match?
in a football game.
You
For
scored?
all the
And what you
years,
did? What happened?
listen to me.
The goalkeeper
For
came
all-
out the goal? What happened?
And for all the years I've been trying to score on Earl Carter. In practice, you can't score on him because he was such a good goalkeeper. And we were playing up at the Abbey School up in Monks and Benedict, that little ground there.
Yep. I
And
know.
Carter went to the Abbey School, so we were playing him there, man, and I got this cross ball, and I controlled it in the middle of the goal, Colin.
And who was around you? No defenders or nothing?
Nobody.
Oh, obviously.
And I was saying to myself, I said, Carter, boy, may the Lord be with you.
And you hit it.
Oh, my goodness.
You hit it.
So just like Carter was diving. He was diving, but he couldn't catch up. Now you can see the look on his face after.
I can well imagine.
And him, I thought he was my friend.
Yeah, well, you wanted to keep that one over him, didn't you?
Well, yeah, because I tell you, even in practice, you can't score on Carter. Spidey was amazing.
Spider-Man
Yeah.
Carter, boy, was a really super keeper. The thing is, in terms of goalkeepers, Trinidad and Tobago has always been blessed, I think, over the years with good
That's some
goalkeepers.
good ones from ever since.
Yeah. Oh, that goes right through. That's badly lined from Warwickon.
Now, did he get a touch on
Yeah,
it? Because something took it away from the keeper.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. I think he may have got a little bit of an inside edge.
Was it?
Nope,
Leg
leg
by.
buys.
Yep.
Flick the
Yeah.
pad.
Mhm.
Yeah, but even now,
So
people like
I mean,
Denzel Smith
we
and-
have what? Probably I'm not ranking him in any order, but I suppose the first name that comes to mind would be Lincoln Phillips.
oh yeah, super, one of the best.
You had Roy Barkley. You had
Jared Figueroa,
Figaro. You had
Jean Moutet.
Jean Moutet, but you also had I'm trying to remember. I'm trying for that era. You know, the one
You're taking me back a little too far there,
Some
Ruskin.
that era. I'm seeing the guy I really want to talk about, you know. But those were kind of like the names. And then you had, of course, the Mike Maurice era with Granville and Earl Carter's nephew, Lovell, Errol Lovell.
Yes, sir. Yes, I remember him.
You could get a single here,
Yes,
and they're going to
could
have
be
to hurry
trouble.
go. They decide to go
Yeah,
back.
that-
Well, good anticipation there. Brathwaite was creeping up.
He did well,
Yep.
Brathwaite, and but I think both of them decided that they were going to go for the single. Louis, I think, Carty sort of said yes, and Louis kind of responded, and all of a sudden, Carty realized that Brathwaite was tearing in, coming to retrieve the ball.
Well,
Kept low.
Yes.
Played it well.
Certainly did. That ends the over. It's 138-1 now. Louis is 60-22 to Carty. And as refreshments are coming on for the players, we will take a break here with the Leeward Islands batting a second time, getting to 138-1. I remember they were trailing by 254, so they need another 116 to make Barbados bat a second time. And that is the very latest here at the Queen's Park Oval. We'll be back in a short while. Thank you very much. Well, the players have been refreshed as we get ready for the resumption of play here. And once again, Kamabach.
There he goes again, going down the leg side. So they've got those two men in that catching position at a short mid-on and a short mid-wicket. As Kamabach looking to get the breakthrough. He got the breakthrough in the first, well, he didn't get the breakthrough in the first innings, but he started the collapse when he got Carty out with a total on 244. At that time, it was 244 for three.
Chase got the breakthrough.
Yeah, Chase got the breakthrough with the...
That ended that big partnership.
Yeah. But Kamabach at 244 for three, when the Leeward seemed to be heading for a pretty good total, getting close to the 500. He got the wicket of Carty, and then he bowled Hamilton right after that. And all of a sudden, they collapsed.
Gonna get a run here. Might get a second if they're interested. No.
Yeah, he was thinking of it.
Yeah, McAllister did well, though.
Yeah, but Louis, he played it and was trotting, and then realized that McAllister had to come maybe about 10, 12 meters to his left, and he was thinking of the second, but by then it was too late. I think he missed the boat. And he started looking for the second from the time he ran. He might have got it, but I thought he had settled for one, and then just looked up and realized, hey, I might be able to get two here.
Again, angling in, but very competently played. The question is now, who is going to put his hand up for Barbados here and give them some kind of a lift? And of course, when I say lift, I mean lift by way of wickets. Here you go, Colin.
1, 2, 3, 4.
They seem very relaxed. Oh, well bowled. And a good take again from young Richards behind the stumps.
I think Carty was looking for that ball just to nip back at him.
It held its own.
It's held its own. And yeah, he's gone to do a little bit of work on the pitch. But it's a good bowling, because Kamabach just got that one to straighten, if there's anything, as you rightly said, just held its own rather than nipping back at him.
Every time he goes down there, he's like gifting them singles, if not more. And Carty is going to take that every time. 1-4, 1 for 1 now, as the over comes to an end. So it's still 1-0, Colin, in that game between Man City and Luton.
Yeah, the other three games are all stalemates. And you look at Brentford, Sheffield United, goalless. Burnley, Brighton, goalless. And Nottingham Forest with Wolves. It's 1-1. Wolves had scored first, and Nottingham Forest has come back and equalised. But Luton holding their own against Manchester City. You would have thought Manchester City at home
would have been flying.
But
have you ever been to the Etihad?
No, I've never been to the Etihad.
I know
I've been to Anfield.
Right, I know they have the tunnel where the spectators can see the players, from deep in the tunnel coming out. But choice seats.
I tell you what, though, Ruskin, I've been to a few games in England. I've been to Birmingham when they were in the first division, and but the atmosphere is absolutely incredible. And I've been to Aston Villa because for years I lived in the Birmingham area. But the atmosphere is absolutely incredible. Yeah, the fans know. That's why you always say when your home advantage, it's almost
like
a
home advantage.
Yeah, that's when you play. You could be down at the bottom
It
and you
doesn't
have a game
matter.
at home.
Doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
it's a different atmosphere.
I remember I went to a West End game, and it was packed, and they also used that game to sell tickets for an FA Cup tie they had against a Premiership team.
Right.
So you come to this game, buy tickets, and come
And
to
get-
this game, and
yeah.
you get a chance to buy tickets for the big game, which is the FA Cup game that they know everybody would want to come to. And boy, it was sold out. It was packed, and it was an amazing experience.
I remember going to Anfield. My son was, my last son was studying in England, and I went across to visit him. And I said, let's get tickets to go and see the Liverpool. They're playing Crystal Palace.
Did you go to the Liverpool game and you happened to visit your son?
I will
Be
not,
honest
I will,
now.
I will not answer that question, Ruskin Mark. Okay? I will not answer that question today, tomorrow, or next week.
Oh shucks, my son is in England. Yes.
And we got tickets to go to the Crystal Palace game. Suarez, it was the SNS, with Suarez and Sturridge
Mhm.
were up front for Liverpool.
No doubt.
And I proceeded to Liverpool proceeded to give them 4. So it was a good afternoon for me. The end of the over, 143 for 1. Let's have a look at this. Where was this going, Ruskin Mark?
Leg, outside leg.
Yeah, it's,
Mm.
and you could look at the keeper who was going down the leg side to
Yeah.
take. I keep saying, the keeper gives you a really good indication
Indicator, yeah.
of where the ball is heading.
So you see the rain has subsided. There's a lot clearer.
There's no drizzle, Ruskin?
No drizzle,
Okay.
and the cloud cover is a lot higher now than it was earlier. We had some big heavy clouds just kind of hovering around the oval and the Jean-Pierre complex, and just kind of persisting with that line on that leg stump line or just outside leg. Now he does have that little trap set there, the mid-on straight, the mid-wicket short, both of them short. Then there's a traditional mid-on, and then they have the 2 men out on the leg side, a fine leg and a deep square leg. Now he has a leg gully in position. So they have to make sure that the guy at square leg is to the left of the umpire. If he only
It's an interesting position there. He's almost like a short backward square leg. That's a good shot. That's a very good shot.
gets it in the gap, won't get to the boundary. Brathwaite is after it, did very well.
It was well pit. I thought it was more Yorker length, but he sort of digged it out, and in so doing was able to just get the drive in. It was a really good shot from Carty. Continues to look really very good. What, he's on to 27 now?
Yep, 63 it is to Louis. And so they're waiting for Brathwaite to come back in position.
Unless something spectacular happens, Ruskin, this game seems to be heading for a stalemate.
The thing though is that there's still so much time left. You have 2 sessions, plus at the end you have the 15 overs at the end. So there's still plenty of time. And again, but what Barbados need to do, they need to start chipping away, take wickets. You get 2 in this session, 3 in the next, and that kind of stuff. You're not going to get any there. That's so well played. He just caressed it. And that's how they have to kind of work at it. And you were just talking about football experience. You know St. Pauli, right?
Yeah.
In Germany.
Mm-hmm.
Remember Trinidad played a game there when they warm up for the World Cup? That was the first game we actually played in Germany. Yeah. Colin, this is the most amazing thing. And St. Pauli is like a cult area, so their supporters are different. And this was just a warm-up game, and you should have seen people. The place was packed. Now, all their games are sold out.
Yeah.
They are a unique kind of club. It's like a hippie town, but they just, the football team is the town, so everything revolves around that. Yeah. And boy, it was so amazing. And I remember we did that game. We saw cameras on the ground. It's the end of the over, 147 for 1. We get by here sometimes with 5 and 6 cameras. Colin, they had like about 20-something cameras in the ground.
They didn't want to miss anything.
And Russell Latterby was putting on a show until the smallest guy on St. Pauli team is my size.
Oh, my word.
And so when Russell Latterby, when they started to kick Russell, so he just started to skip out because he realized.
What am I doing here?
He said, what? And that's the way they play. They're a very physical team. And even the English teams, the German teams will tell you that, because they were up in the top bracket on one stage. I think they've dropped back down now. But boy, it's an amazing experience.
Warwick is going to continue around the wicket. Carty's on 28 at the moment, so they still trail by 107 runs. And
that's the one thing though, Colin. There's not spin. They're not turning the ball very much. And as a batsman, you can live with that, because then you pick up a line, and you just play the line, because the ball isn't doing much off the wicket. Kept a bit low this time. And you see from there, you can see him, that's what you want to do. If you pitch it there, you want to turn it,
That's right. Yeah, because the way Warwick is just drifting that ball now.
Angling it in.
Yeah, he's angling. He's got that forward short leg, and he's got a leg slip.
And that short mid-wicket as well.
Yeah, so he's maybe looking to put Carty under some pressure there. And for once, I wouldn't say he's not looking comfortable, but
he's just adjust. Yep.
Yeah, he's getting Carty to adjust now. He's getting an easy single. That one was a little bit too in front of him, and he was able to just on drive. Made a little room for himself as well, but that one was not angled towards the pad. It was more middle stump, and you could see him just making a little room, Carty. 50 partnership is up with that single. 50 partnership from 94 deliveries. The end of the over. It's 148 for 1. Warwick, he's completed 10 overs, none for 31.
63 to Louis, 29 to Carty, as they continue to build here and really giving themselves a chance here. Reefer, 8 overs, 17 runs. Chase, 10 overs, 14 runs. Cumberbatch, his 7 overs have cost him 24 so far. And, of course, Warwick, his 10, 31 runs. So, but they need wickets. That's the important thing right now. I'm sure Brathwaite wouldn't mind giving up a few runs if you could guarantee him a wicket every 4 or 5 overs or so. So he could start the business of chipping away at they need 10 wickets in all. They have 1 so far. And this pair is playing spoiler at the moment.
So Cumberbatch is going to continue. He's coming in for his 8th over now, none for 24 thus far. That's a good delivery. It seemed to bounce a little bit more than he anticipated, didn't it?
Yep, but I think he wanted to open the face and punch it square.
Yeah, but I think it had a little bit more bounce that deceived him. But you're right, he was looking to open the face.
Because there's no third man, so all you have to do is get it to the right of slip, and he will be in the business there.
That's badly lined. It's not going to worry Carty.
and he got out caught down the leg side in the first innings. So I'm sure he would have learned his lesson there. Take the bat out of harm's way and let it go its merry way. So still 1-0, Colin. Of course, Manchester City pressing as was to be expected.
Well, Nottingham Forest, they've gone 2-1 up against Wolves.
That's a good shot, but my only net him was single.
They tell me that at this time of the season, Ruskin, the teams that face in relegation,
They're the toughest teams to
the
play.
toughest teams to play. They always seem to pull out that extra.
Yep, because they need points and
Yeah.
they're desperate now. 149 now. They're 1 away from the 150 mark. Yeah, that's the beauty of, I suppose, most competitions, most football competitions. They don't respect leaders or the teams that are above them. They tend to, in fact, they relish playing those teams because they want to take them down. While also gathering points of their own. But I suppose that's to be understood, because even in cricket, teams that always want to beat Queen's Park, they always want to beat Paragon. If they feel even if they don't win another game,
That's a brilliant catch. Was it taken? No,
Chaser saying no.
No. Well,
he said bounced in front of him.
Yeah. Well, I thought for one moment he had gobbled it up.
He went low to his right. Watch it here again. Down it was going.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, it went straight down, and he was just trying to. He sort of trapped it.
Yeah.
Took it on the half volley.
It was a brilliant attempt.
Yep.
I said at once it was a brilliant catch.
But immediately you could see him pointing that it had hit the ground. There goes Chase. Had a good game.
Carty is going to have a word with Louis and obviously
Guess
say,
why?
That's
exactly how Powell got out. Similar shot.
You don't need to be doing that. That's a good short delivery. And got up on Louis, but he handled it well in the end. A good over from Kamabach and nearly picked up the wicket of Mikhail Louis, but he is still there on 63. It's 149 for 1.
Carty is on 30. They have another mid-pitch discussion. And Colin, I'm looking at this building. We keep seeing that orange building in the corner. Is that where the Patraj Roti shop is?
I don't think.
Or is it
so.
behind
I think
that?
that's behind.
So that is the corner building, is it?
Yeah.
Or is this one is the corner building here?
That's a good question, Ruskin. That's your probably best question for the 4 days.
This is the corner building here. And then that is the opposite side. There's like a open air kind of bar or whatever it is.
I tell you what. Later I'm going to drive by and I'm going to give you a call.
So this is the bar here and this is the Patraj here. So this building is behind.
You're probably right. You're probably right about that.
When you consider you lived in Woodbrook, yeah?
I live right down there. I live right down here. You can walk. It took me 5 minutes to get from here to my home. It's where the GMMB Bank is now, Ruskin. That was my parents' house for years.
I always told you were living on money a long time ago.
So. It's what was nice about that is I could have walked across the King George V Park, walked to the Oval. My mother used to say that.
You lived in the Oval?
Well, no, I was at as a youngster. I was at King George. Well, in those days, Pompeii.
Yep.
And she said I would go. The rain would soak me, and then the sun would dry me. And before I come, I used to just go home for lunch and go back.
Yep. I think their parents now saying the same thing.
But those were the days, though, Ruskin. Now you sit at home and you get on your laptop or your tablet.
Talk to your friends. You play games online.
Nobody goes out and kick ball again in the savannah or
well, actually they do, but here's
very rare.
But no, hear what happens now, Colin, and I've seen this now for some years. They get together, but because most of these grounds now have lights, they don't go during the day before because the sun is so hot. So when we are accustomed being in the sun 4 o'clock in the evening after school, you would go and try to get take advantage of the daylight time, they would come late in the evening because they now have lights to work with. And so you find a lot of people tend to delay the start of their sweat until, late in the evening. And then the flip side of that, and maybe because it's nighttime, and this is probably the worrying part for me, is that it always ends with a drinking session. And that is what is probably most worrying for me, because it's young people.
Yeah.
And I suppose because it's nighttime, so they figure, the alignment. So,
Well, the end of the over from Warwickon, 149 for one.
Very good over.
Yeah, an excellent. A good over. He was good line, good length.
149 for one it is. So the Barbados toiling here right now.
You'd be pleased to know Man City, they've gone 2 up.
Yep.
Which
was to be expected.
Not good news for Arsenal and Liverpool, because they're almost every team now in
they have to win.
Yeah, they've got to
they
win.
have to respond
games.
to whatever, whichever team plays first. The other two would have to respond to that.
I think the result last week with Liverpool and Manchester United, it hurt Liverpool a lot. They dominated. They had something like Manchester United didn't have a shot in the first half, and still were able to come back and draw the game 2-2.
It actually led 2-1 in that game. That's 4 buys.
Yeah, but that's it's
that's not the keeper's fault.
Yeah,
really.
that's sad, because it was so wide of the leg stump that poor Richard was diving.
He's
to
not
his
the
left.
tallest man, and he was at full stretch, and he still couldn't catch up with it.
150 is up, 153 now for one.
Yes, that's kind of like when somebody looking at the scorecard, will see 4 buys, 4 buys, 4.
No, but there was a poor delivery. It was,
but it doesn't say that. It just says 4 buys.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing, because he couldn't catch up with that.
And
runs again.
That was the shot he was trying to play earlier, and almost gave it away.
Except this time, Ruskin, it was a little shorter, and all he had to do was to
stay on top of it.
Yeah, get on top of it, and then just angle the bat. So it's hasn't been a good start to this over from Cumberbatch. He was too wide and now too short. He's just got to get back onto that off stump, carry it up to the bat.
It still just has the one slip, but then they have this onside trap. There he goes again. That's better from the wicketkeeper. This time he got a hand to it.
But it was a little closer to him. This one was a little closer, so he dived and he got that left glove onto it. I'm not sure if Cumberbatch is just opting to go for a little bit more pace, and in so doing, he's losing his line totally.
Yep, yes. Now, if that is the case, Colin, I might be tempted to bring the fine leg a little squarer and put that leg gully or whatever it is, put him at leg slip or somewhere there, just in case. And a short ball this time. That is well played in the end, and kept it out. So these two really have done exceptionally well for the Leeward Islands in both innings. And so they're just carrying on from where they left off in the first innings. It was unfortunate that their partnership was broken when it was, and then the bottom kind of fell out of the innings. And they're hoping to avoid that the second time around. And so far, so good. 155 for one. Louis. Remember, Carty was the one who was dominating Louis in that first innings. This time it's Louis who is the one kind of holding sway at the moment. 65 as opposed to 30 to Carty. Short ball, pulled away, but good bit of fielding out there from Reefer. And but it was controlled. Even though the hands went up, but he didn't go full bore at it. He just kind of controlled it and took the single. 156 for one at the end of the over.
Yeah, not a great over from Cumberbatch. I think could be just starting to tire a little bit. And Raffet must be looking at some changes. And maybe Leacock, maybe Chase. We haven't seen Chase for the morning yet. And I would think it's maybe just time to mix it up a little bit. Give Chase an opportunity.
Yeah,
Got
because you have
half an hour again
give
to
him
lunch.
a good 4 overs or so, 4
Yeah.
or 5 overs, and let him.
And maybe
see what he wants.
maybe try with Leacock as well. We haven't seen McAllister.
You know, Colin, the sad news, the news coming out of Australia this morning, where somebody stabbed, 6 persons died
Oh my
in
word!
the stabbing. It was just scary.
Where
and
was
the
that?
person
Where
was
was
in
it?
Australia.
Which?
I'm not sure
which state?
which state it was in, but a policewoman. Now, this is why I have the greatest respect for first responders, because when everybody's running to take cover, they're running towards the towards the attacker or to whatever is happening, the incident, place blow up, they go in, and she was running towards him, and apparently she was calling him to put down the knife, and he refused to, and she had to shoot him. And then on top of that, now the reports that I read said she was actually administering CPR on him, but she couldn't revive him. He eventually died. But they're calling her a hero because her actions probably saved other lives.
A few lives,
Yep.
yeah.
Here's Chase for his first bowl this morning, a little bit belatedly.
Yeah, I thought. I'm
156
really
to
surprised that he wasn't introduced a little earlier.
Considering he took the new ball.
Well, they probably have their plans, Ruskin. They would have, they would have discussed how they're going to approach today. The first session, they're going to take it session by session, and just maybe. But sometimes you
Throw the plan out the window.
sometimes you plan and you say, you know what, this is not working. Let's go to plan B or plan C. And I thought Chase would have been introduced a little earlier.
Right back on his stumps there.
Pretty comfortable, isn't it?
So it's so easy because the wicket, the ball isn't exploding off the wicket. It's just pitching and just holding its own.
Go
They
through
will get
for
a
a
quick
quick
single
single.
here.
That's good running. As he played it, he was on the move.
And although Reefer was going to his left, which is his strong arm, he really never had a chance because he had to move, he had to come forward a bit. And by that time, Louis, with those big strides of his, was comfortably home. 157 now for 1. The man out, of course, Kieran Powell, for a well-played 52. And this one is going, there's nobody down there. This is going to roll in towards the boundary. Yes, it will get there. And not even the fast-moving McCaskey could pick up to that one, could catch up with it. And Chase is disappointed. He takes his hat and walks away. It's the end of the over. His first. It's 161 now for 1.
Yeah, bad line from Chase, too wide of the off stump. And once you go that wide, Carty's going to punish you. Well, let's see, it's a change in bowling because Cumberbatch is also going to come out of the attack, I would think. And is Warrican going to come on from this end?
Is it Bradford?
No, they're bringing McAllister.
They're bringing McAllister.
McAllister is going to try his luck. I haven't seen him bowl from
the top end.
I haven't seen him bowl from the Jerry Gomez Media Center end. And should be interesting because
if he did, it might just be for a couple of overs.
Yeah,
so
well,
I don't remember him bowling from this end much.
Yeah, I can't remember it either. So
he's going through a few calisthenics there to get warm.
Man City are now striding away. They've just had a penalty, and that gentleman by the name of Erling Haaland, has scored, so they're now leading by 3-0. And he really does, Haaland, miss. There was a debate, I was listening last night, Ruskin, a debate whether he's world class or not.
There's no debate. Well played. Plays it into the gap.
Probably going to come back for the second.
Yep.
That's good running in the end.
And this is, remember in the first innings how well they ran, between the wickets, these two, and they're continuing that trend here as well, putting pressure on the fieldsmen. And now one of the man they have at fine leg, of course, is Wickham, and he's one of the better movers in the field. Not even Wickham could have prevented that second run.
Ooh, that came back slightly. That's much better. I would, this is not a quick pitch by any stretch of the imagination. And so McAllister is not, what he needs to do is take the ball up to the bat and just try to get the movement. Because he does have some pace, but you're not going to get it off the pitch. So he's got to just try to get that ball to move into the right-hander. Now they are making a change to the field, because they're taking the third man out and they're bringing him up to cover, and they've taken the cover and put him towards a short backward square leg.
And Colin, is almost as if the bowler is dictating the field here. And
well, if he's going to bring the ball in, Ruskin.
You have to kind of give him some protection there on the onside. And what he wants to do is to bowl a couple that comes into the right-handers and then just kind of get one to hold its own or move away off the wicket.
Brilliant sunshine here back at the Queen's Park Oval. Look at that. He pounded that into the turf. And even at your age, Ruskin, you could have kept it down. It was so short and no pace at all onto that. You really feel for McAllister.
Yep, it's hard work, man, this fast bowling thing.
Especially on a pitch like this.
Yep.
It's really it's offered very, very
little
to the bowlers.
If they were getting wickets, you wouldn't even feel it,
You got to give credit to Barbados in the first innings that they were able to bowl the Leewards out for 288 on a track like this.
Which is probably going to bed even more now. That's a brilliant shot. He just picked that up and dispatched it through mid-wicket for 4 runs.
Warwick had to take evasive action.
No, he's just sitting there with his cap, with his hat off his head and wondering, why am I in this position?
Yeah, probably saying to himself, well, boy, thank God I got out of the way of that. He hit it hard. It was just back of a leg. Let's have a look. He really clobbered that, didn't he? Look at it. Wham.
Kept it down too, and you talk about flooring a fieldsman. Goes again, and this time it's 4 more, just a little bit squarer this time, but not even Reefer could get across to it.
And McAllister will soon realize he can't be bowling that short. He's got to take the ball up. It's the end of the over, 167 for 1. More importantly, 171 for 1. Sorry. More importantly, Louis has gone up to 77.
Yep, certainly it is 77 from 185 deliveries, and so he's doing his bit. And Carty just trotting along there. He's on 34 now.
I think Carty is playing a really exceptional role. He's just pushing the ball around and not really looking to attack. He's allowed Louis to do most of the attacking. And I think he made the point different to their first innings.
Yep. These are the silos from National Flour Mills. Yep. So you drive past those places all the time, but somehow you don't pay much attention to them, or you don't see them from that angle.
Yeah,
a lot of times. One of those important. This is a big hit. That 2 is going over the head of the man at mid-off, and it bounces over the ropes for 6 runs. So all of a sudden, both batsmen have just caught fire here, and the whole complexion changes. 181 now, or rather 182 for the loss of 1 wicket. Look at it, Colin. It just sails over the head of the man at mid-off. He thought he had a chance, Wickham, and then he just found himself standing and looking up as it sailed over his head. He's now been pushed right back on the long off fence. There is a long one as well. And backing away, but I think they're going to be happy with one. Reefer is out there lurking. He's like a man with by himself, like he has no friends. He's way out in the distance there. Nobody to talk to. You can't even say hi.
I even look back to a spectator and says, "Hey, well, they're bringing him in about let's see, just about. He's not going to save a single, but."
And Louis, after just exploding for those 2 boundaries in the previous over, is back to his ultra defensive prod. When he's not attacking, he's very defensive.
That's well stopped.
Good effort from Bradford there. And now Chase is telling him exactly where he wants him. Stand up here. So he went and he actually put his own marker there. So this is where I want you. A la Joey Carew. Don't move.
Yeah, Joey was very much like that. He used to actually tell a fieldsman, move to the right 1 step.
and don't move after that.
Well, if you move 2 steps, he said, I told you 1 step. Joey Carew was,
they want 2. Are they going to come for it? Yes, they will. And they'll get it too. Not much that Leacock could do about that. So that's good running once again. And they push on to 180 now for the loss of the 1 wicket. 54 overs completed. And Louis is up to 79. Carty starting to move now. He's on 41.
Look at those bowling figures. Just the 1 wicket. Kevin Wickham 1 for 16. Leacock has only had 4 overs, none for 27. Wonder if we're going to see him at all.
At some point, they may have no choice but to bowl him just to add a little variety to proceeding, because as it is right now, the 2-finger spinners are not getting, much off the wicket in terms of purchase. He's probably the only one who has gotten some turn, consistent turn, and even bunks, because he's the wrist spinner. So at some point in time, you may have to bite the bullet and say, let's give him a try at maybe at 2 or 3 overs, and ask him to just line it up and see what gives. And I would really have no problems if they're able to. It's 3-1 now. Luton have scored 1.
Yep, Luton, the Manchester City clean sheet has gone. Because
goal difference could very well be.
Yeah, that's right.
The factor down the stretch. There he goes with a big one.
That's a lovely shot again. We've seen him play this in the first innings, Ruskin, where he's just sort of opens up and hits it over cover. Really a good shot. Backs away and gives himself the room to hit it over cover. It's an excellent shot. It's not a fluke. He plays the shot.
It's a deliberate shot. Yeah. We were focusing on Louis getting a half century, in the first innings and now in the second innings. But Carty is another one, another half century here, because he got a big 100 in the first, 127, and now he's up to 45 now. So he too is really looking to hit another milestone.
If he gets it, it will be his. He's got, well, of course, 100 in the first innings, but he's also has 3 half centuries. And before this innings, he had 362 runs. So he's closing in on the 400 mark.
Mm-hmm. So before this innings, he had how much?
362.
Well, he's gone past the 400 now because he's on to 45 now.
Oh, 45, that's right, yeah. So he's gone past 400 runs for the season.
407 now, I think, is where he is. So, and that is good to see, though, because I think when the selectors sit down and they get all the stats, they'll see a number of batsmen in the 400 range. 1 or 2 might actually cross 500 before it's all said and done. The end of the over is 184 for 1. So I think that Manchester City game, they have just about 5 minutes or so left. So 3-1 plus whatever time
Added on.
Remember when we were doing the World Cup, where we saw one of the games had 14 minutes of added on time?
Yes.
I was like, wait, but that's a whole
half.
And that is, to me, that is when we first started to get these large,
that's right,
big times, added on times of
and the
10
reason,
minutes.
Yeah, the reason for that, we're told, is that it was to stop the time wasting and guys just falling over, pretending they have cramp or something like that. And when you look, you see 9 minutes of added on time, 12 minutes.
Yeah, the one game had 14 minutes. I was like,
remember
whoa.
that. Yeah.
It's like, geez. And then the subsequent game was 10 minutes, and then I say, but this is a trend now.
Yeah, it was.
It was no fluke.
I think the referees were actually told to cut out the time wasting and that type of thing.
And what helped too, Colin, I think it's managed by the third official, the fourth official. So they would keep tabs and communicate with the referee and let the referee know what kind of times. So it wasn't something the referee was handling. Yeah. This was being handled off the field
as well. Yeah.
So it's
185 for one.
Yeah. And I was telling you when I was asking you this morning about the tunnel in Manchester City, how close you are to the players. AC Milan are going to put seats like at ground level, right next to like where the players are.
Yeah.
So now you get the same experience that the substitutes and the coaches might get. In a game.
You're throwing away your coffee, Ruskin. You're getting excited. Like you be careful. You want to go down.
And I'm not even an AC Milan fan.
Well, the tickets will cost quite a lot.
Yeah.
So you got to be careful.
I'm not even an AC Milan fan.
You can imagine the cost of those tickets, though.
So it's just a unique way of them. I suppose one, it's revenue generating. But it's another experience for the spectators. But you know what? From what they're saying, it's really to mirror what happens in the NBA, because you can go to an NBA game and get a courtside seat. Oh, he just gave it away.
Ruskin, he gave it away 10 minutes before lunch, just as what happened in the first innings. He was LBW to Chase in the first innings, where 10 minutes before lunch, Justin Graves came out, and he lasted 5 minutes, and they lost 2 quick wickets before lunch. And unfortunately, Louis has given it away again today. Caught and bowled by Chase for 80.
186 for 2, and guess what? Chase is the one who did the breakthrough in the first innings to break this partnership in the first innings when they were really going at a good clip, and seemed to be, batting the Leeward Islands closer and closer to that Barbados total. And then the ball kept a little bit low, but this one got a little bit of turn, and he seemed in two minds whether to hit it out of the ground or to try to hit it underground, and he did neither, and he just gave Chase a good catch. He had to still go to his right and catch it. But what a way to get out there at this stage, 10 minutes before the luncheon interval. Very unfortunate. But Barbados, they've toiled all morning, and so they must be thinking now, well, here is the chance, guys. Let's see if we can't push on. It's 4-1 now, Colin, with City.
Yep, they've maintain that 3-goal difference. But Justin Graves is the man coming in, is it? Yes, it is Justin Graves, but he's going to be at the non-striker's end, because it was the last delivery of Chase's 13th over. So I said, again, Ruskin, I thought he could have come on a little earlier this morning, but he didn't come in to bowl until, 11:30?
Yep.
I thought that was
if I'm not mistaken, Colin, when he came into the attack, it was, the score was it 180? Well, it's 186 now, but it wasn't too far off since he came on. So he's done very well, and Warwickon has kind of assisted him at the other end.
Runs there for.
They thought about it. Yes, they're going to go for it. He just bobbled it, and by that bobble, the batsmen who were both looking for it eventually went through for the second run. So 188 for 2 now. So Warwickon striving for a breakthrough here, probably another one just before lunch. Hoping to maybe send them in to an even better lunch, if you know what I mean, if they could pick up another pepper here. Have still a couple overs left before the break. Comfortably. So 188 for 2. Graves at the non-strikers and yet to score. A big edge. That's going to run down the hill now. Might get to the boundary, may not. I don't think so. Wickham is quick and he's able to overhaul it. So that brings up Carty's 50 now. So he goes to 50. With 5 fours and a 6. So again, solid indeed. And talking about solid, Manchester City have gone 5-1 up now. It's 190 for 2 here. Carty's 50 of 73 deliveries with 5 fours and a 6. So he, just like Louis, have really been the standout performers for the Leeward Islands with the bat. And now this man, Graves, who really just didn't do very much in the first innings. He just made a 1 run. I think he would love to correct that here, but he too has to be careful because he was out cheaply. Really, as soon as they lost that second wicket. And Chase is not going to let up on him. She's going to keep applying the pressure. So Justin Graves, certainly a man who is quite capable, and but he's under the gun here. Made just the 1 in the first innings. Would love to get a big score here and help his team avoid a defeat at this stage. And Chase still ringing away there, trying his best to see if he can't extract something off the wicket, something a little bit unusual to surprise the batsman maybe. This one just hitting the inner portion of the bat and squirting out on the onside. Graves trying to open the face. Wasn't too sure where the ball had gone. he survived. So a little bit of anxiety now, and I saw it's also in the dressing room as well, because this was the point where things went horribly wrong for them, and they lost their way badly. 190 for 2 at the end of the over, 58 gone. So Barbados, again, they had to be patient, and they eventually got the breakthrough. They're still trailing by 64 runs. This is the man here now, Carty. Can he silence everything and everyone and just keep things in order as they go to lunch here at 190 for 2?
They would love another wicket, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
If
Carty holds the key, though. If
oh
he
yeah,
can keep
if
them
they
out.
can get if they get Carty, I think Graves wouldn't be a bad wicket either to get
True.
Ruskin.
Yeah,
but of course he's just come into bat.
Could be stubborn as ever.
Easy single.
Yep. And that was the same type of ball that got the wicket of Louis. A short ball that was turning into his legs, and he was just trying to whip it. Probably hit it too well. And Spooner catch back to the bowler, Chase, Ruston Chase. So Chase is proven to be the X factor here. Made that big breakthrough in the first innings and did it again in the second. 98 for 1, 186 for 2. So 98 runs for the first wicket, 88 for the second. Graves digging in here, just trying to hold his nerve. And I think it ended 5-1 Manchester City.
Yeah, it did end 5-1. So I think
if 10-1 is murder, 5-1 is what?
Half murder. Come on, Ruskin. You went to school. Surely you should have known that. You didn't need me to tell you that.
5-1 is a mauling. Well, Bowl, a little bit quicker, a little bit flatter. Oregon trying something different, but the over comes to an end. It's 191 for 2 now, with Carty on 51 and Graves yet to score.
Yes, just about the last over probably before lunch.
Yep.
Ruston Chase is going to bowl it.
But this has been a good fight by the Leeward Islands. They didn't just come and capitulate. You know, they really guts it out. Unfortunately, they lost the wicket of Louis at a very inopportune time. Just when they seem as if they would go to lunch even better placed, they lost that wicket. And Ruston Chase again proven to be the man with the golden arm. And so Chase right now, just you really feel that Chase is the key, because he's probably, of all the bowlers, he's probably the one that is causing the most amount of anxiety, and I think the batsmen are going to have to be even more watchful to him than any of the others.
I was about to say that. You know, you're looking at him, and he's what I like about him so far is his variety. He's mixing up his deliveries, quicker one, turning one into the right-hander. Carty not interested. I think he's just wants to play out
Lunch,
for lunch
yeah,
here.
that should be the last over. placed
He's
well.
hustling for two.
Yep. I don't think they'll get it though. Bradford did very well indeed.
Yeah.
He knew that they were going for two, and he just flew around there from his position at cover, and limiting them to just the one run. 192 for two now. One ball left before the luncheon interval. One legal delivery. And what a morning we've had. Still 62 runs adrift. And that's well played in the end. So that ends the over. It ends the morning session as well. It's 192 for two with Carty not out 52 and Graves yet to score.
A really good session, you have to say, for the Leeward Islands when you think about it. At 192 for two, they started the morning on 98 was it? 98 for one. So they've added just about 94 runs in the session, losing one wicket, that of Louis. But there's still some work to be done. If they get an early breakthrough after lunch, if the Pride can maybe get one of these two, in particular Carty, who knows? The floodgates can open up again. So we'll have to wait and see what happens after the luncheon interval. But right now it looks to be headed a stalemate because they only trail by 62 runs. So you got to think that they could wipe those 62 runs off
and then build
a total. So it should be very, very interesting after the luncheon interval. But Ruskin will be back for that and see just how Barbados can make inroads into the Leeward Hurricanes innings.
They still need another 8 wickets. They have 62 runs with which to play. But the Leeward Islands Hurricanes will take lunch at 192 for two. We'll be back in about 35 minutes or so. Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval, where we're getting ready for play after lunch on this day 4 of this encounter. A very gripping one between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, who are battling here, still trailing by 62 runs on first innings, trying to force the Bajans to bat a second time. And of course, Barbados needing a further 8 wickets. It's 192 for the loss of 2, with Casey Carty resuming on 62 and Justin Graves yet to score. So that's the situation here. They still need a further 62 runs to force the Bajans to have to bat a second time. The question is now, even if Barbados was to get the 8 wickets that they require, how many runs would the Leeward Islands score from this point on until they're dismissed, if at all? Here is the leg spinner, Leacock, Javid Leacock, just missing his run up there. He would be bowling first up to Casey Carty, who's on 52. His 58 coming off 73 deliveries at 5 fours and a 6. And he had 100 in the first innings and a half century in the second. So I'm sure he'll be anxious to possibly push on here and maybe get a second 100 in the game. Jonathan Drake's here he is again. This time he couldn't complete the fielding and he has to rely on, well, actually he tracked it down himself and did the fielding, completed the fielding, and Carty takes 1. So Leacock, 4 overs prior, cost him 27 runs. And how he would love to pick up pepper here. And that's beautifully played and into the gap. That 2 is going to run away for 4 runs. Nobody could get around to it. That was excellently placed there. And despite the best efforts there of Jamal Warrican sprinting to his left from his position at mid-off, at long-off, he couldn't get around in time. That's exquisitely played by Justin Graves. Just coming onto the front foot, getting into position, and then stroking it past the left hand of Wickham at short extra cover. And there you see 2 fielders converging. Neither one could get it. That's what you call exquisite timing and placement. So score is up to 197 now. There's edging and it's dropped. Well. That one spun. It hit the hand and McCaskey had it in his hand. He then bobbled it. It went to Chase. Chase had it in his hand. He bobbled it. It went back to McCaskey, and would you believe it ended up going on the ground. Well. The young man been trying hard, but he just can't catch a break here. Not for the first time. He's had a catch put down off his bowling in this game. You look at it, it's a little bit of turn. First he had it, then he didn't. Bubble 2-3 times. Chase had it, yes, no, and then it just went down. And McCaskey couldn't get under it to complete the catch there. So talk about being dropped twice in one sequence. That is an example of that there. But a good delivery from Leacock. And his figures should really be reading 1 for 32 right now. It was a nicely lined delivery. He drove at it. It hit the edge. Nice, comfortable height. And would you believe it just went in? He bubbled it. He grasped it. He grabbed at it rather. It sort of jumped out of his hands, and then it looped up. So it was a nice, comfortable height for him to just relax and allow it to fall into his arms. But he seemed to push at it. And while all of that was happening, the ball just bounced away from him, and Chase, on the other hand, was right there, but he too couldn't haul it in. The end of the over, 197 for 2. Graves survives, he's 4. Carty is 53 now. And that really could have been the early wicket after lunch that the Bajans were craving. I'm sure in the dressing room they spoke about that. And lo and behold, when the chance came, they didn't take it. But as they say, that's water under the bridge. Now they have to get on with the business at hand, which is to try to continue taking wickets. That would have been a perfect start to the middle session here today. An early wicket, and then you just kind of keep chipping away. And but this is the man here, and I don't think they're going to mind too much if Carty, takes the singles and expose the less settled Justin Graves. And having given that chance, Graves, of course, will be, you would think, would be a little more circumspect, not prepared to just go driving airy-fairy, so to speak, and give another chance. He's been given one life already. How can he capitalize on it? There's a long one, 3/4 of the way out, a mid-off, and a man at just behind square, Warrican. But of course he has a slip and a forward short leg and 2 mid-wickets, well, a short mid-one and a short mid-wicket on the onside. And again, Graves just not settled as yet, still feeling his way through. Being hurried a little bit by Roston Chase. You look at his stance, look at where his right boot is. It's almost on the off stump, so it means he's taken an off stump guard or a middle and off stump guard, and the bat is actually outside the off stump when he taps it. But if you use the toe as the marker, then he's batting on his off stump, as they say. That completes the over. A good over from Roston Chase, just the 1 run in it, and it's 198 for 2. So a great chance there for the Barbados Pride to pick a pepper early, and they put down the catch. So the youngster Leacock must be very disappointed because he did everything that they asked him to, and when the chance came, they grasped the chance. He didn't get a wicket in the first innings, and he had a catch dropped off his bowling there, and here we go again. There's another one dropped off of his bowling, so he must be wondering if the gods are conspiring against him. Let's see, he's on his way, and Carty, I think they'll be happy. Carty takes the single. He took it off the very first ball. Now it's the question of what adjustments are they going to make in the field for Justin Graves now. There are 2 slips there, or a slip and a gully, but more like 2 slips. And it was McCaskey who put down that catch and slip in tandem with Roston Chase. And now they're going to try again to see if they could hit the edge once more. And now they're putting in, the fielder is going to, McCaskey is leaving that gully position or second slip position and it's going silly mid-off. And there's a second slip as well. So a little more pressure being applied here on Graves. 199 for 2, Leacock, who had that catch put down at slip in the previous over. Graves was on 4.
He's getting some turn, Ruskin, as I say good afternoon to you. And again, to all our viewers, he's getting some turn, and it's unfortunate. You just think if this guy gets a wicket, he'd be really all over the batsman.
Yep, he's certainly there. But let me say good afternoon to you, and let me say congratulations to you as well. VP.
Not VIP, eh?
Speaking to the VIP.
The VP is speaking to the VIP.
Yep.
I hear you, Mr. Mark.
The VIP. 199 for 2. Yeah, the ball was edge. He was driving at a delivery, pitching more or less middle and leg stump, but turning across him. And Graves had the big drive. It hit the edge. It went straight in at about knee height, and McCaskey grasped it. Chase had a chance at it. That's a googly, and that is played very well. But good save out there from Reefer. And he juggled it. It went over to Chase, but Chase was falling down. He couldn't hold on to it. It was like a hot potato. And down it went.
It's just a pity for Leacock, because I thought he bowled well in the first innings, and again here today, and since he's come into the attack, look at him, he's getting some turn.
Yep. The wrist spinner is probably the only one that is actually getting turned. The 200 is on the board. It's exactly 200 for 2.
Yes, so they continue to try to whittle away at the lead.
54 behind now.
Yeah, but they had the opportunity to get Graves, and they've got to take your chances.
There it is again.
Let's have a look. Got to take your chances, haven't you? Yeah.
In
That
and out. In and out.
He should have held on to it, shouldn't he?
Oh, it's a
And
hot
even
potato.
Chase. Even Chase. You can't blame Chase. He was trying to help out the situation, but you could see him very disappointed. But that should have been taken. 9 out of 10 times you would have think McCaskey would have taken it.
Certainly would have. I'm sure he is bitterly disappointed, but not to mention the bowler and the captain, because they set their plan. It worked to perfection, except the catch wasn't accepted. So now Chase. And I still think that Chase might be the key, but like you said, the only person getting turned really is the young Leacock. And if he could continue to do that, who knows? Graves again playing him predominantly on the back foot. And there we have a gentleman, Colin, posing right in the middle of the side screen. He's on his phone.
Amazing. These guys, you wonder if they ever attended a cricket match.
He's actually on his phone. They're posing in front of the side screen. Amazing. Quicker delivery, but again, just badly lined. And when he gets turned, it's actually turning off the stumps. Down towards the leg side more than anything else. And again, there's the forward short leg there, and a cluster of fieldsmen close in on the onside. There's a short backward square, a straightish mid-wicket catching, a mid-on catching. Then there's a mid-on deeper, fairly deep mid-off. Also fairly deep, probably can't stop a single there, and a cover. And a slip to round it off. And Chase is churning away, but very little by way of spin. Very little sideways movement. The ball is not really spinning for him, neither for Warrican. And but it's Leacock who is getting a little bit of purchase off the wicket. Quicker delivery. There's
appeal.
Yep. Not out, says the umpire. He's a tall man, and he was out on the front foot.
He was on the front foot,
yep.
Just think maybe it might
did it
have
hit
been
him outside
off. Yeah, could have been. Let's have a look.
He's already batting on off stump.
Yeah, well, probably benefit. Gave him the benefit there.
The batting pad was close together
Yeah.
there. He was well out in front. So and his height, if there's anything, saved him, because he has those long levers to reach out. The end of the over, 200 for 2, another maiden. So they still trail by 54 runs. So Colin Murray has promised chocolates and champagne.
Chocolates and champagne.
Champagne. Yep. Chocolates and champagne. And some Häagen-Dazs.
Champagne. I wonder what that is.
That's a bubbly thing.
Oh, okay, okay. Like a bath, like a bubble bath kind of thing.
It comes in a bottle.
I hear you.
If you shake it up, it sprays all over the place when you open. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yep. Champagne.
Okay, okay.
As Ronnie says, if you bring the Häagen-Dazs, he will take that too. And the Leacock Curly has bowled a pretty good line since coming on. This young man, world of promise. But I think he just needs a wicket, and we might see a different attitude towards him, towards his bowling. You know, right now he's toiling for a wicket, looking for that wicket, and but it's not happening. Like I said, he had a drop catch off his bowling in the first innings and another one in the second innings, so he's wicketless so far. Probably saying this cricket thing is hard, man. Well bowled again. They're going to go for the single, and they'll get it too, because he has to feel to his own bowling, and by that time the mid-on is so deep that, and there's nobody else in front of the bat on the onside except for the man in the mid-wicket, on the mid-wicket boundary. And I think Bradford was leaving it open for Graves in particular, so that he could probably repeat the shot that almost got him out a couple overs prior by forcing him to try to drive on the onside. Again, a little quicker, and nice little curl to his bowling, to his deliveries, but no wicket just yet. It's the
Carty looks, he doesn't look as, like he's having problems at all.
Yeah, he's just going along. Yeah.
Going along nicely, as whatever you present in front of him, he's dealing with it.
Yep. And I think the Leeward Islands will be hoping that he stays the course. They probably need him to bat probably until tea, even after tea, if at all possible. He's going to have to shepherd the rest of this innings.
So well played.
Yeah, well bowled as well for Leacock. It's the end of the over. Still no wicket for the young man, and not for 36 from his 7 overs. But it's 202 for 2.
Yeah, but just 2 runs coming from the over. He's giving the ball some air. He's not afraid to give it some air, because he is getting some perches. And he continues to bowl well, but unfortunately he's not able to pick up a wicket. Should have had the wicket of Graves, really and truly a catch put down by McCaskey at this level that you have to say 9 out of 10 times he would take it. But Chase is going to continue having a long chat with Brathwaite there, and not too sure what he's talking. I don't know if they're still talking
about the drop catch.
They're still talking about the drop catch and its positioning.
They did have a long, very animated, and showing some steps as well. Slightly quicker delivery again. Justin Graves sort of digging it out of his pads. And I think that's what the aim is, to try to hit his pads, because he's batting on the off stump, he's covering the wicket. So I think Chase is trying desperately just to turn one onto the pads, miss the bat, and hit the pad.
The late kickoff, Bournemouth versus Manchester United, Ruskin. Bournemouth scoring early and Manchester United just equalising. So good, interesting encounter there, 1-1 at the moment.
He bowled
Bowled
him.
him.
Well, did that hit
Where
the
did that
inside
pass?
edge? And that is probably what exactly happened there. Just a little movement off the wicket. It probably touched the inside edge, and he dragged it onto the stumps. So that is a big breakthrough there. Graves goes for 6, but he faced 34 deliveries.
Yeah, he's not had a good game, Justin Graves. And you have to think that it's a good breakthrough. They should have had him a little earlier, but suppose you have to say nothing happens before it's
Yeah,
time.
it didn't cost them.
Yeah, it doesn't cost them that much. They still trail by 52. Let's have a look at it, because he was a delivery pushed out. It
Turned.
Yeah, it turned.
It just turned. It hit something and
you
turned right through the gate.
Yeah, it turned right. I don't think he got an
No,
inside edge.
he didn't. It turned
Yeah.
right. I thought because nothing spun that way before. So I'm saying the only thing could take it through the gate, there would have been an inside edge, but it passed everything and it just went right through the gate. And it clipped the middle stump. So that is a big breakthrough there. It's now 202 for 3. And Carty fighting the lone fight here now. He's 56. And here comes Joel Andrew. And here's a young man who probably will have to temper his game and his natural game just to help his team out here. He has to consider team needs.
Yeah, he has 258 runs already in the season from 8 innings, averaging 32. Of course, getting that 53 in the first innings as well.
That should do his confidence a
A
world
lot
of
of good. Because that, in fact, was his second half century of the tournament.
And here these two are having another discussion again.
Yeah, it's look very animated as well. Chase is even showing him 1 or 2 shots. Oh. Tell you what, this game, Barbados are back on track. You have to think, still got what, an hour and a half?
Roughly an hour and
No,
40.
Yeah, hour and 40. So
45 minutes to
pick up another 2-3 wickets. It'll be everything to play for in the last session.
They might be thinking in terms of getting it all over with here now as soon
In this
as
session,
possible.
yeah.
Yep. You know, similar to what they did to Trinidad and Tobago, the Red Force.
Yeah.
Because once you get on top, you just kind of don't let your opponents off the hook. You try to keep them pinned down there. And,
The thing with Andrew, what I like about him, Ruskin, it can be an advantage as well as a disadvantage. Is he looks so confident. Look at him, just stroking the ball.
Yep.
You know, he's not going in there and pushing it around and blocking.
I'm sorry to tell you, there's a drizzle.
There is. I'm not seeing it. Is there a drizzle?
There is a drizzle, Colin.
I'm not seeing the ground stuff.
Stand up and look. You'll see there's a drizzle. It's actually a downpour. There's a skillful for catching the wicket down the leg
going
side.
Crazy. The umpire is saying not out. Umpire Butler. So it must have flicked the pad. And
Carty hasn't moved.
Yeah, Carty is standing up there saying, "Hey guys, come on." But that was a really confident appeal, because they know
That's
this
wicket.
is the man to get. If they get Carty, they could be very much in business.
Yep, because
It seemed to be a quicker one going down that leg side. And Carty, remember, he got out in the first innings like that, flicking at it. That can't tell us very much.
Yep.
I'm-
immediately you could see him gesticulating as
Yeah.
to what is all the fuss about.
Yeah, he's. Well,
And
we
now
see
the umpires
the
calling
umpires are
it.
calling the ground
Yep.
staff on
Yep.
with the covers, so we
2
can
or
have a.
3 for 3.
No, the only way that rain is coming is
Straight from overhead.
Yeah, from
Yep.
overhead, because you look all around, and this is another passing shower. It's as soon as they bring on the covers, I think that would be the end of that. As a matter of fact, I'm not even sure they'll get the covers on before this passing cloud dissipates. But let's have a look.
Actually, it's getting heavier. It is actually getting a little heavier.
Yeah, well,
And And again, it's just the sort of accumulative effect that the umpires are probably most worried about. Because if you leave the wicket exposed and you let them play, 5 minutes, 2-3 overs, with this amount of rain falling, the wicket is going to get a good little soaking.
Well, it's...
Now let's see if they will go back in the stand again. That seemed to be their routine.
Well, it's... the covers are coming on, and that big blue one as well. That big blue tarpaulin is coming on.
I don't think Barbados will be happy with this.
But by the time they get on, I think this shower would have ended. Well, they're taking their time now because they're still just sorting out that it's almost ended. They're going for more covers just below the Trini Posse stands. So
yeah, because it's still falling, and
falling,
it's getting a little heavier as well. You can hear it on the roof.
Who would have thought this?
Yep. But like we said, because it's been so dry in Trinidad and Tobago, and I suppose in other parts of the Caribbean, whatever rain you get, you're happy. You're happy for it. But you certainly don't want it to spoil the game of cricket. We have a game that has really ebbed and flowed here, and now we are at another crucial stage of the match. And we really would hate for the rain to come and spoil the action. But then again, it might just add some more intrigue to the whole proceedings. Take a little time out of it and then create some interest, some more interest at the back end. So it's to think of the Jewel who just came in, probably now starting, thinking he's now going to get into his work.
Yep, played a nice off drive and was probably looking forward to more.
And then
but, could you tell me if it's still drizzling?
Very slight, very, very slight.
Okay.
But what the difference between this drizzle and the one before, Colin, the raindrops are actually bigger.
Yeah, it is. Well, I'm glad you're such an expert.
You understand?
I'm so happy.
Yeah,
I'm really happy to be seated next to you, knowing that I've got an expert who can tell me the size of the raindrops, whether they're small, medium, or large, or maybe even extra large.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm really happy about that.
I'm glad,
but
Mr. Vice President.
Anyway, I think we need to take a break now, Ruskin, because there's no action is going on, and maybe we can let our viewers know that we are on a rain delay, and as soon as the rain stops and the umpires come back out, we will resume the live coverage. I don't know if are you still looking to see a raindrop or two?
I'm just trying to see if the rain, if it has stopped totally.
Okay, and
then
I'm seeing a slight raindrop to my left.
You've seen a drop, drop.
just a drop.
See how good your eyes are.
Yeah, it's
getting
drop. Better.
All right, count how many spectators they have there for me now, since your eyes are so good.
One.
And two umpires?
1, 2. I'm seeing 2.
I've seen 2.
And the two umpires standing in the Carib stand, and
they're
the two
coming
umpires
back
are
out.
standing.
You see? They're coming back out.
Oh my word! Well, so that's the end of that.
So they just wanted to shelter a little bit, get out of the rain. No need to take a wetting. The third umpire is out there with his umbrella, so he is going to supervise the removal of these covers. But just a little interruption. We had one earlier for about 10 minutes, and here we are with another brief. This one probably is going to be even shorter than the one before, even though the rain was heavier this time around, but it came quickly. The covers were on in a flash, and again, our congratulations to the ground staff here for responding quickly to the umpire's calls, and without much delay, they had the tarpaulins on, and once they removed them, we should be ready to go again and resume play. Now we had a break. The break came at about 1:06, and it's 1:11, so it's another 6 minutes.
Yeah, and the Barbados team is coming back out before the covers are even been removed.
I'm surprised they didn't come to help remove the covers. Some players I play, we did that already.
Oh,
You know,
of course.
we help them bring back
Of
off the
course.
covers.
As
You
a matter
know?
of fact, you're asking the umpires, can we go and take off the covers?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
for Man United fans, not good news. Bournemouth, they've gone 2-1 up, Ruskin.
Bournemouth is a difficult team to
Yeah.
play. You know, they're very talented. They stick to their style of play, and they create problems for opponents.
Especially at home.
Mhm.
So they've gone 2-1 up against Man United. So that's going to be an interesting encounter.
Now for United, the place in Europe is no, Tottenham lost today.
Yeah,
So
Tottenham lost. But yeah, but United are, I think they're
sixth in the table.
yeah, they're quite a number of
Yeah.
points
And with
behind.
Newcastle winning, but Newcastle is going to come into the top 10 now.
Yeah, Manchester United, they're about in 7th
Oh, they're
position
seventh now.
with 49 points. So when you think of Aston Villa, they're on 60, Tottenham on 60. Villa's got to play Arsenal tomorrow. So it's a situation where they've got to win today to sort of try to keep in at least in a
To
Europa
touch,
spot.
yeah.
Well, the sun is back out, so which is good news.
So two other players.
And the Barbados team, they're right back out. The batsmen, I'm not seeing them as yet, and I'm not surprised at that.
I would wait until the umpires
Say
call
call
me.
play.
Mhm.
Yeah. But covers are still being taken off.
Now the little incident that happened at the end there with that appeal, you know, it's not the batsman's place to determine what the umpire will do, if you know what I mean. He just has to abide by whatever the decision of the umpire. Now the umpire said not out, or the umpire for whatever reason didn't make a decision in the affirmative to the appeal, but Carty was like pleading his case with the guys, you know, what are you all appealing for, you know, and but that's not his place. He don't even have to apologize to them. Yeah, you appeal, the umpire say not out, let's get on with the game. You know, it's nothing personal, guys, and you just play. So all the remonstration and because even for the fielding team, once the umpire make that decision, have you ever had an umpire change his decision after you appeal?
No,
they never change it.
no,
You know,
they never change. It's like in football with a red card or a yellow card.
they hardly ever
very
change
hardly
that.
ever
They might
change
change it in the appeals
Yeah,
room
that's
after,
right.
you know.
But that's after
Yeah,
the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's the same here. But the batsmen are finally making the Barbados team. They're all ready. They're all in their positions as one would
Time
expect.
to go, yeah.
But the batsmen, they're now making their way out to the
Yep.
crease. I think it's going to be Leacock is going to continue, and
because
it's
the
gonna
over
go
was
into
just
Andrew.
about to start. Yeah, 66 overs gone already, and now it's a question of can they really put the brakes on here, the Leeward Islands, and not, leak too many wickets, especially in clusters. They were 180 for one. And then they got bowled out for 288, so 108 runs.
I think
And
even
they
worse
lost
than that,
9
Ruskin, they were
wickets.
244 for
Yep.
3.
Yeah.
And they were going along nicely with Carty and Andrew. And then when Carty got out, it all fell apart.
As the swift shot is in the air, but he's more forward than he is backward. And that's a long chase there. It's not going to beat him.
That's good running.
Reefer had a long way, a lot of room to cover there.
Well, he took the chance. He took the gamble because there's no
It's very
Reefer is more like a deep mid wicket. He was looking to sweep this, and he didn't care really if it was in the air because there's nobody at a backward square leg. So he was able to pick up 3 runs. It was in the air for a long time, but it was a safe shot. Once you're going to sweep and look to go backward, deep backward square, you're okay.
Okay,
Oh,
so
loud
now
appeal goes up. Not out, says the umpire. Now, he seemed a little bit, Carty didn't seem to come on the front foot, didn't go on the back
sort
foot.
of
He
half
just stood
cocked,
there,
yeah.
yeah.
206 for 3.
Let's have a look. Yeah, he started
Pitching
to
outside.
come. Yeah, we started to come on the front foot and then went onto the back foot.
And that one was pitching outside leg. The
previous
appeal,
delivery, yeah.
that
And that's what saved him.
yeah, that negated everything after that. But this is the one that I think is going to be most interesting now. How does Andrew? What kind of mood is he in? Is he going to chance his hand like he did in the first innings? Or is he going to be a little more circumspect?
I think he is a natural shot maker. So, I'm not sure he understands the meaning of the word circumspect. I think he's just gonna play his shots. The problem with him is he's got to pick the right ball.
Yep.
Because he likes to go after the bowling. Look at him, there he's go.
Yes, you see out caught that ball just ballooned in the air. Yes, he's given out.
Gone. And exactly the point I was making. He's got 4 runs from 4 deliveries, and you're playing a reverse sweep. Just does not make sense. And he's a young man, so he will learn as he goes along. He's got to build an innings. And until that happens, you're going to find him, yes, he's going to get runs today, but not runs tomorrow. He's going to be a little bit inconsistent. He's having a good season, but you look at
just
him.
those moments.
Yeah, that's the problem.
But Colin, congratulations to Leacock, man. He picked up his first wicket. Yeah, he's
I'm very
striving
happy.
hard.
I'm very happy for him, actually.
Look at all the teammates getting around him, and really, the ball just spooned up for a chase. It's really a dolly of a catch there for him at slip. So Roston Chase in the middle of everything, taking wickets, making runs, taking catches. Cotton Bowl yesterday was a good one.
You think of a player of the match, Ruskin, and you have a guy making 189, and
he's
in my view,
not even
wouldn't get player of the match.
Has
to be Roston Chase. 3 wickets in the first innings.
Yeah.
The catches, 127. He's really had a wonderful match. And when you think this is his first game,
he had 3 in the first innings.
Yeah.
Right.
He's picked up 2 already.
Yeah, he has a catch. Or is it? Yes,
he has a caught and bowl, so that's the second catch.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He had one in the first innings, a caught and bowl, off of Durham.
Yep.
So he's been in the thick of action. But Leacock, I'm really happy for Leacock.
I'm surprised they don't give him another
forward short
close-in catcher. Yeah, because Jamal Hamilton is going to probably go after him.
Well, maybe that may be the reason why. Well, they're going to put a second slip, I would think.
Yeah, you need somebody else there, man. Don't let him feel lonely, but in the crease there. Give him some company.
What is Jamal Hamilton doing? Is he trying to...
You just worry he's digging up the pitch.
He's digging up the pitch. Surely the umpire should talk to him.
He's trying to be where he's comfortable. He's trying to feel comfortable at the crease, Colin.
Just take your guard and bat. Show what he's doing. And then he wasn't ready. After all of that, and he complains. He spent about 5 minutes digging up the pitch. He's still doing it. So maybe Mr. Leacock should say, listen, tell me when you're ready.
It must be the crowd noise that is getting to him. Somebody is belching out something.
Yes, something out him.
That is what is throwing him off.
Yes. Oh, that's a beauty. That's a lovely delivery. Yeah. It pitched, it turned, he played down the line, but that ball turned and left him. What a good delivery from Leacock. I tell you what, he could be a handful for whatever is left in this game. The end of the over, 207 for 4.
Really a beautiful over. I'm trying to find the individual who's making
that noise.
That noise.
Is he to
you know who reminds me of? Mikey.
Yes, I
remember. You never used to see Mikey, but you could hear him. Absolutely.
When I played my very first game here, Ruskin, for Queen's Park, when I was a youngster, and Joey Carew put me to field a deep backward square leg. So of course,
and
in
Mike
those
used to be
days,
right by the Herald dos Santos.
exactly, they had the Herald dos Santos stand up there, and he was posing in the stand with 3 or 4 of his friends and all hecklers, of course.
That's another
And-
beauty there that went right through. All of a sudden, Chase is getting a little bit of purchase off the wicket.
Yeah, he's really. Yeah, and I went down to feel at this deep backward square leg position, right in front of the Dos Santos stand. That's not a good line, but it's just going to get a single, so it's not going to be too much of a problem. Yeah, and whoever was batting swept the ball down to me, and I ran around, picked it up, sent it back in, and all of a sudden I heard this shout, "Deep backward square leg, announce yourself." He obviously, this is my first game, he didn't know who I was, and well, I tell you, he carried on at a rate. But he was a staunch Queen's Park supporter, I tell you.
He supported sport generally.
Yeah, but I think he was Colts
Yeah,
for
it's
football.
from Belmont. It's
Yeah.
from Belmont, yeah. So I used to listen to him when he used to tell me stories about football in front of the grandstand in Savannah. And, all the great names that he saw play there. And even here, come here to see cricket. Never would miss a test
No,
match
he'd never miss a
or a
test.
regional game.
Yeah, correct.
And I'll give you a Mikey story. You die with laughter. Yes, Chase. Just again, Hamilton not settled just yet.
He likes to get after the bowling. The thing with Jamar Hamilton, he's not one to push and prod and be defensive. He's going to want to take on Chase, but he's got to be careful in doing so, because he can certainly expose his stumps. But the end of the over from Chase, another good over, just 1 run coming from it, and it's 208 for 4.
And good bowling from Ruston Chase, keeping things tight at his end. And just the 1 run coming from that over, as well as the Barbados Pride chipping away here. There you see some of the ships in the distance. Well, they seem anchored. They're probably offloading cargo or waiting to be loaded, and before they head off to their various destinations. So it's another part of the commerce and trade here in Trinidad and Tobago with the other Caribbean islands, or even with the wider world. So Leacock starting a new over, and it's bowled well. He now has 2 for 34. And that one kept very low indeed, and that's pulled away. Reefer, though, can't prevent the second run.
Yeah, he didn't pick it up cleanly. It would have been interesting had he picked it up cleanly. Would they have chanced the arm? That's he's out at a deep, I would say deep mid wicket. Had to run about 6-7 meters to his right. And so they decided, once the ball came back out of his hand, they were able to take a second run.
So 1 for 41 now for Leacock. I think he needs to bring both batsmen onto the front foot. On the back foot, they have just too much time.
Yeah.
Try to bring them on the front
That's
foot.
better.
Yep. And he might pick up a second one here also. Chase is after it.
Yeah, give it a little bit of air and let them reach for it. Let them come on that front foot. I think that's the better ploy.
And you would think when he gets stronger, he gets physically stronger, he'll be able to, probably impart even greater revolutions on the ball.
Oh,
he's
he's dropped
dropped
it. Well, how unlucky can you be? Leacock must be saying, hey, if this is what first-class cricket is about, I'm not sure I want to be part of it.
This is the 3rd catch put down off his bowling.
My word, this young man making his
2
debut.
in this spell alone.
Let's have a look at this one.
It was going away from the keeper.
Yeah.
The edge probably took it even further away.
But I think it was Yeah, was it going? It was probably going straight into the hands of Chase at first slip.
But he got so far, so close to it, that he didn't have a choice but to go for it. And it just hit the glove. You know, those have to hit the webbing and stick.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened. 213 for 4 at
And
the end of the over.
it didn't even hit the glove and go straight up. It hit the glove and went down.
Yep.
So that was the end of that.
You look at it again.
But
and look at who it was too.
Yeah, that's the man you want to get. That's the big fish. Look at it. He followed it. He tried to cut it. But that ball wasn't it going straight into the hands of Chase?
Yeah, because it was going up when it left the bat. His glove actually prevented it from going its way, and then it just kind of looped and dropped forward. So, Barbados creating some problems here all of a sudden. 2-1-3 for 4. Could have been 5 down. And it could have been that danger man who departed. All the same, he's still there on 60 now, or rather 64 for Carty.
Yeah, he's on 64. Hamilton is yet to get off the mark, so he's 64. Hamilton yet to get off the mark, so he's going to be facing Chase again. So you have to think Barbados missing some chances, and
which is uncharacteristic.
Yeah, had they taken their chances, Ruskin, he could very well have been into the lower order. Because after Hamilton, there is basically the all-rounders and the bowlers to come in Louis, Walsh, Cornwall, Archibald and Durham. So not a lot of batting. And when you think of this pair, they came together with a score on 207 for 4. In the first innings, they came together with a score on wasn't Carty, it was Andrew, it was 244 for 4. And then everything went downhill for the Hurricanes after that.
Yep. They felt like a hurricane had struck.
That's right.
And coincidentally, we had 2 rain interruptions just for slight drizzles, 10 minutes each. Just blocked, not fielded cleanly by Reefer, but no run resulting in it. The end of another good over from Chase. 2 for 35 for him, 1 for 45 for Leacock. Is 214 for 4.
I think Leacock is going to continue, no doubt. So just 10 minutes to an hour after tea being played.
But the Leeward Islands have to be so careful here, because you don't want to just have the innings subside quickly.
Yeah, that's the short cut. He's getting onto the back foot and then just opening the face of the bat. And that's what happened when he got the edge. He was too close to play that type of, you could see him trying to open the face.
I'd like to see him produce the googly though. And because he's opening to go inside out, because he's playing with the turn. If he could turn it the other way, he might go through that gate, similar to how Chase was able to bowl Graves. And reaching for that one, covering the spin.
There's protection in the deep, so just a single gives Leacock the opportunity to bowl to Hamilton.
And that's a shot you see, Colin, mostly in the subcontinent. A lot of the Indian batsmen, they cover that. But Virat Kohli plays it very well.
It's well played. Another good delivery. Given it Samir, Hamilton is the kind of player that will look to go after Leacock.
I wish he would line it up middle stump for him, the same flight you're talking about. Just give it a little five, but push it closer to middle and leg. That's a googly.
Bit too short.
Mm-hmm.
You got to take it up a little more to the right-hander.
Especially Hamilton. He's so small. His center of gravity is so small.
That was too short.
For me, that would have been an over-pitch delivery. For him, he was on the back foot. That's bowled a little quicker.
Yeah, but he's able to get onto the back foot and wait for it to turn and then just push it out to Kamawach out there in the deep. But the end of the over from Leacock, just 2 runs coming from it. So he's been very tidy. He's completed 10 overs, 1 for 46. And it's 216 for 4.
He's bowling very well, the young man. I'm just a little surprised his senior teammates are not, like, putting their arms around him and kind of, encouraging him a little bit more. He's just walking away to his position at middle of there. Nobody said a word to him. Well bowled, just to encourage him and to let him, keep his confidence up, even if he didn't get a wicket in that over. Just keep boosting him so that he'll keep producing. And Hamilton goes for 1. He wants a second one. I think he'll get it too. He's quick.
Coming back fit.
Yep. He's very quick indeed, but it's a good throw. Just pitching. Maybe if he had hit it first time.
I just thought he didn't have enough power, Ruskin, in the throw. Had it been flat and hard, I thought Hamilton might have been struggling a little bit.
Warwickon is not the strongest.
No.
I
mean, he got to it quickly, but I think when Hamilton was turning for the second, Warwickon already had it in his hand.
Can you imagine Keith Boyce throwing that? There's a
you
beauty going right through again.
Chase is really bowling very well indeed.
Yeah, since lunch, he's found a way to get some purchase off the wicket. The one that bowled Graves was a beauty. He wasn't even playing an attacking shot. It was a defensive shot he was playing. And he beat him all ends up. And again, Hamilton just fending that ball off. And that seems to be the danger area for him. As the ball turns, he's just trying to ride it. But he has to be wary of the man at 4 short leg. He's trying to spin his
gone.
Straight
Hamilton swinging across the line, and that's the end of him. You just knew with Hamilton he would lose patience here, and that is what you needed. You needed him to stay there. You needed him to just bat out a very, very difficult period. And he was not prepared to do that. From 202 for 2, Ruskin, it's now 218 for 5. So they've lost 3 wickets for the addition of 16 runs.
The slide is on.
Yeah.
And you just sense that once you broke that partnership, that things would start to happen. And that's exactly what is happening here. This is probably not as bad as the Trinidad and Tobago game. As you look at him there, he kicked the ball. He didn't really do it. He really was trying to kick the ball away.
Yeah.
Because it didn't bounce as high.
Yeah, once you start to look to play across the line like that, you're going to find yourself in trouble. And was one that just ran on. Well, Jeremiah Louis is the man coming out. He got to 5 in the first innings. I would think, Ruskin, Barbados must be sensing something here.
This has to be the moment for them to just keep pressing. Now, what the youngster Leacock has to do is to keep churning away, even if he doesn't get a wicket. But he just needs to be tidy and maybe cause a few anxious moments by spinning the ball past the outside edge, and just keep the pressure on at this end, so that Chase and whoever else could probably wheel away at the other end. The challenge for him is, because this is like his first game, he's a young man, and plus he's the leg spinner. It's not like you're asking the off spinner to hold an end and let the leg spinner attack at the other end. So, but he has to keep this end very, very tight in. In fact, he probably may have to keep Carty quiet. And if Carty is prepared to take the single early in the over, then fine. That way he will expose the new batsman to maybe 4 and 5 deliveries and over. Chase, though, looking very aerodynamic with no hair on his head.
Aerodynamic, you say?
Yep.
My word.
He's able to slice through the breeze.
You haven't been able to do that as yet,
Not
fully, are
yet.
you?
No, not yet.
Not fully?
No, not fully.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Well,
My hair still blows in the wind when the wind
you're using some descriptive words here today. You thank God my chair is sturdy.
He's
You
trying
thought
to
he
go
edged
after
it, didn't
yeah,
you?
because he was just.
Yeah,
I'm like, why is he playing the shot at
it
this
looked as
stage?
if
You know?
see, he was
It's
looking
like-
to drive.
Yeah, what is
you,
it?
you know, the thing is, Jeremiah Louis, he's saying to himself, based on that shot, I am saying that he thinks, or he's
He
saying
can
to
hit
himself,
his way out of it.
I'm not going to be bogged down here. I'm
Yeah.
not going to push and prod.
He said, no, this one has hit him low down
He's
and
bowled.
he bowled him.
He
Yes,
bowled him.
it just went past
It
the
went
outside
straight
edge.
past the outside edge, took the off stump, and Jeremiah Louis makes his way back out, bowled by Chase without scoring. Oh my word. It's now 18 for
the
6.
yep.
14 runs have been added, 4 wickets have gone down, and Barbados now, suddenly, when you looked at it before lunch, I was saying, boy, this game is going to go until the end. Barbados are sent in victory.
Look at it here. The way he played, I swore he got hit on the pad because he seemed so correct.
Yes.
But he played down the wrong line entirely.
Was he playing for spin?
He probably was. you
Because
know.
that's the only thing.
And that's the thing with spin bowlers. Where you play for spin because you cover the line first. And then when the ball moves, you adjust the bat. He never picked up the line. He just played
He just went
inside the
straight
line.
down, yeah. He played straight down the line,
Yeah.
and the
Missed.
ball just drifted away.
He just
So it's Rust and Chase. Well.
precarious
1,
times here.
2, 3, 4.
Hayden Walsh Jr.
4 for 37 from 21 overs. My word. Leacock, and you have to give Leacock credit because he picked up that wicket of Andrew, but he had Carty dropped, he had Graves dropped. He could so easily have had 3 wickets.
Yep. And
But he's going to be bowling to Casey Carty because it was the final ball of the over. Hayden Walsh Jr. has come in. He's at the non-striker's end.
it's a good delivery. And that is the line that he has to bowl, just to see if the batsmen are prepared to take risks.
For the Leeward Hurricanes to survive, Carty has got to get a big 100. In other words, he's got to hope a couple of players stay with him while he continues to battle on.
And he has to manage the innings a little bit better. Now he's taking the single here off the second ball of the over.
Ruskin, he's got to. He's
Yep.
batting with number 8. I mean, he can't just say, well, I'm only going to let Walsh face 2 deliveries. He's got to continue getting the runs, chipping away. And then, of course, don't forget, he's on 66. He needs 24 more.
Well, hello. When you expose this batsman, he mightn't get 70. Because you're giving him 4 balls to the young man here who is bowling very well. For all you know, Walsh might just have a big hit. He might see something nice and juicy like you. He probably see a ball he can't refuse.
I would hope not, from a Leeward Hurricanes perspective. Yeah, I would hope that he would have come out there with instructions to play every ball on merit, rather than trying to be a hero and take on Leacock and hit him out of the ground.
Plus, there's a slight drizzle again, Colin.
Again?
Yep. And here he is trying to just paddle sweep this one. At least he didn't go for the reverse sweep. That would have raised the hair on your head. He just tried to sweep, just to paddle it around.
My hair would have been blowing in the breeze, for sure. with that one.
It would have been hair raising.
Oh, that's a great
right
delivery.
Through. Yep.
Pushed it through.
This is what I was saying. You expose him to 4 deliveries and over. I don't know how long he'll survive.
Yeah, but Ruskin, what do you do? This man is coming to bat at number 8.
You try to score boundaries off the first 3 or 4 balls, and then you give him 1 ball to face.
No. Come on.
Yep.
You gotta trust him. You gotta
really.
You gotta talk to him and say, listen, bat properly, play each ball on its merit.
There's a place called the Derek Murray Players Pavilion.
And look at that, a wonderful sweep shot.
Good sweep shot.
And he's gonna come back for the second.
Gonna have to hurry.
He's quick, you know. Eden Walsh is
Yep,
very quick. I thought Cumberbatch was a little slow in moving for that.
That's a good way to get off the mark there for Hayden Walsh Jr. 221 now for 6.
Well, he's looking to sweep. It's not the first time.
And he's going with the tide. He's not going across the spin. So that might be the one thing that is working in this plan of yours between yourself and Carty. But I really don't like the idea of exposing these batsmen to 4 and 5 delivery. He goes, this one is up in the air and it drops safely. Well.
Now, the thing with that, was it a top edge or did that? Yeah, it was a top edge?
Yep,
yeah,
it just went straight up in the air. Yeah. But it's the end of the over. He got a single.
Well, he survived the over.
And he steals a strike.
To your chagrin.
He steals a strike at the other end.
Yeah.
So it's 2-2-2 for 6 at the end of the over.
It's going to be interesting against Chase. How is he going to deal with Chase? Because if he looks to sweep Chase, he can find himself in some problems. He seems to fancy that shot, going for the sweep. But I suppose against Leacock, he's going with the turn.
Going with the turn. That's what he's hoping.
Yeah,
that's what he's hoping will work in his favor.
The only thing is if he misjudges the length, and when you misjudge the length,
which is what he did there. Luckily for him, the fielder was deep and couldn't come in time. Yeah, but we still have that little persistent drizzle. So from around the wicket now, Chase is going to bowl to Walsh.
That's a nice shot. Look how comfortably look there, Ruskin. Nice off drive.
Lovely.
Yeah, I don't see you making any derogatory comments.
No, it's a lovely
actually
Hayden Walsh is a decent batsman. My thing is, in this state of this game, he is not facing more than 1 or 2 balls and over. 2 at most.
Well, he's got 4 now to face against Roster Chase.
And this is Carty takes a single of the very first ball he faces.
Yep. I know. You have to trust your partner.
I trust him very much, but I just don't think that he's showing just that little bit of contrition here that says, boy, I'm going to put away these extravagant shots.
Look at that. Getting onto the back foot nicely, looking at the ball onto the bat, playing it out to deep cover. You couldn't want a better shot than that.
Very well played. Again, inches on to 225 for 6 now. He's quickly on to 5 from 6 deliveries.
Yeah, it's scoring almost at a runner ball. And Brathwaite goes across to have a word with Chase.
And they're going to go through that discussion again.
And
you go left, I go right.
And Chase has obviously said, okay, I'll try it. I'll go with it your way for once.
And bowl from over the wicket to Carty.
It's well played. So Chase, look at that. Look at those figures. 4 for 40 and he's in his 22nd over.
Yeah, he's really bowled well. He's played well in this game. He's taken a few catches. Been brilliant in the field when he had to. Bowled well, batted well.
Pick up an easy single here.
Yep. And this is more like it, 5 balls going in the over. Here's one, Mr. Walsh. And I think we might have a drinks break at the end of this over, after this delivery. Walsh is right out in front to keep him out. So that's the end of the over. And as suspected, the players will get a little bit of a reprieve here as they refresh themselves. So just to ease the tension just that little bit. 2-6 for 6 after 74 overs with Carty on 68 and Walsh on 5. We'll take a break and come back when play is set to resume.
Yeah. I was about to say, Ruskin Mark, as we say welcome back after the drinks break, that if they were to get Carty,
Yep, that's
this
the key
game,
wicket
this game could finish
in a flash.
Yeah, you know, he is the difference now between the Hurricanes holding on or Barbados winning this game outright, and it will certainly push them up the table. And, with their last game, I think it's CCC they play in their final encounter, either the CCC or the Academy, whichever one it is. It should be a game in which they should win.
That's well bowled. But again, it's only a single he's getting. So Carty has to be mindful here. Both Quincy Brown and Nicholas Paul were in action today in the men's Kieran at the UCI Nations League in Milton in Canada.
I understand the futsal team, the national futsal team, just lost 7-4 to the USA.
Mm-hmm.
So not good news. Always going to be a difficult for the futsal team.
Well, that's well bowled again. This is right on target.
So he's going around the wicket to the left-handed Hayden Walsh.
And
from what we interesting.
From what we saw yesterday, Colin, look at how close he gets to that crease.
Yeah.
He was actually no ball as a result. He's hit in the air, just away from McAllister. That's
probably going to run into the boundary. Yeah. He used his feet, which is interesting because once Leacock gives it a little bit of air, Hayden Walsh Jr. is going to use his feet. And if he gets it right, Leacock could find he gets it because he's getting some turn. If he gets like the googly, say, gives it some air and gets that googly going, Hayden Walsh Jr. can find himself stranded. It was a good hit though. He got it on the full, and even though it was in the air, it was away from McAllister. It's getting some turn. Walsh, look him comfortable. Of course, he's a leg spinner himself. So he knows exactly which way the ball is going to be turning.
Down the wicket he comes. This time he clears here. That's gone all the way for 6 runs.
It's a good hit, no doubt. Coming down the track and lifting him high and hard. So they can probably, what Brathwaite is going to do, which he's done already, he himself is going over from a mid-wicket position towards a cover, and he's put mid-off down to long off. So he's saying to Hayden Walsh Jr., well, if you're going to want to go over the top, then fine. You're going to take on the man out at that long off position.
Colin Quincy Brown rode in heat number 3 this morning and was third. Jaya Tananfa from Suriname, who also trains with him at the UCI Centre in Switzerland, was 4th in that heat. And Nicholas Paul won heat number 4.
Yes, he needs to push it through a little bit. He's a little bit slow in the air, and once that pitches, Walsh is getting right back on the back foot and waiting for that ball to turn into him, and he's playing it. I think what he's done now, he's opted not to give it that little bit of air simply because of the 6 he was hit for. But he's got to forget that. He's got to continue giving it a little bit of air and letting Walsh use his feet and get to the pitch. End of the over, 237 for 6.
Yeah, he has to be brave. You know, he can't be too worried about. In fact, that's what I suppose his teammates would have to help him with here now. Yeah. Just tell him, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Yeah. Go ahead. Keep bowling the same way. Toss it up.
Yep.
Let him use his feet. Let him go over the top if he's so brave enough. In there!
And that's taken. Finally, the innings comes to an end.
What a simple catch. And really and truly, Carty must be very, very, very disappointed with that shot. It was a poor shot. A delivery, he was actually reaching for it. And it just went in the air. I sat Wickham there at that mid-wicket. I'm trying to work out who it is that took the catch. But at the end of the day, it's now 237 for 7.
Yeah, that's all she wrote, really.
Yeah, that's Chase a fifer.
Yep.
5 for 41.
Yeah, he's bowling. He's bowling very well.
Was a good catch in the end. Was a very good catch because he had to come forward to take it.
It's excellent, and you look for a moment as if it was just going to die in front of him, but
Was it Wickham?
it looked like it was Wickham. Yes, fielding at that mid-wicket position, and he's one of those fielders could field almost anywhere. And here comes Cornwall to do to try and do some damage.
Well, not sure what damage he can do because this trail by 17 runs, and
He could hit a few sixes to
firstly erase the 17
erase the
runs.
17.
Okay, I hear you. So Barbados seems well on their way to victory here. Beaten
look
outside the off
Look
slump.
at the big gap
Yeah.
between bat and pad there.
I don't think it turned though. I thought it just ran on.
Yeah,
And,
he's fishing.
Yeah, he was just trying to get bat onto ball. But what a game Roston Chase has had.
Yeah, it's been it's an amazing performance from him.
127, 8 wickets in the game thus far.
Good all-round performance. I know. I'm sure he'd like to finish it off. He picked up 5 wickets in this innings already.
5 for 41 and getting some important wickets.
And there's another one turning, just causing a little bit of anxiety there for the big fella.
Getting Louis, Carty and Graves, the 3 of the top 4 in the order. Nice sunshine back here at the Oval. So the end of another very good Roston Chase over and over, in which he picked up the wicket of Casey Carty going for 69. Another very good knock from him. And when you look back at Carty, it was his 4th half century of the tournament. He's got 104 half centuries. That's what you call consistency. But he would have again getting out at 69.
Yep.
Or it's just not on. He's got to carry on. Get 100.
Yeah, and he can't feel as though okay, he made 100 in the first innings, and he got a half century in the second. But he must be thinking, every time he gets a start, he wants to complete it by getting 100. So I think that's how he has to process batting these days. Once you push in for West Indian selection, that has to be the mindset. Now it's up to Hayden Walsh Jr. now to maybe take charge of proceedings here. He's shaped well.
Well, he's taken Warwickon out. He's taken Leacock out of the attack, and he's brought on Warwickon. Tell you, I would like to have given Leacock another over, but I suppose the young man has been withdrawn and maybe just saving him from, sometimes you have to save the youngster from getting beaten up,
Demoralized, you feel?
and that kind of
Just
thing. Yeah.
loss of confidence. But I suppose it's how you manage your personalities. Just you really want to encourage him.
That's right.
You don't want to break his confidence in any way. But I'm sure he would have liked to have picked up another wicket. He was close. He hit the edge, and it catch just wasn't taken. Now Ruston Chase, I don't know if he's pointing to a spot on the wicket that he wants Warrican to pitch the ball into. Let's see if Warrican can hit that spot. Chase is applauding him, as if to say, well bowled, youngster. Colin, what did these senior guys on the Queen's Park team call you when you were now coming up?
Youngster.
Youngster?
Yeah. Just youngster. Well done, youngster. Well done. One or two would say young Murray because of my dad's affiliation to the Oval, that kind of thing.
Young Murray.
Yeah, some people still call me that, Ruskin, young Murray, and I say thank you.
I would imagine if somebody is 100 years old, they'd have to call you young Murray.
237 for 7 at this point in time, Ruskin.
Because you're young.
And you're looking at 237 for 7. Walsh is on 15. Cornwall. It's going to take strike again from Ruston Chase.
237 for 7. So how many people would call you young Murray now? in that cluster. In that cluster of friends.
It's quite obvious you're not worried about Chase bowling to Cornwall, are you?
Oh, not in the least.
I realize that. But
not in the least. Here we have our two friends are back today during the cricket.
Hey, that's right.
Now, which direction are they going? Northern end or southern end?
Yeah, they're just to the left. Well, it's Cornwall. Let's see. There's that. No change in the field. There's the slip, the forward short leg, the short mid on, and the short mid wicket. So Cornwall is going to get off the mark. He got to 1 in the first innings before he was out. Caught reef off the bowling of Cumberbatch. Was flicking at a delivery, and it carried all the way down to deep square leg.
Does he curb his natural game,
Well,
or does
I don't think he's going to play normal.
Does
He's
he
going to
play
play
his
his
normal?
natural game.
Yep.
You know, I don't think Cornwall is going to change to suit the circumstances. You know, if the ball is there to be hit, he's going to try and hit it out of the ground. The question is does he pick the right one?
Chase, though, would like to get another pepper. He's a stifled appeal, but Hayden Walsh is right out in front. So after we had success
2-all,
Man United,
Bournemouth and Man United.
that might actually be a good result. When you think about it.
I thought Man U might have had just a little too much for them.
Ooh, another delivery starting outside the off number, just coming back a little bit with the arm. So Walsh has to be careful. He's 15, played well so far. But now he has to carry the load because Carty is gone.
He's going to get a single.
And just hustling there a little bit is Raheem Cornwall.
Hustle, you say?
Yeah, hustle.
Okay.
That is Cornwall at top speed there, you know. So he's hustling.
Somebody. Did you see in the CPL last year, he was run out, played a ball to
Square leg.
not to sort of shortish fine leg. The guy misfielded it. When I say misfield, hit it in his hand and went just to his right. And Cornwall took off for the single. When he looked around and he saw the guy reaching for the ball, and Cornwall never increased his speed. Somebody told me that he changed gears. He didn't know how to change gears, and unfortunately he was run out. 239 for 7.
Yeah, they're certainly. There's your friend Colin.
Yep.
He's back. He
Yes,
seemed to be enjoying the
Yep.
cricket, but I wish he'd have company. You know, it's just like he's just there by his lonesome. There's nobody to share a glass of water with, to
Wow.
have a little conversation, you know, about what he's seeing. So he's just ingesting all this information by himself. There, 239 for 7 now.
Trailed by what? 15 runs now?
Yep, they're inching around there. They have to be so careful that You want to at least post something for them to chase, but first you have to wipe off that deficit, which is not a guarantee here.
Well, here's Warrican. It's going to continue. His 15th over, none for 39.
Isn't cricket a strange old game? Warrican was the destroyer for Trinidad and Tobago in the second inning.
That's right.
Can't get a wicket there now, So, but he's bowled well. He's
he's bowled tidy. He's bowled a good line. He's bowled a good length. Not getting a lot of turn. But
be plugging away. Yeah. And that's the thing. If you're not getting wickets, you don't want to be leaking runs as well. So, and I think we have a little discussion there. Somebody is probably suggesting something to him. And so we'll see. Jordan on the field. And there's the one it's hit hard into the ground.
Yep.
And
I thought for 1 minute a spectator's catch.
Yeah. And then Warrican didn't help.
He threw the ball up in the air. He's going to pick up a single. So the question is, how will Cornwall look to play against Warrican? Is he going to go after him, play his natural game? He's not the type that is just going to push and prod and play defensive.
I suppose they're in a, between a rock and a hard place here. Do you try to, avoid an innings defeat, but then you've already lost 7 wickets. Can you get a big enough lead to even make a contest out of it? But then how do you get that big lead? So somebody's going to have to, chance their hand a little bit. Like you said, they just need to pick the right deliveries or pick the right bowler to have a go at. And of course, Warrican is not that one so far. 240 for 7 at the end of the over.
Yep. 240 for 7.
Mm-hmm.
So you look at that scorecard, and of course the 2 men making the runs, Louis and Carty again. Louis with 80, Carty with 69, 52 for Powell. Nobody else getting into double figures.
And they both played well, though. Well, Walsh is on to 17 right now.
Yep.
So he's the next one. And but when you look back at the game, Colin, I mean, from a Leeward Islands perspective, where do you think they kind of got their tactics wrong here?
Well, I mean, I don't think they bowled well. Yes, the pitch was a pretty easy batting pitch, but the first hour, to me, they never bent their back trying to pick up a couple of wickets. And, once the Barbados openers just kept batting and batting and batting, basically the game was done at that point in time. They laid up a really good foundation, and we were talking 350, 400. Yeah. They went way beyond that.
They put on 171 for that first wicket.
Yeah.
But again, we had 3 Centurions in the match. It was that innings of Roston Chase and the manner in which he played, because he was scoring quickly. And that really, as they say, put the cat among the pigeons, and the Leewards couldn't really respond to it.
It's a good delivery. But well played by Walsh. Bat and pad very close together. Doesn't seem, there's a long off and a long on in place, but it doesn't seem that he's going to want to take on Roston Chase. He's playing everything from his crease and playing everything on merit. He's not using his feet. But then again, Roston Chase not giving the ball much air.
Sweep shot again, being employed. Going against the spin a little bit, but once he clears that man at that leg gully position there, it's a safe shot. So he gets one more. brings Raheem Cornwall to the striker's end. You don't think Raheem Cornwall could be a good designated hitter in baseball?
I think he could be a good samurai wrestler.
No, I think he could be a good
Not sure about the baseball
designated hitter in baseball, where he doesn't have to field or anything like that. You just bring him to bat.
Well, the end of the over from Ruston Chase, 5 for 44 now from his 25, and it's 241 for 7.
Yep, but they're inching towards avoiding that innings defeat, but they take their time about it. Still need a few more runs, another 13 runs. Remember, the deficit was 254, so they just need to just hold their nerve here a little bit, see them over the line. And Trinidad and Tobago gave them 20 runs to get.
Yep, and they lost 2 wickets.
So
lost 2 wickets in getting it.
Leewards might be thinking, well, if we give them 50, 60, let's see how many wickets we could take to get them out. So, but just to get that lead, somebody's going to have to play, a real robust innings here. Is it Walt or is it Cornwall? So it's going to be working. 3 fielders on the boundary on the onside. Ball coming in, but umpire not interested. In fact, as soon as the appeal went up, it seemed as if the umpire was shaking his head to say no.
Seemed to have hit him high up on the pad as well.
On the outside of the pad.
Yeah.
He is going for that, but he's even further down this time.
He can't afford to get impatient. Cornwall is going to have a word with him. Just can't afford to get impatient.
That's it. The umpire is taking the ball. He got the helmet. I think that's what it is.
Yeah,
when he
came off the helmet?
It struck the helmet. And the instruction is, of course,
once it hits the helmet,
yep,
you have to have it looked at. But he seems all right. He didn't watch Junior.
Well, sometimes they change the helmets, but in the main they just check it to make sure that it's not compromised, and that way they just make sure that everything is okay. It would be interesting to find out what are the questions they ask batsmen after they got struck. How many fingers?
Count to 5.
Yeah. Do you know where you are? You remember, was it the Rocky movie where he was tapping the guy in the back of the head when the referee said, how many fingers are up? when the referee said, how many fingers are up here? Stallone's it. Tap him in the back of the head. He wasn't seeing a thing. Creed. This was the Creed movie. So.
Yeah, I saw was it part? Yeah, I saw that movie. Just flicking through channels the other day and looked at it. Very interesting movie.
Creed 1, 2?
The one where he fought
in Russia?
Yeah, where he went to Russia.
Yeah.
And he won. Rocky actually.
Yeah.
Rocky had advised him not to fight the first fight, and the Russian was disqualified. And he went into the second fight, and Rocky went with him in Russia.
Rocky built.
And they all thought that Creed would lose.
Yep.
That's well played.
Yep. You remember the Rocky movie when he climbed up the steps at the end to the
and that famous da-da-da, right?
That is right next to that is the museum. Those are the steps to the museum in Philadelphia. He wants the single.
Yeah, but Cornwall hasn't moved.
Why?
He could won the single from now until the cows come home. Cornwall is not moving.
Yeah.
He isn't taking that chance.
That's a popular spot. A lot of people have photos from that spot recreating that scene.
Yeah, I can well imagine.
Including moi.
No, don't tell me.
But I just told you, here's a ball coming back, but it struck outside the off stump.
Work on trying to bait the umpire, but you could see that ball striking him outside the line of the off stump.
Did come back a lot.
Yeah, it did. Let's have a look. But that
struck outside the off stump.
Well left.
Ironically, that spot where that ball turned and that brought out the appeal, that's the same spot that Ruston Chase actually walked and pat on the wicket as if to indicate the work and pitch it there. And he went back. 241 for 7 at the end of the over.
Yeah, 241 for 7.
So, Colin, I want to find you were surprised that I
No,
recreated the
no,
Rocky
of course
scene?
not. Of
I
course
mean,
not.
I can't do that now, but I did it already.
Because
the Liberty Bell is the Liberty. There's a heavier rainfall. There's a
is there drizzle?
More than a drizzle now. Yeah, there is the Liberty Bell just down the road from that museum. You know, and if you stand up there, you see in the whole of Independence Avenue straight down the road.
Okay,
you know, it's a beautiful scene, and then there's the Potomac River right next to it.
Did you run up the steps or you?
Yes, I could run up the steps then. I did. The umpires are calling for the covers.
Where are the ground stuff? Come on, guys.
This time they have to move a lot quicker. This time because this is the heaviest it has been all day.
Yeah, this is pretty heavy.
Yep. The players have to get out of the way because those covers are flying coming. So they... maybe if they remember the one this morning, when it was at its heaviest, it was at the shortest because it fell, and then it stopped. Much to your delight. And
well, here they come.
Yep.
So...
And the good thing is that we haven't had any delays in terms of once the covers are removed, play has been able to
start,
resume, almost immediately.
Which is good.
So I think they're going to get the cover from the side as well to cover the bowlers, the run-ups on this end. And once that big blue monster gets on.
It's just these quick passing showers, Ruskin, because it's subsiding. It's just a light drizzle now. Yeah, it's really strange what is happening. But it's delaying the Barbados victory. Yeah, this is a pretty heavy shower now.
It's a bit heavy. This is the heaviest it has been all day. And I'm happy to say that Colin Murray actually seeing the showers this time.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it.
When I tell him it's drizzling, he don't believe me. He can't see the drizzle.
But if I can't see the drizzle, now you say I see the drizzle?
Yeah, now he's...
There's a huge raindrops.
You're the one who kept telling me the non-striker has to trust the batsman at the other end.
So are you saying I should trust you that you said it's drizzling?
It's drizzling, yeah, you know. But you don't. But then you're the VP. I am just the VIP. So...
the I&I.
The I&I. The Iron VIP.
Well...
So we do have a little bit of a stoppage here now. Our two umpires have gone back up into the stand, and they're going to survey the situation from in the Caribbean stand, just to ascertain how long of a break we're going to have here. And consider that tea is just about 20 minutes away. So we will see if we'll be able to, how long of a delay we will have here. So until we might have a couple of minutes. I think the umpires are probably going to let the conditions dictate what is going to happen. But I would imagine we'll be back on before too long. So don't go too far. But as we leave you for the moment, just to tell you, it's 241 for 7 with a little downpour stopping play with the Barbados Pride pressing for a victory. We'll be coming back as soon as play is about to resume. Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval. We're happy to say that the little rain interruption that we had has basically subsided, and we had a break of about, I would say, about 18 minutes, and but it seems the conditions haven't changed much here at the Oval, so play is set to resume almost immediately on the covers being removed. Raheem Cornwall is on 1. Hayden Walsh Jr. is on 18. It's 2-4-1 for 7 as play is about to resume here now. Just about 5 minutes or so to go before the tea interval. It's going to be Ruston Chase who is going to continue. Cornwall is right back in front of his stumps, and I think Chase, no doubt, would be happy with that because he's probably going to try to hit those pads. And swept away nicely, and that could run for 4. In fact, it will go for 4 runs. And there was Warrican flying around to his right, but it was all in vain. Never really had a chance. And that's the thing with Cornwall. You don't want to give him too many gifts because he's the type of batsman could get hot quickly. And before you know it, the ball is flying to all parts. And the runs keep churning over. Here's Chase again with a quicker delivery, just trying to angle it. He's gotten a couple deliveries to straighten and put the batsman in some problems. Cornwall is 5 now. Again, just having to wait for the delivery to come to him and play it out comfortably. So he's 5-18 to Hayden Walsh Jr., who's leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end, waiting to see what his captain presents. And got another delivery that is well lined.
It's almost as if Cornwall is just going to block and then wait to play a big shot.
Yep.
He's there's no in between. There's no pushing it around and looking for a single.
He does have that forward short leg that I think he's very wary of, and cutting at one and missing as the innings, as the over comes to an end. It's 2:45 for 7 at the end of it. It is with Cornwall on 5 and 18 to Hayden Walsh Jr. And it's going to be Warrican who is going to continue.
Just got word, Ruskin, that T is now at 3:10.
At
T
3:10.
is going to be taken because of the interruptions. They've pushed the T interval back to 3:10. So we've got another half an hour
yep.
to play.
3:10 to Yuma. And I tell you that and you're thinking about playing Mass.
I'm not sure. I'm not thinking, Ruskin. 3:10 to Yuma.
It's a Western, Colin.
Oh,
it's
is
a
it?
Western.
Oh, okay,
Yep.
okay. Thanks for informing me. 3:10 to Yuma. I was thinking, what did Yuma have to do with this game and tea time?
Good bit of cricket all around. Again, Wickham, very quick. Get the hand down and they're really threatening to run out Cornwall. He's having a few words with him there as if to say, go ahead and throw and give me a couple overthrows. I don't mind.
Yeah, Warrican still to get a wicket, striving very hard to pick up one here.
Does have cover out in the deep. He has a long on, a deep mid wicket, and a deep square leg.
Well, then give it some air. That's it.
Down the wicket he comes and he hits it well because he clears the man at a long off. Well, he has a
Mid-off,
mid-off really.
yeah.
He hasn't really been pushed back, and that's 4 runs.
And that's a very good shot because he was giving it some air, but he came down the track. Hayden Walsh, let's have a look. And he hit it through the offside, didn't go across the line, didn't try to hit it over deep cow corner and things like that. He went straight and hit it beautifully over mid-off.
This time he's seeking out mid-on.
Actually, he's batting pretty well, isn't he?
He's the one now that is supposed to carry the load in the absence of Carty.
So they trail by just 4 runs, Ruskin. So it does appear that if Barbados have to win this game, they'll have to bat a second time.
Yep. And of course, much to your chagrin, Manchester United held Bournemouth 2 apiece.
And I'm not a Manchester United fan here. Let me let you know that.
You were never a Manchester United fan, even when Dwight York played there.
Never, ever.
Even when Andy Cole played there.
Never,
even
ever.
when Beckham played there.
Never, ever.
Van Nistelrooy.
I won't repeat myself. You're obviously not listening to me. The end of the over, 250 for 7. I've been always a Liverpool fan from a young man. A youngster, I would even say, not even a young man, a youngster.
The days of Kenny Dalglish and
long before him, a guy called Roger Hunt used to score goals in his sleep. He was that good.
There was a striker. I think he came from Oxford and joined Liverpool.
Aldrich?
John Aldrich. He looked more like a businessman, looked more like an accountant than he looked as a footballer. But boy, he could score goals.
Yeah, he was another. I think they've got the second new ball.
83 overs have been completed here.
So I think they're gonna.
There's the umpire flicking the ball as if he's ready to send on a few.
Well, that's Butler. Butler. I think they're gonna take it.
Yep, right away.
And Roston Chase has been.
He still has on his hat.
He's been given the new ball.
Yep.
Well,
yeah. I was just about to say Roston Chase was bowling with his hat when the sun was in.
So they've taken the second new ball and they've given it straight away to Roston Chase.
Yep.
Well, that's interesting.
So now how does Hayden Walsh Jr. treat with that? Playing and missing. And a quicker delivery there, just probably skidding off the surface.
Richards took the bails off. Umpire Gustav, he's not moved. No longer the umpires go up to fix the bails. He's not moved from his square leg position. That was a good take from Richards.
Yep.
He took the bails off as well.
Tell you, I'm really impressed with what I've seen of him. The few blemishes weren't almost entirely his fault. That's stroked beautifully. So they just get the single now. Cornwall, 250 is on the board, so they're 4 runs away. Or 250, suggest 251 rather, suggest now there's 3 away. So Cornwall is probably saying...
He looks pretty comfortable, doesn't he?
So probably time to see if I could get one out of the ground maybe. It's
almost as if he's just waiting for Chase to bowl a little short or too full.
He's probably saying, throw one up there for me, boy, Chase. Let me see if I could deal with that. But Chase not obliging him so far.
Yeah, and Cornwall not just playing everything on merit at the moment as well. He's doing pretty well. He's just pushing it around.
But he's playing almost exclusively from his crease. He's not prepared to go out on that front foot too much. Just stands there and prods and keeps him out. 2-5-1 for 7 at the end of the over. Walsh is 24 and Cornwall is on 5.
Yes, 2-5-1. This pair has just put on 14. But more importantly, they're occupying the crease, which is important. And I would expect that Warrican is going to come into the attack, or Warrican is going to continue. You sure they took the new ball?
Yeah. The umpire threw the ball. He was flicking it around and then signaled that the new ball was being taken. So the two spinners are operating with the second new ball. You don't see that too often, but in the modern game, captains are not afraid to entrust that responsibility with the spinners. So can he get one to just do a little something here with the new ball? Skid on, jump, hit up spot and turn. Something. Working unable to prevent the single. Did well to get a hand to it.
Ruskin, why you think that they've not opted at least from this end to bring a quickie in? I mean, I'm not sure you're...
I think the
you
runs, I think that's probably what it is.
Yeah, but you need to get the wickets. And, you have a new ball. You've got Reefer. You've got McAllister. You've got Cumberbatch. Why not just give them an over or two? See what happens. Change up things a little bit.
Until tea time, or maybe to experiment a little bit. But they feel these two could get it done. These are the two most experienced spinners.
Well,
the problem is they're not getting any kind of turn with the new ball.
I would have thought they would have at least gone to Cumberbatch or even Reefer and give them at least an over or two.
Or even Wickham, who could bowl.
I wasn't thinking that. I was more thinking of the Cumberbatch and a little bit quicker. But at the end of the over, it's what, 253 for 7. They trail by one run now.
Yep. So I suppose that's the idea for Walsh and Co. And then try to see how many you could get by way of setting a target for Barbados. And if you can get to 50, 60, maybe even 100 lead, even though you might get bowled out this evening, at least you give yourself a chance to make some serious inroads into the Barbados batting lineup. Against Trinidad and Tobago, they had 20 to chase and they lost 2 early wickets. So who knows? But the Leewards, they have to make those runs. But now we see McAllister is getting a bowl.
Well, I would have thought they would have looked to bring on a quickie at least.
Yeah, because he's bowled well, but he hasn't been very successful, Jaya McAllister. I'm sure he'll be hunting a wicket or two here just to close off proceedings. I'd really like to chip when he had 1 for 41 in the first innings. No wickets just yet. Just 16 runs taken off his 3 overs. Can he do the business here for Barbados? They've taken the second new ball.
Well, in the air, but certainly not carrying down to mid-on.
Driven hard by Cornwall, who again is likely to play his shots, but he's not going to look for the ball. It has to come to him. And that's where he makes his bread and butter, as they say. He's battling, he's having a go at one outside the off. Not a bad delivery, a little bit of bounce there as well.
Yeah, because of the new ball, the hardness of the ball, it's probably gonna get some bounce.
But he wasn't in control of that shot at all. He was just throwing the bat at it. Could easily have gotten the edge. Would have been interesting had it hit the edge, chase, and yeah, I see his Cornwall being struck, trying to pull that one. That one didn't get up as much. Struck him on the body. It almost hit the water tank there. He was swinging too early, Cornwall, but he was right in line, so quite naturally it crashed into his midsection. Playing that one because again the ball is just keeping a little bit low, something I'm sure he has to be mindful of here. Very wary of the two-pace nature of the pitch. It's a good shot. Yep. He was waiting on it. That's 4 runs.
It was too short. So they've gone in the lead now, the Leeward Islands, so Barbados will have to bat again to win this game. Well, look at this delivery, far too short, no pace, and there was Cornwall just slapping it basically square on the offside.
Played it well. Didn't have to do too much, just kind of get bat on ball. Big gap out there. It goes again, this time a lot closer to Leacock.
Yeah, Cornwall was hustling down at the non-striker's end. Picked up a little pace there, but gets another single. So McAllister's got to take that ball up. Take it up to Cornwall. Let him try to go over the top, if anything. But once you bowl him that short, he's just going to pick it off. The end of the over, 257 or 258 now for 7. Means the lead is 4. So at the moment Barbados, they've got 5 to make to win. So the Hurricanes 4 for 7 basically.
Here you have some spectators, Colin.
Oh yeah.
A family affair. Isn't that ironic? The two elderly folks, the more mature folks are the ones on their phones. The two youngsters are actually watching the cricket.
Yeah.
We would expect the other way around.
That's right. So very true.
So 258 for 7. Cornwall just struck a nice beefy boundary in the previous over. Hit it and he's bowled him. Again, backing away, trying to force it through the offside and loses his off stump. He missed it completely. The ball didn't turn at all. It just straightened on, and he was backing away and trying to force it through the offside, and he goes bowled. So Warwick finally has his wicket. He goes for 11. It's 258 now for 8.
Yeah, that bring Colin Archibald to the crease. He had 20 not out in the first innings, but let's have a look again at that dismissal. Yeah, just back. Well, he should have been playing that ball on the front foot and pushing it out to cover, but he was backing away, trying to slap it square on the offside. And the shot was just not there for that type of delivery. It was far too full on him. And Cornwall makes his way back slowly to the pavilion, bowled by Warwick for 11. So Warwick picks up his first wicket in the second innings. He got one for 66 in the first innings. So he's picked up another wicket in the second innings.
But again, it doesn't do justice. The figures doesn't really do justice to the bowling that he's put down. He's bowled much better than the figures would suggest. And the justification for keeping the spinner at one end, it paid off.
Yep, it certainly has paid off.
He did go to the faster bowler at the other end, but he kept one of the frontline spinners on. And it means that Barbados could be facing a very small lead here.
Well, it's basically 4 for 8. They had a target of 20 against the
4 for 8.
Red Force.
Colin, I can't even get okras in town for that.
4 for 8?
$4 for 8 okras.
How much is okra now, Ruskin? How much is
I might get like 15 okras for $5 or something like that.
Oh,
but nobody's offering me 4 for 8.
Okay. Well, I can't help you there, Ruskin, because I don't buy okras, so I wouldn't know if it's 4 for 8 or 10 for 15 or whatever.
Do you even
yeah, of course I do. I know you were coming with that. So immediately, let me ensure that you don't even have to ask the question. Okay? But of course I do. Okay?
Well,
of course I do.
I could verify that, but I could verify that because there was
You've seen me in the supermarket.
There was one Christmas
and you saw me in the supermarket.
We were taking advantage of the 24-hour shopping by the Massey stores. And there was Mr. Murray
with a trolley.
With a trolley.
Ah, right. Yeah. Just say once you get that right.
But you only had beer in the trolley.
Well, whether it's beer or not, I was shopping. That's the important thing.
At 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, that was probably
it was late.
probably the best time. Nobody was there.
There was just a few of us. Actually, no. Remember, it had quite a few.
A lot of people. It wasn't at 2 o'clock in the morning.
It was midnight. It was close to midnight.
It was about half 11 or something like
close
that.
To midnight.
Why do you exaggerate so much? I'm reaching a stage where everything you tell me now, I have to double check. I have to check myself.
The reason is that I left you in the groceries. I'm not sure.
Because I wasn't just buying beers.
I wasn't quite sure how long you stayed. But that was like the eve of Christmas Eve or something like that. It was close to Christmas.
22nd of December or something like that.
I think they had like music as well. This boy Earl Lapierre, the son, was there providing some Christmas carols and stuff like that. And there was Colin Murray shopping away.
Shopping away.
Yep.
Yeah, that's I relax when I go shopping. The only time I get flustered in the supermarket is when
when you're the cashier.
Correct. I get a little nervous and flustered. But other than that, I'm quite relaxed going through the aisles, you know. And then somebody like you see me and they want to talk, you know. And that sometimes my wife is with me, it irritates her. She said, "Did you come here to talk or to
talk
shop?"
cricket? Yeah, what is
It's the end of the over from
I let you go in the oval all day. You talk cricket whole day. I have you for 1 hour, and you're talking cricket in the grocery.
Yeah.
I mean, really, Mr. Murray?
258 for 8. The Hurricanes. So Archibald is there now with Walsh. Let's see how long these two can go, at least if they can go until tea. I'm sure they'll be looking at that.
Yeah, if the game finishes early, which it's trending to do, you might have enough time to catch the grocery open.
Yep, probably. You're probably right. Because I know they're not going open till midnight.
True, not at this time.
Yeah, on a Sunday.
Not at this time of the
No,
year.
Saturday. Thank
Actually,
God it's a Saturday.
Yeah,
I got mixed up with the days.
Good thing is, if you don't catch them today, you'll certainly get them tomorrow.
Yeah, we got no cricket, right?
Yeah. Yep. But I know you'd probably end up on Fatima Ground watching Queen's Park play or something like that.
Tomorrow's a relaxing day. Actually, no, I have
football tomorrow.
Football tomorrow.
Ooh, the underedge driving over it, missing the off stump, but not by much. Another good take from young Richards.
Yeah, good little game down at the barracks tomorrow later in the afternoon. Is driving at that. The ball It was driving inside the line,
Yep,
didn't he?
the ball passed the outside edge.
Yeah, Police and La Hoqueta Rangers. Should be an
You see Port of
interesting
Spain are
game.
playing when tomorrow as well?
No, I don't. Well, yeah, but that's. I thought
to
he
pull
was
it,
trying.
yep.
Yeah, he went onto the back foot to really hammer it, and thought he was a little choked for room. Yeah, that. I think there's a few games tomorrow, because the games were postponed from today because of the election.
Plus, there's one game out because quite a number of players are out on the futsal team.
Correct.
That's the AC Port of Spain. This one is pulled a long way. That's gone.
That's a really good hit, isn't it?
That's a 6-4 Hayden Walsh Jr. Hit that over mid-wicket.
He was looking to do the same with the ball before.
Yeah, he
But
mistimed it.
Yeah, this one was short, and he really hammered it. He's into the 30s now. Hayden Walsh Jr., he's on 31. 264 for 8.
So they're trying to build some kind of a lead here,
Yeah, this is his highest score for the season.
which is surprising because he plays, he does have the ability to bat.
He's gone again, and that's another.
This is
He's
even
clobbered that.
bigger. Yep.
Yep. Wow. McAllister, too short. Far too short. He got him in the first innings, McAllister, but he got him with a delivery that was up to him, and Walsh was trying to drive. This time, for some reason, he's hammering this ball, and it's far too short, and Hayden Walsh is just picking it off.
Yeah, he has to be mindful of that. Combined campuses are now 253 for 7. And they've faced 80 overs as well, so Trinidad and Tobago does have the option of the second new ball there. So these two games kind of mirroring each other from day one. Both the Barbados Pride and Trinidad and Tobago posted huge totals, first innings totals. The difference was Trinidad went back to bat, and here Barbados upped it and forced the follow on. That's well played by Walsh, not getting carried away. Well, Brian Charles got rid of Keon Otley for 19. Richards is the man holding up proceedings now.
What's the score? Sorry,
253 for 7.
253 for 7. That's also very tight. They need to pick up a couple of wickets quickly.
Well, they're probably at tea right now, or just coming back from tea.
They would be coming back from tea.
Just missing there. And that ends the over. 271 for 8 here. So Hayden Walsh is up to 38. Yep, and there's there's the threat of rain.
Again,
Yep,
is it drizzling?
It's drizzling. I think when next Colin Murray goes to buy glasses, I'll have to tell them when they're putting in all the different things for him.
I went for an eye test, and they told me I've got 20/20.
That's $20 by $20. That's what it's really trying to tell you. Pay 20. That's the only 20.
Ruskin Mark, I'm not going to tell you anything again. I'm going to keep all my private business to myself.
That's the only 20.
And I'm not going to tell you anything.
Well bowled again from Workan. So when Colin Murray next goes for his glasses, I'll tell them put in something that has to do with rainfall.
I don't know.
Oh, well bowled. That's a nice delivery. Quicker. Bang on target.
Can Walsh resist if he gives it a little bit of air? Can Walsh
No,
resist?
I don't think he will. He might do it for one ball, but
Just,
clearly if he
wait.
persists.
Give it some air. Come on, Warwick. Give it some air.
I think Walsh is trying to pinch the single.
Yeah. He's flat. He's pulling a good line. He's pulling a good length, but Walsh doesn't look to be bothered. I'm just saying, hey, 3-dot balls, give it a little here. Come on, work on. And again,
a bit of turn there as well.
Well, he gave that a little bit more air, but not the kind of air I was thinking of.
He didn't go up in jaw breeze.
Yeah, I was thinking of that.
2-7-1 for 8 now. A
The
lead
lead
of
is what,
17
17?
runs, yep. And again, work on.
They're going to
they're
pitch
gonna-
a single.
And
That's
work,
very
that's
good running.
careless,
Yep, that's
careless,
good running.
careless indeed.
That's
And
very good from Hayden Walsh.
that's careless cricket do. Work and stop the ball. The ball was going back towards where the umpire is located, and Workan just never bothered to turn around to get the. Only when he heard the call, when the batsman called, then he realized, oh boy, there's a chance of a single here.
And Hayden Walsh was, by the time he got to the ball, Hayden Walsh was in.
It's too late. Too late, too late shall be the cry.
So the end of the over, 272 for 8. We've just got maybe time for one more over.
Yep, 3:10 is the scheduled tea.
Tea time. I'm not sure they're going to go back to McAllister.
They shouldn't.
Brathwaite may very well
They might go back to
Ruston
Chase. Yep.
Yeah, probably not a bad idea with the over before tea.
You don't want to. Next thing you know, that lead, which is now 18, swells to
90 or 80,
yeah,
yep.
You know, quickly in double quick time. So you have to be mindful of that and to make absolutely certain that you keep things under control.
So here's Chase for a new spell again.
There are actually about 3 different versions of it, you know? Or maybe 4.
And he smashed that hard, but Warrican didn't feel it cleanly, but it didn't go too far behind him. So Chase wrong the wicket. He's got the bowling to 2 left-handers, so his line doesn't really have to change. He's giving a little bit of a loop, but not going high enough for Hayden Walsh to maybe use his feet and go over the top.
What is the difference here now? I didn't hear you complaining that Chase is trying to dig up the pitch.
Well, I didn't notice.
You didn't notice him?
No, I didn't.
He was scratching.
I don't know what he was scratching.
Something is giving him a little. He's probably a little bit uncomfortable.
I'm not sure.
There's a little mound there that is impeding his run up. Not that he's running any big distance. Well bowled again. He's come back
Junior, he's looking pretty good, isn't he?
Yep.
He's looking comfortable. He's looking as if I know what batting is about.
And if he's smart, he'll just play this one down and go for a little walk to ensure that this is the final over before the tea interval.
Probably is. I don't think, even if he goes for a walk, I don't think
There's a chance of another over.
Unless, of course, he gets out in this delivery.
Driving
That's a good
beautifully.
shot.
And it's a long chase coming across. And will he get there? Yes, he does. The youngster has been doing very well. Leacock covering a lot of ground to his right and completing the field. 274 for 8 now at T. And Walsh Jr. is up to 41 from 63. And Archibald is yet to score. But the story, of course, has been Ruston Chase. 5 for 51 now from 28 overs.
Yeah, he's been the real, how shall I put it, the man who has done the damage for the Barbados Pride. Warrican has picked up 1, and The other wicket, Leacock, who was a bit unlucky, he could have well had 2 or 3 wickets. But it's been a good session for Barbados. They kept pegging away at the Leeward Islands batsmen. They got to when Graves went, and then Andrew, Hamilton, Jeremiah Louis, Cornwall. You felt that, and then Casey Carty was the big wicket when he went with the total in 237. You felt, well, 237 for 7. The Hurricanes might struggle to get to 260, 265, but because of Hayden Walsh Jr., they are 274 for 8. He is on 41 and batting very well, actually. He's played a couple of very good shots. It's going to be interesting, the Barbadian tactics after the tea interval. They've got to pick up these 2 wickets, and the lead now is, 20? So they don't want this lead. There are 2 things. They don't want, one, the lead to stretch too much, and then they've also got to look at time. When they come back out, it's going to be 3:30. They need to get these last 2 wickets
quickly
by 4 o'clock. The latest, give them half an hour. But in that half an hour, they have to make sure that not many runs are added. And if they come out and maybe have to get 30, maybe 30, 35, they should be very happy with that. But that's the situation from us here at the tea interval at the Queen's Park Oval. The Leeward Hurricanes, they are 274 for 8 in their second innings. They lead the Barbados Pride by 20 runs. We are tea time here, but it certainly looks as if this game is heading the way of Barbados Pride. So we'll be back after the tea interval to let you see exactly what transpires here at the Queen's Park Oval. So until then, we'll be back after tea.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval, where tea has been taken, and now this is the final session here at the Oval. So it's just about 3:30 in the afternoon. And it's Warrican who picks up the attack and immediately is met by the broad bat there of Colin Archibald, who's yet to score. 274 for 8, the lead of 20. And that was striking him low down. He just got the bat down in time, but that was really crashing into his pads. And it's going to go, it isn't going to go for 4. Archibald was very, very lethargic, and it's almost like Hayden Walsh had to force him to go back for the second run. But he was living dangerously there because that ball literally pitched and crept. It looked like it was just veering into his pads. And somehow he got the bat down on time and just squeezed it past the keeper. The lead is 22 now. Make that 23. So Archibald now goes on to 3-2-7-7 now for 8. So little by little they're trying to post some kind of a score here to set Barbados some kind of a target that might challenge them. Digging in is Hayden Walsh Jr. He is 41. I'm sure he must be eyeing a half century. He's probably asking Colin Archibald, just stay with me. Let me get to 50, and then we'll see how many more we can add after that. This one, and there's a good bit of fielding there. Good quick work by both men, McCaskey and wicketkeeper Richards. But despite all that brilliance, Hayden Walsh Jr. survives, and he was well grounded in his crease. But that was excellent cricket, a good powerful shot, but good quick hands by McCaskey, and then the return quickly to Richards, who removed the bails in a flash. Working again from around the wicket, just trying to push the ball across the left-hander, with the occasional one coming back in at him as the over comes to an end. 91 overs completed now. Is 277 for 8. The lead is 23. So against Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados were chasing 20. This is a little more now. But not only that, they probably might be able to add on a few more to that, because they are yet to dismiss the last 2 wickets of the Leeward Islands. So Archibald it is who's waiting on Ruston Chase. Looking for another pepper here. Chase 5 for 51 so far. I'm sure he'd love to have a 6th. And they've gone for 1. They might come back for the 2nd, and they will. And Rifa is really have to sort of pick himself up to chase that at short third man. Literally have to like drag his body. He's probably as stiff as ever. Chase just touching down on a good line, good length, and the batsman treating it with respect. But you get the impression sooner or later Archibald is probably going to have a go at chase. And now the Silimidov has been employed. So you have a forward short leg and a Silimidov, as well as a slip and a short cover. And they've also brought in the short mid wicket as well. So the batsmen, meanwhile, the two left-handers have a little chit-chat, as if to say, don't get drowned in honey. And don't worry about the fielders around the bat. Just play each ball in merit. Starting too far outside the off stump. No interest at all from the batsman. So Archibald holding his end of the bargain so far. 279 for 8. Didn't look at one time as if the Leewards would get close to the 254 deficit that they had. But not only have they gotten past that, they've wiped that off, and they're now trying to add some runs for Barbados to chase. This is the end of the over. At the end of it is 279 for 8. So the lead is 25 runs now as they get ready for a new over from Jamal Warkan. Walsh it is, who is on 41. Much too short there from Warkan. Just trying to pull that one down. And luckily for him, the batsman was a little bit cramped, couldn't really free his arms. Head well over the ball. They're hitting Walsh. This has been a very disciplined effort on his part. Did offer the sweep shot quite a number of times early on. But now he's more intent on just sort of keeping them out. So Barbados being frustrated here a little bit, as these two coming out after tea and just keeping them out, denying them that early wicket that they would have been craving after the tea interval. So let's see, remember at tea they were right there, 274 for it. And now he's going to get this single. And Wickham tried to deny him that single. Just not able to do so. So 280 on the board right now. That lead, Colin, is just climbing.
Not alarming,
yep.
26 at the moment, but you just think just to ease their minds, they need the breakthrough and get this innings out of the way.
Yeah, whatever target they're set, Barbados.
Oh, they're going to, yeah, of course. And they've still got a lot of time left
Plus
today.
the mandatory 15 overs at the end.
Yeah. So I think they're going to be, it's the end of the over, 280 for 8. Archibald in the first innings, he got 20 not out, so he's no rabbit per se. I mean, when you look at Archibald, he's got 66 runs before this game started, just averaging 9, but he's at top score of 31, so he has an idea. He's not a rabbit per se. He knows which end of the bat to use.
But he's no Ted. 280 for 8. And this one just running off a thick inside edge. It's going to come to fine leg. Rolling, 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 rolling. Yes!
I thought
it hit the rope.
I thought it hit the rope, so...
Did he determine... Did the bat...
It was a great effort by McCaskey, but I don't think he wouldn't know really if the ball hit the rope. He was flying.
I'm not sure. They ran 3.
Yeah, they did run 3.
Yep.
So, and let's just have a look at it here. Let's see if we can pick it up. And
the
yes,
ball hit the rope.
Yep.
No, when he fanned, he probably thought he was fanning the ball. If anything, he probably hit it on the rebound.
Correct.
And
Correct.
so you see, your glass is not bad after all.
No, it's 2020.
Yep. We just have to make sure we get the rain.
It's the rain. It's the problem. It's the drizzles.
Yep. He hurriedly played that one. I don't think he was in the ideal position to play that, but he did.
So Chase and Warwick are trying desperately for this breakthrough here.
And off the pad, I think it was more in hope than anything else.
And when you get when you're seeing the finish line, Ruskin, and you get frustrated by a 9th wicket pair, it can really it sets you doing all sorts of different things. You try all sorts of different
for
things.
everything.
Well, not only that, but you try different things that really and truly that can't work. And you just said, well, let's try this, and whereas you go back to the basics.
He's driving at one outside the off stump. Thought he had a chance at a big one there. There's a long off in place, but he missed it.
In fairness to him, though, he seemed to be going over extra cover with that one. Don't think he was going down to long off, but you never know with a number 10 where the ball is going to end up.
Once it hits the bat, then any number could play, as they say.
But I tell you, again, it's the end of the over from Chase.
283 for
283 for 8. You see how he went after that. Chase gave it a little bit of air, but outside the line of the off stump. If, give it a little bit of air, tempt them.
Push it even wider.
These guys
will go after.
Yeah, they're not going to block and push forward defensive to a ball that is given a little bit of air. Okay, you may get hit for 6 once, but there's always the possibility of a miss hit or not clearing the long off or long on.
Well, they're going to bring on the Cumberbatch now.
Yep, that's not a bad move. That's a good idea.
To see if he can prize out these last 2 wickets.
That's
and
I
end
think that's
this
a good
resistance.
move. Yep,
It's
that's a
29 now is the lead.
He's had a long rest, Cumberbatch. I think this is a really good move. Thought after tea, it started with Warwick and Chase, and nothing has happened. So
Similar frustration up at Huey. It's now 281 for 7 as they continue to
who's batting at the moment?
to Grant Richards is not out 58 and Graves is not out 14. Utley was the man out. He made 19. So he was offering resistance at one point together with Richards.
Seems that they've got to get to see the back of Richards.
Yep. And this is climbing into that one for a comfortable single.
Walsh is batting pretty well. It's one of the better knocks I've seen from him. Yeah, it also, Ruskin, it begs the question, should they have gone and batted yesterday? And they hustled 95 for 2 declared. And Barbados, we were talking about Barbados, should they go back and bat? And I think maybe just using up that time.
But I put a little pressure on them now. That's well played. That's a gorgeous shot.
That's 4.
Yep. And it's well played. He was into the wicket
too short
quickly, Archibald, and he made good contact with the ball. That's a shot of a top-class batsman.
Yeah, well, look at that, Ruskin, halfway down the pitch, outside the line of the off stump, to Archibald. He's gonna love that. You got to take it up to him, Yorker length. Let him look to drive. You've got 2 slips in place. You know, as a matter of fact, if I was Cumberbatch, I would go over the wicket.
Yeah, angle it across
Angle
him,
it across him.
which he can do. In fact, a lot of times when he's bowling to the right-handers, he tend to go outside their legs because he angles the ball across them.
Tell you, this partnership is frustrating. They've added 30 so far in 49 deliveries.
So Cumberbatch with his, look like his helicopter windmill on his head.
I'd love to see you with that kind of hairstyle, Ruskin. You look well, you look good.
My
you know,
dreads
I think-
grow inwards, not outwards.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. Yeah, you look good.
Ever heard of a bald head rasta? That's me.
Take your feet off the chair.
Drive
driven and that's it.
one and not out, says the umpire.
The ball bat may have hit the ground.
Yep.
But that's the ball he's got to bowl. If you're going to bowl it, you've got to take it up to Archibald. Let him look to drive. Or, you know, you either go over the wicket to take it up to him,
And
across him, or if you're bowling around the wicket, take it up to him, wide of the off stump. Let him look to drive. He can't help it. Archibald is going, look at that. He's going to go for the drive.
That, as far as he's concerned, that's a run scoring delivery there.
That's right. Again, that's too short and no ball. Once he bowls that ball back of a length, Archibald is going to play it 9.5 times out of 10. You know, he's really going to miss those deliveries that are short. He's either going to push it on the offside or he's going to pull it, carry it up to him. He loves to drive. You look at Archibald. He's trying to play these expansive drives. And once you could get it up to him and drift it away from him, you can get the edge.
And this is a good shot. That's going to cause some more work there now for Warwickon. But he's able to corral the ball for another 2. And 46 to 48 now to Hayden Walsh. So he's 2 away from his half century. 2-9-2 for 8. Walsh on 48. 10 to Archibald. When he came out after tea, he was yet to score. And 2 short because the batsman's comfortably in behind it to end the over. 292 for 8 now as the lead. Well, it grows. It's not growing exponentially, but it's growing. And it's not growing too quickly either.
A 34-run partnership, which is starting to worry the Barbadian team. Chase is going to continue. I just think that they need to break this partnership.
I want to believe that that's the understatement of the year.
Yeah, they've just got to.
Have to, yeah, if they want to win this
They
game.
need to win this game because the thing about it is not only...
Guyana Happy Eagles won already.
Yeah, the thing about it is that they're scoring the runs as well. It's not just trying to get them out and them staying there. If they were just staying there and prodding and blocking, but they're scoring runs.
This time he's edging it, and this time he's gone.
So that is the breakthrough. Chase, that's his 6th wicket.
Yep.
Well,
But wicketkeeper Richards for 10.
So 292 now for 9. So it lead what? The lead is 38. But good delivery from Ruston Chase. Let's have a look at it as it pitched. A little bit of turn, and that was the undoing of Archibald because he was playing down the line where that ball was pitched. But as it turned, it just took the outside edge and went into the gloves of wicketkeeper Richards. So it's the end of Archibald. He goes for 10. And Ruston Chase, 6 for 56. What a game he's had. 3
Easily
for 47 in the first innings.
Easily the player of the match.
Oh, by far. And don't forget, he took a couple catches as well.
Yep. A couple of his own bowling.
Yep. Took one off his own bowling. And then he had, in the first innings, one off his own bowling. He also took a catch off of Leacock. So he's had 2 catches in this innings, 1 in the first, and it's been the rust and chase game. But give Barbados Pride credit. They've had to work hard for this victory. This pitch is not it's more of a batting friendly pitch. And Hayden Walsh Jr., I think he's gone off the field for a minute, so it means that they'll just have to wait until he comes back.
Yeah, but I think he went with the consent of the umpires. Here he is coming back, hustling.
Now the thing is, Ruskin, the reason they're coming from that area,
because of the work being done in the dressing rooms. So which area are they using?
They actually they're housed in the gym.
Okay.
They're two
partition off 2
areas in the gym, and that's where they are.
So if they're in the gym, where are you exercising?
I'm exercising from the commentator's booth
better
here.
Yet, where are you working out?
From my car that's parked in the car park to here, to the commentary booth and back. I do it about 3-4 times a day. I do 6,037 steps, and I'm good. Yeah, and let me see how much I've done today. I need to walk back and forth a couple of times. I've done 3,303 today, so I need to just back and forth about 4 times.
I think when you tap your finger like that, your thing registers steps,
Could be. I'm happy anyway with it. But Daniel Durham has come in.
Oh, that's nice bonks there.
Yeah, had some turn as well. He can't bowl that at number 11. He's not going to play it. He's going to miss it. He's going to miss it 11 times out of 10.
Did Durham get off the mark? No, he was not caught and bowled by Chase.
I would like to see Chase just drift one in with the arm.
That's what I think he was trying there. He just didn't come back enough.
I think because Durham is...
he's going to kick at it. Yeah, he's just going to put the pad out there and leave it.
Well, that's well played.
A little hop, skip, and a jump to play it, but he plays it in the end. And now he's asked the long off to go out, the long on to go out, the mid wicket to go out. So he's probably going to toss this one up and invite him to have a hee-ho at it. He's driven powerfully.
Well, Hayden Walsh takes the single. Yep. So I think he's gonna have a go.
Yeah, Walsh is probably gonna throw caution to the wind here. He needs 2 for his half century, so he might be thinking this might be my best chance here, unless he could squeeze a single off the last ball of this over and then try and do it in the next over. Feeling that, just go for broke if he gets something that he could work with. And tell Durham, run for dear life.
Oh, well, he stumped. No, the umpire says no, the back foot is anchored. And so Walsh survives. And look at the bowling figures. Look at that. Rust and Chase, 31 overs, 6 for 57. It's been truly a superb effort from him. And the question is, are they going to stick with Cumberbatch? Let's have a look at this delivery. Hayden Walsh, as you're looking at the back foot, it really just didn't come out.
Yeah, he just slid it across.
Yeah, good bit of work.
Yep.
Good bit of work from Richards, but the back foot, as you rightly said, Ruskin, he just slid it across. Didn't come forward.
So now he's gone away from Cumberbatch.
He's gone to Reefer.
He's gone to Reefer now.
I think Reefer's got probably a little bit more control. And Reefer was wicketless in the second innings. Picked up 2 wickets in the first.
He got the early wicket.
He got the early wicket of Powell, and then he
really?
got Louis later on, Jeremiah Louis.
Yeah, 1 for 5 when he got that breakthrough.
Yeah,
And you
that
thought,
was
well,
important, wasn't it? As in the context of the game, Ruskin, had they got a good start as well in the first innings, the whole scenario might have been different.
yeah,
But I think he picked up that early wicket in the first innings, and he had the Leeward Islands scrambling at 5 for 1.
much too short there from that was the kind of loosener there from Reefer. So Barbados right on the brink here now. They just need to try to finish off this innings and get about the business of chasing down the runs as set by the Leeward Islands.
That's a good delivery. You could see a bit of movement. It shaped in, and then on pitching it just straightened. And Durham played it well, actually. He was getting right behind the line.
Yeah, he's shaping well. Calling frustration for Trinidad and Tobago. It's 289 for 7. Still, they're pushing to try to get that breakthrough. Just as Barbados is here trying to mop up proceedings. Wrap up the tail. The tail is wagging a little bit.
Yeah, well,
Hayden Walsh Jr.
Hayden Walsh Jr. has really come good in this second innings. Hasn't had a great time with the ball, Hayden Walsh Jr. When you look back
he was beaten out of the attack.
That's
early.
right.
Even Reefer looks a little lethargic right now.
Hayden Walsh 13 overs, none for 59. So he had a poor outing with the ball. So he's come good with the bat. Didn't get off in the first innings, just got 2 before he was bowled by McAllister. Well, he certainly took his revenge on McAllister, hit him for 2 huge sixes when he came with the ball to bowl to him. Gotta attack the stumps, Reefer. He's moving the ball nicely, and you could see it. You could see it, curving away from Durham. But Durham is, give him credit, he's picking up the line early, and once he sees that ball curving away from him, he realizes it's going to beat the off stump, and he's allowing it to go through.
Which is good, sensible batting. The problem is, does he have the patience to do it consistently?
And are they gonna look for 2? They've got to try get 2, but it's gonna be suicidal. They're coming back. He could be in trouble.
Yep,
He's gone.
Could be in trouble there.
Oh no!
Not out, says the umpire.
That's really excellent running. I thought he was gone because they decided late to come back for the second. But Durham is a tall man. He's got a big reach, and you could see him. He didn't have to dive or anything. He was just sliding the bat in.
Slide the bat in there.
I don't think the Barbados team are pretty happy with that decision from umpire Butler.
Because he looked like he was dipping the bat as opposed to really sliding it in.
Difficult.
Yep.
Let me have a look at that again.
If you could slow it down again.
Yeah,
and just
I would like to just see that again.
Just touching down. He was dipping the bat in as opposed to really sliding it in as you're taught to as a youngster.
Comes, and let's see.
Because he's holding the bat in both hands.
Let's see.
Oh, he's in, just in. But again, he's dipping the bat in the crease. You know. And, had he just slid that in, it would have been.
Yeah, and they tell you that's how you need to run, Ruskin. You just slid the bat in. If you feel that you might have a problem, you got to put in a dive.
Yep.
But he's a tall man, isn't he? He's got a long reach.
Were you a diver? I was never a diver.
I was never either.
I relied.
I was very quick.
I was
very quick. I was very quick from wicket to wicket. That was the thing with me.
That was the extent of your speed.
No, I was very, very quick actually, and I thought, and I would like to give myself credit as well. I thought I was a good runner. I judged a run
single,
well.
He does a single very well.
Yeah, I thought, but because it's all, when I tell you what, I've run with some pretty bad runners, that
Did
you
you run out of
basically
fuel?
well you gotta call for them and for you. You know.
Or you have to say no sometimes to them because
even
they'll
if
run
it's
you
their
out.
call.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, when you encounter a bad runner, oh boy, it's really problematic.
It's
That's a
another
good
good
delivery.
delivery. All of a sudden, Chase is getting just that little bit extra out of the wicket. It's probably the new ball as well, the second new ball. It's still a hard ball. We were the 98 over. So we haven't bowled 20 overs yet with the new ball. Yes,
He's hit that well.
If he's hit it
really hit that well. That you heard it. That was a sweet song off the bat, and that's his 50. An excellent innings from Hayden Walsh Jr. Really a good innings. He's on to 52.
Jonathan Drakes was right there and couldn't touch it.
He smashed that really hard. What a good shot.
If he's going at this one, there's a loud appeal for a catch. The umpire is unmoved.
Butler unmoved. The guys can't believe it. Ruston chases at cover.
And neither is Walsh.
And I'm not sure where that would have come off.
He would have had to hit
Because
the toe of the bat.
Very, very confident.
They would have had to hit the toe of the bat because everything else was well away from the bat. He was playing well away from his body, trying to pull it to the onside.
Let's have a look. When he backed away, gave himself some room.
That's it.
Yeah, well.
We need Snicko for that.
Yeah, it's difficult to tell. And it's going to get a single.
That's the 300 on the board.
Yep. One ball for Durham to face.
So the lead is now 46.
It's 4 o'clock already. But I don't think there's still no alarms because got those 15 overs in the last hour.
Yep. Which is probably all that Barbados would need.
Oh, for sure.
Six for 62 Chase. Can he get wicket number 7 and get 10-4 in the match? And again, not out. He was a little bit away from the stumps there, Richards. He had to kind of collect it and then go back to get it. By that time, the batsman was able to get his feet back in. Durham, he survives. He's on 353 to Walsh. It's 300 for 9 now with the lead just on 46. So a little frustration for the Barbados Pride as they're being made to work here for their success. And Reefer now is going to try to end it all for Barbados. And they need him to probably pick up a wicket here. The last wicket.
He's just bowling a little too wide of the off stump, Ruskin. He's got to attack the stumps. When you reach down to this, well, Walsh is batting exceedingly well, but when you reach down to batting with the last man, you've got to attack the stumps. He had an over just now at Durham, and you had to think he should have done better.
Yeah, that was a good delivery, though. That last delivery just pitched and left him. Walsh nibbling at the ball, trying to maybe just pinch a single on the offside, but not able to get a touch. This time he is going to get the single. And it means that Durham is going to have 4 legitimate deliveries to face Hayden Walsh Jr.
Now, sorry, Ruskin, you were saying Hayden Walsh Jr.?
No, I'm saying he's got his 50, so now it's up to him to
move on a little bit?
Yeah.
I was going to make the point, and that's why, sorry I interrupted you, that now he's got the opportunity. He's got 4 balls at Daniel Durham. He's got to attack the stumps. He's got to bowl at the stumps. That's useless.
That's way too wide. Yeah, that's helping the batsman.
Yeah, Durham is going to leave that all day long. So you got to attack the stumps. You got to pitch. Even if you're looking for him, you got two slips in place. Even if you're looking for him to get the edge, you got to bowl it off stump. You got to get him to play and move it away from him. You can't be pitching that ball outside the line of the off stump. Durham is going to leave it 9 out of 10 times.
Or bowl him a short ball on his body and see if that forces him to turn around.
That's better, but it's a little too short.
Yep.
You know, you got to take it up to him. You want Durham to drive. You want him to think, hey, I'm a big batsman and try to drive. You're bowling back of a length. He's just going to push
Stand
it.
there. He's just standing and using his arms.
He's got to pitch it up.
So is either asking him to drive or you're asking him to duck.
Wow.
One out of the two.
I don't think Reefer, unless he hits his big toe, he's not he's not going to get it up to Durham's height.
Played nicely, but straight to the fieldsman. Can't get it past Cumberbatch there, so no run. So Craig Bradford has been pretty much spot on with his field placings. Just one or two areas he probably lapsed when he allowed the game to just drift a bit in that when that 185 run partnership was taking place.
That's badly lined.
And when it's down the leg side, that's going to go for 4 byes.
Yeah, badly lined from Reefer. This has not been good.
Just
4 byes, and poor Richard suffers again. 4 byes.
It just ratted on him. It never got off the ground. It just stayed down. But 305 for 9, they all count. And the lead is now 51.
Maybe it's time for Warwickon again? Or what about Leacock? Any thoughts?
Well, once the two left-handers there, they just go with the tide. I think that's the only reason why they're not bowling Leacock.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Especially with Hayden Walsh there.
Yeah, if you're going to bowl Leacock and you're bowling him from the media centre end, Jerry Gomez media centre end, this is the longer side of the boundary on the leg side. So you may very well get a chance if he's going to go for a big one. But I don't think they're going to think of Leacock now. Probably end it with Chase, and if they've got to take Reefer off, they may go back to Warwickon.
Yep. Because Reefer didn't do the business for them. Maybe Chase will end it all here in this over and allow Barbados to set about the business of getting the runs. They need 51. The lead is 51 now. So they will need 52 runs from here. And Trinidad and Tobago still can't buy a wicket. It's 305 for 7 now.
What is the target? 414 or something like that?
It's a big total that they so I don't think it's the total they're worried about. They just need to get the wickets.
Yeah. It's too wide of the off stump. Chase. Got to make him play.
So
now, at some time, if he's got to bring the field in, which would give Hayden Walsh Jr. the opportunity to go over the top. It's well played. Walsh is batting well. It's one of the better innings I've seen from him.
Yeah, and this is the right approach. If you're not gonna go big early in the over, then you wait until maybe the 4th ball, thereabout. Now this is the 4th ball of the over to kind of pinch the single. He's not ready to take it there yet, so he may probably take it now with the 5th ball of the over. It's up to Ruston Chase now to bring the field in and try to limit the options.
He's left the man at now. He's brought in the deep backward point to the orthodox backward point, saving a single. The deep mid wicket was coming and Ruston Chase said, no, stay where you are.
But that's exactly where he was going to be had they brought him in.
Yep.
And so he probably would not have been able to take that single there.
He pinches the over. So, I mean, I didn't understand that because it was the final ball. So you wanted Durham back on strike. So he's going to make a change. Brathwaite, I think he's going to bring back Warwickon.
Yep. He's entrusting his frontline bowlers to do the business.
Yeah, because really and truly, Reefer didn't bowl well at all.
100 overs completed. 306 for 9. just about 3 runs and over, which is not bad. Problem for them is that they had this huge deficit to wipe off.
Lead by 52 at the moment. So 52 for 9 basically. And here's Warwickon.
And he's going to take the single off the first ball, so...
Well, he has some confidence in Durham. Durham wanted the single because he charged down, was calling for the run. No, it was up to... Yeah, it was up to Hayden Walsh to put the hand up.
Yep.
Yeah. But Hayden Walsh may have confidence in Durham. But you're right. If I was Hayden Walsh, I'd have said, hold on, brother. Stay there. Take your time.
Yep.
We're not ready for you yet. He played that well. Now, I've always... I'm just saying, I'm just wondering. Now, the field is a pretty orthodox field. In 2 men in attacking positions there at a silly point and a forward short leg. Then there's a slip. There's a short mid-wicket, a short cover, mid-off, mid-on. So there are only 2 men, only 1 man out in the deep. No, that's going down the leg side. There's only 1 man in the deep. That's at, let's see, at deep mid-wicket. So everybody else saving a single. Durham.
Yeah, Durham in
fighting
defy,
for survival here.
In defy mode. Did you see him make a forward defensive on overbalance?
Yes.
He had to put the hand down.
Oh!
He's dropped it. Well. Chase was up.
Yeah, he was up too early.
Yep, he had to go back down to get under it, and he couldn't get under it at all.
Another chance goes a begging. They've dropped, the Barbadian team, they've dropped about 4 catches, haven't they?
Yep.
I've lost count.
Just look how high up he is. He then has to go back down to get to that ball.
Yep.
Couldn't get there on time.
He was standing tall rather than crouching. They've always tell you when the ball is in, you're down. You stay down. And you stay down.
Easier to get up than to go back down. And that's it. That's a classic example there of him. Because you see, his hands are already up here.
Yeah.
You know, where in fact, he needed to have his hands about knee height or under his knee.
Correct.
That's well played. That's going to race away for 4 runs. McAllister gave up that chase.
Yeah, but that was a poor ball.
Yep. So, Chase.
That was one of his poorer deliveries. He hasn't really bowled bad deliveries, Ruskin.
No, he's been very consistent.
He's been good. He's bowled 33 overs and 6 for 63.
This time he's out stumped. He never got back. That's good work from Richards. And that is the end of Walsh. He goes for 60. Stumped. Good work behind the stumps there. But a very good innings indeed. You see Walsh, he came down the wicket, lost his balance, lost his shape a bit, and he never got the foot back. He tried, but it never got back over the line. So 311 all out. And Chase has 7 wickets. 7 for 67 and 10 in the match.
Excellent, but I can't understand the shot from Hayden Walsh. Where was he going?
Somebody called him.
He was batting pretty well. You just hit a boundary. I mean, it really and truly, not the kind of shot you would have wanted to see. So it's the end of the innings. 311 all out. So that means that
a lead of 57.
So the Barbados Pride, they need 58 to win the game. And that should be pretty easy because we've got lots of time in which to do it.
Yeah, they certainly are. But it's Ruston Chase, 33 overs and 2 deliveries. There are a couple maidens, 5 maidens in there. And 7 for 67. So 7 wickets, 7 for 67 for Ruston Chase. And when you add his 3 wickets, it's 3 for 47.
10 wickets in the match.
Yeah, 10 wickets in the match.
You don't often see that. But so the Leeward Islands Hurricanes bowled out for 311 and 58 needed for victory.
10 for 114.
Yep, excellent.
Amazing.
And coupled with his 124.
Mm-hmm.
So
Brilliant.
they started today on 98 for 1, the Hurricanes.
Now Barbados need 58 runs to win.
And the
How many overs do you think they're going to use up to get that? They're going to go gung-ho at this.
well, I mean, they don't need to. Just play normal, natural innings.
And up at the UE spec, Trinidad and Tobago still striving for that breakthrough, but it's yet to come. It's 310 for 7 in that game here. Barbados have finally dismissed the Leeward Islands in their second innings. So Barbados 542 for 9 declared. And the Leeward Islands in their reply made 288 and 311. And it means that Barbados now, in their second innings, they need 58 runs to get it done. So you could see Louis caught on ball by Chase for 80. He batted well, 8 fours and 2 sixes. Powell also shaped well. He had 52 from 76 balls with 3 fours and 2 sixes. And Carty, 69 from 112 balls, 5 fours and a 6. And then not much else there except down for Walsh, who made 60 and was the last man, 60 from 92 balls with 4 fours and 3 sixes. And again, Cornwall made 11, 10 to Archibald. And in the end, 311. And Ruston Chase was the story of the innings with his 7-wicket haul, and really now put Barbados in a very, very strong position to complete an emphatic victory here. I know they only wanted to bat once in this game, but give credit to the Leeward Islands. They found some willing participants who were prepared to dig in. Mikhail Louis with 80, 52 Karen Powell, 69 Casey Carty, and 60 to Hayden Walsh Jr. And so that was it. Reefer, 10 overs, 3 maidens, naught for 20. Ruston Chase, the man of the moment, 33 overs and 2 deliveries, 5 maidens, 67 runs, 7 wickets, 7 for 67 to go along with the 3 for 47 he had in the first innings, with a match analysis of 10 for 114. Cumberbatch, 10 overs, no maidens, naught for 37. Warwican, 24 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 54. Leacock, 12 overs, no maidens, 1 for 62. Brathwaite, 2 overs, that cost him 10 runs. McAllister bowled 5 overs, naught for 34. And Wickham, getting his first wicket at this level, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 16. And so again, it's that brilliant performance with the ball there, and that stands out with 7 for 67, and 1 wicket each for Warwican, Leacock and Wickham. 1 for 62 for Leacock. So that is the situation here. It means that the Leeward Islands have set Barbados 58 for a victory, and they will be emerging shortly to start their reply. Remember, against Trinidad and Tobago, they were given 20 to win, and they lost 2 wickets in the process. I'm sure they'll try to avoid a similar scenario here, but at the end of the day, they should cruise to a victory here. Time and over is not a factor. It's really up to them to just make this as easy as possible. So in terms of time, it's just about 4:21 in the afternoon on the 4th and final day. And now they just need to complete the business by getting the 58 runs required for a victory on the day. So 1 for 54 for Jamal Warrican, and 1 for 16. So those are the wicket takers. Warrican 1, Leacock 1, Wickham 1, and Roston Chase 7 for 67. And really, if you're looking at a man in the match award, and he will be the player of the match by a landslide. It's not even close with anybody else, even though you had that big 100 from Craig Brathwaite, 189. You had 101 from McCaskey, but it's Chase with his 127 and his 10 wickets that will definitely push him over the line, so to speak, for the Player of the Match award. The Leeward Island bowlers and fielders are warming up in the distance, but they'll be facing a daunting task here of trying to limit Barbados under 58 runs, and on a wicket that is batsman friendly, and certainly nothing that the bowlers would want to bowl. But I suppose it's two things here that could work in the bowlers' favor. They may just run in and not worry about anything and just try to blast them out, pick up a few wickets and maybe cause a little panic. And because it's such a small total, you don't have to worry about overextending yourself for any long period of time. They will get to these runs very quickly. So if you're a bowler, you may say, look, let me just run in and just try to blast out a couple wickets, because I know I won't have to bowl for too long. And if you take wickets, fine. If not, then they will get the runs quickly. So one way or the other, we'll get a result here fast. And why I say that too, look at the the batsmen. They haven't even finished rolling the pitch, and they are already out at the wicket, trying to maybe force proceedings here and trying to get the mojo on. It's almost as if they're trying to get the roller off as quickly as possible. And so now, would you believe it, McCaskey isn't opening the batting, it's Craig Brathwaite, and it looks like it is Raymond Reifer is out there. So that is a little strange development, but I suppose it's quick runs they're looking for, so they said, Reifer, pinch it, and let's get this over with as quickly as possible. No mucking around here. Let's just go and do the business. So Brathwaite is the one who is going to take first strike. And at the other end, Raymond Reefer. Has been sent in to probably push things along as quickly as possible. So you could expect him to play a few expansive shots. Jeremiah Louis is opening the bowling for the Leeward Islands. So things set up quite nicely here for the conclusion of this game. It really should be a formality, but as we say, cricket is a strange old game, and they need just the 58 runs. And this one is tickled. Did he get a touch onto it, or it might have just be buys, and it just flew past the wicketkeeper, Jamal Hamilton. Didn't get a chance to get across there at all.
54 needed.
Just
I
counting down.
I heard you say 58.
Yeah, we counting down.
And as you said, 58, that ball flew down the leg side. Not a great ball at all. Look, Brathwaite, did you see that? The ball went beyond the keeper and was going out to cover. Brathwaite ran behind it
To give it back
got it
to
and gave it to Durham. Oh, I tell you.
They really want to get on with this. They don't want anything to
watch
get in
what's
the way.
happening now. Cornwall is
gonna
going to walk up to talk to Louis. I don't think Brathwaite is going to be very pleased and amused about something like that.
But the field is well set. The field is very well set. It's spread. And so there's just a one slip. There's a third man on the boundary, a backward point on the boundary, a cover 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Now they're running in now to change the field. The long on is coming in. The mid wicket is coming in. The man at square leg is shifting, is going around. So I think we have 4 overs before we start the 15 overs. So that'll be 19 overs in all. There's another one down the leg side. And the batsmen are going to be happy with just the one. So, gamesmanship. So that make it 5 without loss now. So they are 4 overs?
4 overs.
Plus
4
the nine-
overs
plus the
before the
15.
15 overs start. So they basically got
before the final
19,
hour,
19 overs. Yeah, 19 overs to get.
At least 19 overs.
Yeah, at least
Yeah.
19 overs.
Because you
to
could
get
get more than
the
15,
53 runs.
Yeah, you could get more than 15 in the final hour. But the way the Leeward Islands have come out here, you might get 7 in the final hour.
Raymond Reefer
Yep.
is the.
He's the pinch hitter here. Send him to get things cracking.
Well, would you have sent Raymond Reefer, Ruskin?
I suppose he bats at 3. So the figure, look, let's give him a go. I wouldn't have a problem with McCaskey coming out to
But why
bat.
didn't McCaskey come to bat?
Yeah,
I'm
because
wondering
I
if there's
I
a
feel-
problem.
I feel McCaskey is capable of scoring quickly.
For sure.
Jonathan Drakes is also another consideration.
Kevin Wickham.
Yep.
They score quickly. Ruston Chase. But I suppose after his exploits with the ball,
Give him a rest.
they
Yep.
need to probably just give him a rest. But really and truly, 19 overs to get 53. I was going to say you could go out and do that, Ruskin, but then I had a second thought, and I decided.
You find that's too easy for me.
I decided to change my mind and not to bother.
You find it's too easy for me, so you maybe send somebody else. That's like holding back Viv Richards and send a night watchman instead.
Oh my word!
And they're gonna hustle for a quick single.
That's a good run, actually. The man at mid-off is about halfway back to the boundary. So from time Brathwaite played it, he immediately called for the single because it was certainly on.
Not much you could do about that one. And Durham and there couldn't even execute a run out because Brathwaite had it covered all the way.
So 7 for none. The first over just about ready to be completed.
And they're probably scoring off every ball.
Yep. 8 runs in the over. Well, of course, the 4 byes didn't help.
So this is a perfect start for Barbados to get 8 runs off that first over. And they're just nibbling away now. So they need 50, exactly 50 the rest of the way. So we had 4 overs plus the last 15.
Cornwall, is he going to take up the attack? Most likely. Jeremiah Hamilton is standing there next to the umpire. I'm not sure that discussion. Jeremiah Louis has also come into the discussion. So they're pretty much taking the time because Hamilton is going to take his time now to walk up to the...
What are they upset about? There is nothing to be upset about. Is you still have to bowl the 4 overs before the 15 overs start. And at the rate they're going, if they get 8 and over, by the time you start the 15, they
it's
might
all
need
over.
20 runs.
Yeah, it could be all over as well.
So you still have to bowl the 4 overs and then start your final 15 in the hour. And
Cornwall, I thought Cornwall was going to take up the attack, but he's taking his time to walk up to the... probably going to first slip. It looked like Archibald.
Yep.
Colin Archibald is going to take up the attack from that Brian Lara Pavilion end.
The man with the big number 1 on his back. He actually shaped well while he was batting.
Yeah, he didn't. He got 20 not out in the first innings, so wasn't looking bad at all.
It's in past slip, and that's gone for 4. And like I said, by the time they've completed the 4 overs before the mandatory 15 in the last hour, this could be all over by the shouting. That was a thick edge, a deliberate shot from Reefer, trying to get it down to third man, but he got it past Cornwall. He just has the 1 slip.
Yeah, he's played a couple of those shots off of Louis when Louis was wide of the off stump. And he's done this. He's looking to do the same off of Archibald.
Trying to do it again, but he's going to get a single as well. Probably got onto him a little bit quicker than he wanted to, else he would have been able to just ride it down to third man. Now, here's the thinking here, though. If you're going to try to get a couple of wickets to put pressure on the Barbados, you think you would have 2 slips at least.
Well,
you know.
Yeah, I hear you. I would...
But because you're trying to defend 58 runs, Colin.
You can't defend it, but what you could do is not allow them to get the singles they're getting. They got 4 singles in the last over, and they've got a 1 here again because they're just pushing the ball around. Listen, get everybody in. When I say get everybody in, there's no point in having a man down at deep point and that sort of thing. Bowl the ball, good line length, good length, and have your guys cutting off the singles because...
But where are you going to get wickets?
Yeah, you're going to get wickets if they start to panic. You're not going to... I doubt...
Well, now they're bringing a second slip.
Even if you put in that second slip, I would like... Well, if this ball is that good. And Brathwaite edges, kudos. But I don't think that the pitch will induce any sort of seam bowling that can get the edge of Brathwaite's bat. But I could be totally wrong, and it's worth a try.
Yep, but at least start with 2 slips.
My concern is you just need to stifle the runs. Don't allow them to just get the singles. Let them go through the field or let them go over the top.
And because you have a deep backward square and a fine leg, I'm not even sure why you're even considering a deep backward square, because you shouldn't be bowling there to begin with. You're bowling outside the off stump, and you're daring them to try and invent a shot from there. It's going to get 1, possibly even 2.
It's not. I don't think they're going to risk going back. Leg by? Yes, a leg by.
So 13, 14 now without loss. So that target keeps coming down quickly. Another 44 runs required. This is only the second over, so they'll have 2 overs after this before they start the mandatory 15 in the last hour. So they're trying to make hay in this one. And here he is trying to go. Hamilton is off like a cat, sprinting up to the wicket. For the entire game, I haven't seen him move so quickly. But he was very alert to the possibility of them sneaking a quick single there.
Any latest score, Ruskin, in the
It was 305 for 7. They were still
seems like heading for a draw, isn't it?
unable to prize out. 8 wickets down now, so that might be
a little bit of an opening.
Yep, that might be the opening that they need.
I wonder which is the 8th. Is it Richards? Because
He's the main man. So trying his luck here. 325 for 8.
how much is Richards?
I will tell you in a moment. 1 moment, please.
The end of the over there from
66.
Archibald, 14 for none. Some 2 overs bowled so far. So he's still there on 66.
Yep.
And he's batting with?
Goodrich is not out north.
So he's just gone in.
Graves made 47.
Batting at number 9?
Yep. Frustrating.
Very frustrating indeed.
Batting at 8, that's 7. Batting at 8. He made 47, batting at 8. Goodrich is batting now at number 9. Just Henry and Blades to come.
Okay. And 8 wickets are down.
Yep.
No, it can't be 8 wickets and two batsmen left. So it's...
Well, it is 8 wickets down, actually.
No,
325 for 8. So Goodrich is the man out, probably.
But he's batting at 9?
Yeah, Richards is not out, 66.
So Goodrich is out. So the number 10 is batting.
Yeah, so it should be Henry and Blades.
And Henry's batting.
Henry is batting with
Yeah.
Blades to come.
14 for none.
Big hit. Straight to mid-on. They're now going to take the single because he bobbled it. And Louis just couldn't control it. And he gifted them a single there.
So 1 more to the total.
Mike Lee Lewis.
Brathwaite is certainly going after the bowling. Anything pitched up. He's not the kind of player that's going to go over the top, but he's going to drive. He's going to on drive. He's going to off drive.
Actually, that was Graves who was misfielding there, nibbling at one. And he was nibbling at one outside the off stump there and not able to get a touch. He was trying to reach it.
Again.
Yep.
Looking to cut at these deliveries. This is good from Louis because he's got a man at the deep point and then the third man, and he's pulling that ball just outside the line of the off stump, carrying it further away.
So they're trying their best here to squeeze Barbados or frustrate them for as much as possible. Driven beautifully, but
Just a single.
Yep.
Good bit of fielding.
So just the one run resulting as Jeremiah Louis was scampering across. So it's interesting that both teams, both matches actually, coming right down to the end within the last hour or so. And Craig Bradford tried. I don't know, he was trying to invent a shot there.
I'm not sure what he was trying to do. Gave me the impression at one time he was trying to go over maybe a sort of wide-ish point on the offside.
He probably was just trying to get it over Cornwall's head.
Well,
and down to the boundary down there at third man. So Phillips has 1 for 60, Carripier 3 for 90, Charles 2 for 46, Mohan 1 for 22, and Otley 1 for 12. There he is playing that same shot. Yes, it's a long way up, but it's dropping safely. And not much Hayden Walsh could have done there. He was traveling coming in, but if he can't get into it, I'm not sure anybody else in the field would have gotten there. It's the end of the over 17 with Outlaws. 3 overs completed. 3 of the 4
before the
mandatory
last 15
in the final hour. So, Colin, it is a little bit confusing. 8 wickets are down, but still you have Henry, and you still have Goodridge rather.
Well, Henry must be not out now.
Yeah. If
is he batting with Goodridge, or is Richards out?
No. Well, Richards is still not out on 66.
So therefore, how is it 8 wickets down and you have 2 guys to come?
Yeah, I was checking the bowling analysis and the 8 wickets accounted for.
Okay, so
that's why I said Phillip had 1, Pierre has 3, Otley 1, Charles 2, and Mohan 1.
Right.
Big smash.
That's a good shot. It's too short.
True mid
Craig
wicket.
Braffett is uncharacteristic, but when he's looking for runs, and when you bowl that short, he's just going to bang it somewhere over mid wicket. Really a good shot. Yeah, my point is, if you have
Blades is the 12th man. Yep. So it's just Henry to come.
Oh, right. Ruskin, you took so long to tell me that. I've been begging you for 20 minutes. What is the situation? You went round the roundabout 14 times.
I just wanted to make sure.
And then you came back on the straight road.
I just wanted to make sure
I was listening.
That you had all the information.
Well,
so that
information was certainly not forthcoming from you in a proper manner, because you kept telling me 8 down and you kept telling me 2 men to bat.
Yep.
And I'm saying, but I went to Fatima College.
I just wanted to make sure that your maths was good. That what Mr. Mohammed taught you didn't go to waste.
Well, I don't know.
What instructions Father passed on to you stuck with you. Here's a blue bag blowing on the field.
Well, the ground staff has got that, so that's not a problem. A member of the ground staff, he's going to walk across the side screen now.
This one giving himself room, backing away and pang, hitting this one through extra cover. 4 more. 25 now, Barbados. So Brathwaite is up to 12 now from 10 deliveries. And you said he can't score quickly.
Well, look at that. Backed away and he smashed it. That was a good shot, actually.
Yep.
He gave himself the room. And he absolutely carved it. Now, you can see Hamilton behind the stumps is saying to him, listen, come wide of the off stump. Go as wide as possible. Take it up to the bat and wide.
But if you're asking him to do that, then give him the cover on the offside. But they've sent the man at square leg.
Yeah, but there are two slips. And they've got a deep point. So unless you push the cover right back out.
Now he's come. The man at fine leg has to come around. And he wouldn't get there. That's 4 runs.
4 more.
Yep.
So it's the first 3 deliveries, all boundaries.
Yeah, so
And
29
Barbados
now.
Yep. Barbados motoring now.
Yep. They're halfway there.
Yeah, 29 for none.
They're cruising now because they are making light work of this chase. 4 by 4 by 4.
I'm not sure where you're going now. 4 by 4 by what's that?
I'm waiting to see if there's another 4.
Oh, okay.
And I guess
Yes,
it's
it
4.
You're quite right.
But it's 4
Ruskin,
leg
Mark.
buys, is it?
Yeah, 4 legs. It's still a 4.
It's 4, yes.
But he backed away, and Archibald followed him. If you look at when we look at that again,
The ball
he
passed
followed him.
between the
Yeah.
batsman, the wicketkeeper, and first slip.
Yeah, it hit the pad and went towards the between first slip and the wicketkeeper. He backed away.
But nobody moved.
Brathwaite.
That's the thing.
Well, I don't think they expected it because he was backing away. Archibald followed him. The ball struck the pad and went between the wicketkeeper and first slip.
It went where the wicketkeeper was standing originally. And
Yeah,
it just
because
flew
he was
past.
going down the leg side. And you can't blame Hamilton for that because the ball was... Brathwaite had backed away from the leg stump. Archibald, everything pointed to that ball to go down the leg side.
33 without loss now.
I don't think if Brathwaite had attempted for
shot.
that ball to hit the pad and go in the offside, it wouldn't have happened. Look, he backs away again.
And this time it goes past Hamilton. He failed to take it at this time, and they're going to get a bye.
So he's following him. And give Brathwaite credit. Brathwaite, I've never seen him in this kind of mode. Look at him. He backs away again. And there was Archibald following him again. And this time he made no contact. Not even with the pads.
34 without loss now.
24 required. And there's 15 overs left after this.
So they're really making hay in these 4 overs. So they're putting themselves on a solid footing.
They're putting a man back out at third man, the second slip.
Cracked
That's a
away.
good shot. That's 4 runs.
Yeah, so he's leaking runs in this over. That's another boundary. That's a 4th boundary, well, including the 4 leg buys. And
21 runs
yep.
in the over.
So that was not the over that they wanted at this stage. However, Barbados don't mind. 38 now without loss.
It was short. It was wide. It really said to Reefer, come on, hit me. And he did. He hit it. And the ball crashes into the boundary rope.
So now the umpire is signaling the start of the
15
mandatory
overs.
15 overs.
Yep. So 15 overs to get to what? 20 runs?
Yep.
Even you, Ruskin, could do that.
But with a little bit of luck, yeah.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of quite a lot of luck.
A little bit of luck. Once I can keep my eyes open.
True.
Once I'm swinging at the ball.
True.
Yep. 38 without loss.
Is Louis going to continue? Not too sure why Cornwall is holding up the play because...
What is the field placing here? Because people are just standing around.
I'm going to put. I think he's calling Durham to take a bowl. Oh, he's having a word with Durham.
Yes, I think he's going to ask Durham to bowl from this top end. See if he could put the brakes on this scoring here. And I'm not sure what he expects Durham to do in essence. Because it's as I say, it's a foregone conclusion here. 325 for 9 now, Colin Murray.
Ah, they've picked up another one.
I'll tell you who has.
And how many men to bat after this, Ruskin? It's 325 for 9. How many to bat after?
Goodrich.
Just Goodrich is gone.
Bowled by Charles.
Right.
For no score from 10 deliveries.
Okay, and how many men to bat left?
Blades is at the crease now.
And I see the last person.
He is the
last.
Are
you sure?
One. I am certain he is the last.
Okay.
So the last pair.
The last pair is in. Okay.
Is at the crease. And that's a good delivery.
Yeah, it is. Yep. Brathwaite was... look at Hamilton. I'm not sure what he is on about. That's a really good delivery from Durham. Seemed to have just drifted in.
Yeah.
No spin.
And straight as a pin. And that probably is the most worrying thing for me, Colin.
What's that?
Is that none of the spinners, other than probably Leacock, has been able to generate much turn on this track.
That's too short from the... they haven't really spun the ball, the finger spinners.
Yep. They've not really been able to get the ball to do what they're asking it to do in the sense of spinning the ball. The left-arm orthodox spinners on both teams haven't really been able to get. Warwican hasn't turned it, neither has Durham. And as a result, they're just being picked off here. They're going to get a second run quite comfortably in the end. So 2 more to the kitty. Reefer is up to 14. 41 without loss. Going at a victory target of 58 runs. So they're, as we say, they're an easy street.
Yep, 17 to get, and loads of overs in which to get it.
So they could afford to just rotate strike like if they were just batting normal, and they will cruise home in this one. 42 without loss at the end of the over.
Yes, the first of the mandatory 15 overs to be bowled. And just the Barbados Pride just requires 17 more runs. So they're very much an easy street at the moment. And they would go on to win this game. How important, Ruskin, you thought the toss was?
Both teams wanted to bat first. Raheem Cornwall said he would have batted first had he won the toss. And Craig Brathwaite, it so happens, won the toss. Called heads, and heads it was. So and he immediately said, I'll take a knock.
Yeah.
And that proved crucial.
When they played here against the Red Force, he lost the toss, and Red Force Joshua De Silva decided they would take first knock, and he actually said that had he won the toss, he would have batted first as well. But the Red Force obviously didn't make
use of
it. They got to 172 all out, and only Jangu, Amir Jangu, stood up and made some runs.
Yeah. And the runs continue to flow here as they put the squeeze on here, put the accelerator on. That they're going to really just cruise home when it's all said and done. Brathwaite 17, Reefer 16.
10 extras. Remember the first innings?
Mm-hmm.
There was no extras until day 2, I think.
Yep. And,
Runs again.
Yep. Bradford is just picking them off here.
Yeah, but not well lined by Cornwall. Was starting that just outside the line of the leg stump.
Yeah, they can't plug the gaps, and they can't stop the flow of runs. And that is probably the most disappointing part of all of this, I would imagine, for them. And if you're coming in to you want to try and get an early wicket or two, because you know you can't defend 58 runs with that much time and overs. And here they go again. They're going to get another couple. Deep cover. The man at backward point has to run a long way. And so they'll pick up another 2 easily. .47 without loss. So they're just 11 runs away from that victory target. So again, it's been a Barbados masterclass here. They put runs on the board, and then the bowlers just chipped away. Good work there from Louis, but the batsmen were not interested in a second. 48 without loss after over number 6, the second of the mandatory 15 in the final hour.
It's what, just 10 to get now?
Yep.
So it's the Barbados Pride just easing themselves to victory. You got to give them credit, because it was a good pitch, was a good batting pitch, and they were able to dismiss the Leeward Islands twice. Getting 20 wickets on the pitch was exceptional.
You hit that much too early. I don't think that's where he intended to
No,
hit it.
I thought he should have gone through the offside. Should have just opened the face, and there's a huge gap between a backward point and cover. But he seemed to want to go towards long on.
That's more of an orthodox shot than anything else.
And you expect that from Craig Brathwaite. You don't expect him to be tugging the ball from outside off stump.
So
you don't expect him, but that was short.
Yeah.
It was
kept low.
Yeah, it was far too short. So it certainly should have maybe hit it for 4 rather than just a single. But there is protection out in the deep.
49 now without loss.
9 needed.
Yeah, they're just picking them off one by one. And Barbados will get a huge win here as they challenge the top of the table. Got away with that because that was right on his legs there. So Durham, well, he's doing what the captain asked him to do, because the last over he had at this end, it went for 21 runs. And so he certainly is not leaking the flood of runs that the other bowlers were doing. So
A pretty good over from him.
Yep.
Only 1 run coming from it. He's he's conceded just 5 runs from his 2 overs. But
Cornwall's 1 over cost 6. So see if he's able to tidy up a little bit more, make life difficult for.
so Craig Brathwaite, the Barbados skipper, I think they know it's just 9 runs now needed, and they got some 12, 13 overs in which to get it. So Brathwaite is going to certainly take his time. He's not going to want to give his wicket away because we're in over number 8. So even if he plays this out as a maiden, he's got 11 overs left to get 9 runs.
So you could aim straight because Cornwall isn't really spinning the ball much or turning it. So if he's going to hit it straight past the bowler.
So all of a sudden, the last 10 balls, they've only scored 1 run.
Yeah, they've tightened up here significantly. Or it could be that the batsmen are just waiting to pick the runs, pick them off maybe one by one. They're not trying to be too adventurous.
Well, I think they know there's just 9 runs to get, and there are plenty overs left, and I think they're just waiting, biding
something
their time.
bad,
waiting for the delivery to score off of like that. Just going to get a single. So the 50 is up. 8 runs now required to win. It's the end of the over from Cornwall. Another single coming from the over. So the 50 partnership between Brathwaite and Reefer. And Reefer contribution is 16.
24 to Brathwaite. And so Barbados pretty much on course here. Just to put the finishing touches.
2 fours could end it.
Yeah. 6 and a 4.
Oh, you're getting beside yourself now.
If you're going to go all the way.
I suppose that's one way to look at it.
This one is showing still 325 for 9, and it's almost like they dropped anchor because no runs are being scored. And so I'm just wondering if this thing is updating as quickly as it should. Short ball.
That's too short. He gets away with it.
Yep. Red Force should have won it by now because I'm looking at the scores.
Yeah, they've won it, Ruskin. Come on. What's wrong with you? Red Force have won.
325 all out.
Yes, Ruskin.
Yep. Is that okay with you?
Well, I was telling you just now, about 3 minutes ago they won, and you kept going like they've dropped anchor. It's not it's what, they're out of the ocean? They've dropped anchor. I was telling you Red Force won it about 3 minutes ago. You just weren't listening. Runs for Brathwaite. Yeah. That's not a good line. Pitching it just outside the leg stump, and Brathwaite just angling it down the leg side. Picks up 2 more runs. So the target now just 6 runs away from victory. So who got the last wicket in the Ruskin?
Well, that's what I was hoping you'd have been able to tell me since you was
all I can tell you is that the Red Force won the game. I can't give, you want me to give you individual details now?
Since you were so confident.
I don't know. No, sometimes you worry me, Ruskin. You sometimes you very much worry me.
Since you were so confident.
But I told you, but you know you're asking me for details. I don't know. I think Charles got the last wicket.
Yep.
And was it Richards? No. So you got the Richards remained.
The number 11.
End of the over. 52 for none. Brathwaite is on 26. Reefer is on 16. So just 6 more runs needed. And a whopping 10 overs still to be bowled.
Yep. The game is tight.
Well, Cornwall he's taking himself out of the attack, probably saying, why am I wasting my time? And he's given the ball to Casey Carty. He's going to trundle some off spinners down.
So this is the only game that is still in progress.
And that shouldn't be for too long.
The Guyana Happy Eagles won by 212 runs. That's a big
and they
win.
won earlier today, was that? Yeah.
The Volcanoes won by 158 runs.
And that was since yesterday.
Yep.
That was in a low-scoring game.
And Trinidad and Tobago won by... Well, I just want to verify the final score.
Oh, my word.
123 runs.
And Barbados, how much did they won by?
They're yet to win.
Oh, okay. Just checking. I'm just
But
checking
they win by
with you.
10 wickets.
I'm just checking, Ruskin, to make
Yeah.
sure you're still with us on the planet.
Yes, they win by
No,
10
that's-
wickets.
Yeah, they've just got 6 runs in to get Barbados. The Barbados pride. They've really played well. They've batted well. The only blemish really is that they dropped about 3 or 4 catches.
Yep.
And they would want to improve on that. They would want to improve on their catching. Because had it been a tighter game, they could have regretted the catches that they dropped. The sun is still with us here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, it's brighter now
Yeah,
than
yeah.
it was certain
Turned
times
out-
earlier today.
It's turned out to be a really nice afternoon.
And Reefer
too short.
finally reaches 1. They should get a second run.
I don't think
Braffett is a
they'll
little
come
bit
back,
slow. Yep. Craig Braffett was a little bit slow. Hamilton is looking at the man out in the deep and asking him, nobody's backing up.
Well, he's out in the deep, so if
Yep.
it had gone over his head, he would have been there. But at the end of the over, 53
If that ball had,
without loss.
if that ball had passed Hamilton, I'm not quite sure if Louis was getting anywhere near the overthrow
Well,
because he was so square. And that ball would have come down to fine leg here. However, they avoided that. So they still have what?
5 runs they're in, 5 runs to get, and they have, well, forget the overs. They just need 5 runs to get a victory. Jewel Andrew is going to get a ball. I think he's a wicket keeper as well, the youngster. Don't know much about his bowling. But I think Cornwall has said, okay, this enough is enough. Maybe we need to get off the field. That's too short.
And he's hit it straight in
Well,
his
well.
hand.
Jewel Andrew has picked up a wicket. Well, that may very well be his first wicket in first-class cricket.
Caught
Because-
at cover by Durham for Reefer made 17.
Yeah, Jewel Andrew. I'm just checking Ruskin and on his bowling prowess. And the thing is, I don't think
so
he's-
there goes my prediction that it would have won by 10 wickets.
Yes, well, I'm just trying to. Jewel Andrew hasn't bowled for the series, from what I'm gathering here. He hasn't bowled in the tournament, and his first delivery he gets a wicket. And I think Mr. Cornwall said to him, "Listen, you might as well take a bowl, 5 to win. Let's end the game quickly." McCaskey has come out. So, couldn't understand why McCaskey didn't open the batting, but who knows. So Andrew,
Yep.
with the wicket behind his name, is going to be bowling to the new batsman, Zachary McCaskey. Let's see what is going to happen here. Turns it nicely to leg. So, Jewel Andrew really not getting any turn or anything, just rounding his hand, giving the impression he's an off spinner. But certainly doubt he would be bowling under normal circumstances. So a dot ball. So from his 3 deliveries, he's conceded 1 run and has picked up a wicket. Oh, that's runs. That's going to run away. That could very well be the game. It is. The ball goes into the boundary, and that's it. 4 runs to Brathwaite. So he ends up on 26, and Barbados are victorious by 9 wickets because that ball was badly lined from Joel Andrew, but you don't expect him to be the first change bowler. So he's come on really to end the game, and there was Brathwaite just tucking the ball, very fine indeed, for 4, and Barbados have won this game by 9 wickets. They really, from the time they won the toss, Barbados have been in complete control of this game. And you have to say that the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they were never in it. They struggled all through. And even though they put on a really good partnership between Louis and Carty in the first innings, when they were going along nicely at 180 for 1, they got to 244 for 3, and you thought, well, this game could very well just be a first innings encounter. What happened after that? They fell away, were bowled for 288, then Barbados enforced the follow on, and even up to yesterday, they were going along nicely, 98 for 1 when they lost their first wicket, and after that, things fell apart, and they went to 100 again, 186 for 1. Louis and Carty, they took it to 186 for 2, and then again, wickets started to fall after that. Graves, Andrew, Hamilton, Louis, and just 60 at the end from Hayden Walsh kept this game as long as it was, and got Barbados to bat again, to having to get 58 runs to win. They lost 1 wicket in that chase. Raymond Reefer getting out, caught at cover for 16 off the bowling of Joel Andrew, who was just given an over to really sort of end things, per se.
He did.
And he did end things. Brathwaite was able to push the ball fine for the 4 that was needed, and a comprehensive victory here for the Barbados Pride. It has put a dent in the Leeward Islands, the Hurricanes, because you look at this, the Leeward's Hurricanes now, I would think they would probably drop to 3rd or 4th in the standings. We'll have to update those standings.
Because the Windwards.
The Windwards are probably now in the lead, followed by between
Barbados.
Guyana and Barbados. I would think Barbados has gone ahead of Guyana, and the Leewards could find themselves in 4th position. Still, it could be a matter of them winning their last game. Who knows? And they just have, but it's no longer in their hands. They've got to hope that results in the other games go their way, and even a victory against the Windwards may not be enough.
Yep.
So we'll have to wait and see what happens. But 9-wicket victory here for the Barbados Pride.
Yeah, and a solid performance. When you consider in this game, Colombia had 4 centurions, 4
That's
centuries, 3 of them for Barbados, 1 for the Leeward Islands, but there's
also a couple of 50s.
Yeah, 2 men, then 2 50s in the game, Louis, and of course Carty getting a 50, 100, and a 50 and a half century.
Correct.
Hayden Walsh Jr., as he said, getting that 60. Kieran Powell got a half century. Joel Andrew also shaped well for his half century. So there are some good performances all around. We had a big 189 from Craig Brathwaite. We had a big partnership with 100, and that first partnership, that the 182 runs. So there've been some outstanding performances all around. Some really and truly, when you think about it, both camps could look at areas where they probably fell down. That slide that the Leeward Islands had in their first innings, when they were going along so well, and then all of a sudden things just fell apart for them. They had 175 runs, 2nd wicket partnership, and then Barbados just started to grind and chipped away at their wickets and basically completed a fine performance to bowl them out for 288.
I think, Ruskin, when you look at it, for the Barbados Pride to pick up 20 wickets on this pitch, you have to credit them. You have to credit
Rust
the
and
bowlers.
Chase,
Rust and Chase picking up 10 of the 20. And of course, Warwick didn't have a great game. He just got
2
the
wickets
one.
in the
I
match.
think he got 2 wickets
Yeah,
in the game.
both innings, yeah.
Then you had Cumberbatch.
3 for 48,
yes.
3 for 47 Chase, 2 for 19 Reefer, and 1 for 66 Warwick.
Yeah, so you have to give them a lot of credit because it was a good batting track, let's be honest. When you look at the scores, 542, and the Hurricanes, they got to close to 300 in the first innings. They crossed 300 in the second innings. And when you look at it, 288 in that first innings. Yeah, not short of the 300 target.
Yeah,
and then in the second innings,
311.
So it's been a good. The batsmen enjoyed themselves, but credit goes to Barbados because they certainly buckled down and they knew what they wanted out of this game. They came to get an outright victory and they got it in the end.
Second on the trot here at the Queen's Park Oval. So congratulations to them. And of course the Rust and Chase, 7 for 67 and 3 for 47, 10 for 114 in the match. And I think that is what is going to stand out.
That's right.
When it's all said and done. So that is the situation here. Colin Murray is going to go and operate and bring the champagne over for us so we could celebrate his vice presidency. And he said Hagen Daisy. He's going to bring that as well.
Hagen what?
Hagen Daisy. He's going to bring that also. Just as you're going to bring the champagne,
I'm going to look for some champagne and I'm going to look for Hagen Daisy. If I don't find any,
but you're going to the grocery for that.
Please don't blame me.
Which grocery are you going to?
I don't know any grocery at this point in time. Whatever.
So we will await Colin's return, but until such time, we celebrate a big victory here for Barbados by 9 wickets. So on behalf of the entire team, I'm Ruskin Mark, thanking you so much, and we hope you'll be back with us next week when we'll have another game for you starting on Wednesday. So until such time, enjoy the rest of your day, your Saturday, and I hope you find some peace and be back with us come next week. Until such time, we're signing off from the Queen's Park Oval.